Now Sweeney, Dwayne Sweeney! Sweeney's over!
Can you please hand it over to your captain, Dwayne Sweeney?
Welcome to Real Tales with Sweens, proudly brought to you by Fish City Hamilton. Fish City has been servicing the Waikato's fishing, boating and outdoor needs for over 30 years. Now with the help of their online store, their great range of products and outstanding customer service is available right across New Zealand. This episode I sit down with Rick Pollock. Rick was a professional charter skipper here in New Zealand for over 40 years. His trips were iconic. Anglers travelled from all corners of the globe to fish our infamous New Zealand waters aboard his vessel, Pursuit. He provided anglers from both here in New Zealand and abroad the opportunity to fish in places most only dream of, with the chance of catching the fish of a lifetime. From the Ranfurly Banks to the Three Kings and everywhere in between. During this podcast, we get some insight into the life of a skipper that consistently spent over 250 days at sea for over 40 years, including topics such as a 32-hour Blue Marlin battle, world record kingfish, his first experience with White Island and catching kingfish with dog chain. We also discuss how catching sharks off the Motu River turned into one of the most memorable black marlin captures of all time. The true character of people when caught in horrendous weather at sea, the great calibre of deckhands he had, being the first skipper to fish the Ranfurly Banks, and so much more. As always, the show notes will be available on the Real Tales with Sweens Instagram and Facebook pages, as well as the website realtaleswithsweens.com. Good George have a 15% discount available for all you listeners. Just use the discount code REALTALES before checking out from their online store. The link to their store is available on the realtaleswithsweens.com homepage. Lastly, I want to say a special thank you to Rick for coming on the podcast and sharing his tales with us. You're a true icon of New Zealand fishing, mate, and I want to thank you very much for your time. So join me as we get to know Rick Pollock. Cool, alright, well we might as well rip into it. So after a long drive, I'm sitting here in the beautiful Cooper's Beach with Rick Pollock. Thank you very much, Rick, for coming on the podcast and making your time available. And for those listeners out there that don't know Rick, I'm pretty sure most of you will, but was for a very long time the skipper of a boat called the Pursuit here in New Zealand. And I suppose we're going to end up sort of going here, there and everywhere with this podcast. Many tales to share from your time on the ocean, I'm sure. So I don't know, I'm pretty keen to start off with White Island, and I guess your earliest memories of fishing there, and I suppose we'll sort of go from there and see where we end up.
Sure, Sweens. Well, it's actually quite an honor to be on your podcast, so thank you. I'm following some pretty meritorious sort of people, so I feel quite honored. So that's all good. Hopefully, listeners will be at least entertained and maybe learn a few things. But here we go. Nice. Yeah. Well, I guess a good place to start is back at the beginning, at least for me in New Zealand. I mean, obviously with my accent, I wasn't born here and I wasn't raised here. I always tell people I think like a Kiwi, I act like one, but you'll never sound like one. So yeah. I get mistaken for a Canadian. It kind of is wound down a little bit now. Oh. It's not this horrible Yankee thing. But I first came to New Zealand in 1978. I came with my first wife and my 1-year-old son, and it was only meant to be for 1 year. And of course, White Island was a big focal point. My boss built two 45-foot Corsairs, Salthouse Corsairs, and he mainly, in those early years, solely had American anglers. So he thought, geez, we better have an American skipper that knows what American anglers want. So I got the call, and it was really exciting. I didn't really kind of know what I was getting myself into, but it was exciting right from day dot when I got off the plane and started making my way to Wakatani. And great memories. So the White Island was a place that, well, I've fished it, I don't know how many hundreds of times, or days, nights, whatever. But I guess it was my home away from home for so many years, over 40 years. And I spent a vast majority of my time there. And It's an amazing fishery, I got to tell you, and it still is. I'm so pleased, and I can honestly look you in the eye and hand over heart and all that, still say that that place is probably as good now as it's been in the last 10 or 15 years. And part of that is that White Island Accord that we did in 1995, because we really saw things going downhill rapidly. And there was a combination of things. It was gill netting had just come in, and it broke your heart to see, a few thousand meters of gill net all around White Island. That just absolutely just torqued us something big time. There's a few other issues as well, but we just thought it needed some protection. And the best place to start is with us. I mean, you can't just be pointing at the commercial guys all the time if you're not going to take some responsibility for what you're doing. So, and I'm jumping the gun here a little bit, but those early days at White Island were absolutely unbelievable. I mean, thinking back at some of the things we did and caught fish in those early years, we used, and I don't know why, but we used mainly wire trace. We used 10 baro game hooks, and we didn't bother with live bait for about 2 or 3 years. We basically trolled on the way out to White and caught skippies and albacore, and you got 3 baits out of each one. You got 2 fillets and a frame, and the frame usually got the biggest fish. So we had some absolutely phenomenal fishing. And I'll never forget, one day we had a guy, and I don't know why he did it, but he brought out some dog chain. So we rigged that up. And I mean, it's kind of what you would, maybe think about catching a shark with.
Yeah, yeah.
And anyway, he got a 25 or 28 kilo kingy on a piece of dog chain and a half a skippy, So
Yeah.
some like the things that we did in those days and caught fish consistently, I'm sure you couldn't do now.
Yeah.
The fish are, advanced. They're a hell of a lot smarter. It's probably not as many of them. They've seen a lot. But the things that we got away with in those days. And just fishing kingies in those first few years, just in shallow water, down to 80 meters. Most days we were catching bass up to 60, 70 kilos just in the shallows, and catching a few hapuka as well. And then occasionally when you're using maybe we had a dead flying fish, you'd get intercepted by a yellowfin tuna or a marlin, would eat it on the way down. So we had some very special fishing in those days. And White Island's morphed. I mean, all fishing is morphed. I mean, when I came to New Zealand, I thought New Zealand anglers, to be honest, were pretty sad. But they didn't have to be good because there was so much fish and there were so many dumb fish. You didn't have to be a good angler. You didn't have to have good technique. You had a snapper fisherman had like a piece of kinked 150 or 200 pound trace with a 8 or 9 baro hook and a slab of bait, and you're in. Don't worry about it. You're going to catch fish. But that's all changed now, and it's been actually quite gratifying to see that because anglers have changed with it, and you do what you have to do to get a bite and to catch fish. So there's some really neat technique out there now, and some real good finesse. And I tell you what, I would pit you Kiwi anglers now probably against any in the world. Whereas when I arrived in New Zealand, I thought, man, these guys are real bumpkins.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess they were, but boy, they've come a long ways, and it's really gratifying for me to have witnessed that over 40 years, and just seen the whole thing morph. It's been great.
Yeah, no, that's pretty wicked, eh? And I suppose like those early days, like at White Island, like how big were the big ones? Like,
I don't know because we didn't land them.
Yeah, didn't land them.
Well, we got the all tackle world record in 1987, so that's like that's almost 9 years after I first arrived.
Yeah.
And but believe me, there were and probably still are bigger fish than that. I don't know how much bigger, but in saying that, I'll never forget one day we're fishing at the Volkner Rocks, and the fishing was great, and a guy had 60 kilo tackle. He was going to get these fish and just hammered his drag down. He hooked this fish, and it took about 6 or 8 meters. He was pinned to the rail. And he broke it off, and he said, "Oh man, that was a horse and a half." I said, "Yeah, it probably was. It wasn't on long to know, but I suppose so." Anyway, a little bit later, a guy got I think it was about a 19 or 20 kilo fish. It had a trace in its mouth, and we looked, and the guy goes, "That's my trace," and I said, "Yeah, that's because he did I can't remember what he did, but he did something that was quite unique.
Yeah,
stood out.
Yeah."
Well, that was the fish that he hooked on 60 kilo line that he thought was a huge one, and it's a 20 kilo fish.
Yeah.
So all I'm saying is, and people will know this, at first, kingies are incredibly powerful.
Yeah.
way more so than what you think. I mean, it's how many times we've had a guy sweat pouring off him, or a woman, fighting this fish for 20 minutes, and up comes a 22 kilo fish, and they go, "Oh my God, that thing ate my big one."
Yeah.
Oh, really? Yeah. So they're amazing game fish. They really are. Probably one of my favorites. And I mean, it was been our bread and butter fish the whole time. I mean, I love to chase other fish, and we did, and we had good success on a lot of things. But if push came to shove, and we needed to revive a day or a trip or something, good old Kingies got the tap on the shoulder, and they didn't let us down very often.
It seems to be the fish in New Zealand, that a lot of people want to catch, like as a kingfish and a big kingfish. So yeah, you would have seen, I suppose, I don't know how many anglers over the years, cut their teeth on your boat on big kingfish.
Yeah.
I suppose with that, the gratitude that comes with it must be huge, right?
That's what kept me going.
Yeah.
I mean, I know some skippers fish actively quite a bit, and I didn't do that because I didn't think it was fair. I mean, I loved hooking fish for people that were having a hard time, but as far as, I don't think it was ever, I guess, being a professional that I thought I was, I just didn't think that I didn't want to take a place from one of my paying passengers. I wanted them to have all the opportunities. I wanted to help them, but you're so right. I mean, there's no way I would have done it if I wasn't, because I was fishing, aesthetically through all my customers, and when they caught a fish and they were so wrapped in the fish of a lifetime and the big grins and the high fives and stuff, well, I was right in there.
It's as good as catching them yourself, right?
Even to be honest, it's better.
Yeah,
it's better. So not all people would agree to that. If they're not doing it, they heck with that one. But that was my buzz. And most people really appreciated that. It was just so neat, and they would thank you for fulfilling one of their dreams. So, and Kingy, old Kingy, he's a wonderful game fish, and they're so accessible. They're in so much of New Zealand. They're virtually all of North Island, pretty much 12 months of the year, and good part of South Island for 6 months of the year, and so they aren't seasonal. I mean, there's better times like spawning and that sort of thing, springtime, but they're here all the time. So that's probably, the other fish come and go, the pelagics and stuff, but we got them all the time. And we've got a very nice climate for them. We got a lot of food for them. And obviously, you look at the record books. I mean, we just about own all the world records, the whole lot. Actually, this is an interesting one. You may or may not know this, but the Americans were getting really hacked off because they couldn't get any records because their kingies just don't get as big as ours. So they have petitioned the IGFA, and they got their own species. So we've got what is it, yellowtail kingfisher, southern yellowtail, I think they call ours.
Yeah.
And there's our California yellowtail. So they got their own. Same fish as far as I'm concerned. They just don't get the. I mean, like
get the size.
15 kilo fishes. The biggest kingy I ever saw when I came to New Zealand was a 20 kilo one, and I almost was too scared to gaff it.
Yeah.
It was huge for me. Yeah. And then I came here, and one of the first kingies I saw was 25 kilos, and I just about dropped the gaff. So so they complained so heartedly. So now they got their own record, so they can do their own thing. Good on them.
Yeah. So when you talked about it there with how hard they fight, is there anything that gives it away when you're like, that's a real one? Like. Yeah.
But it like all fish, and I don't care what species you're talking about, fish are a lot like human beings. I mean, there's some guys that, you wouldn't even look at them sideways because you're going to get, your ass kicked.
Yeah.
And there's other ones that for some reason are just kind of wussy, and there's a lot of weight there. So sometimes you get a surprise, like that little one I said, broke 60 kilo tackle.
Yeah.
And, you wouldn't think that a 20 kilo fish could break 60 kilo, but it did. Whereas, then occasionally you'll get a 40 kilo fish, and you think it might be good, but you're not sure. And the longer it goes, there's a lot of weight there, but fish hasn't done anything. So where is it hooked? So if the fish has swallowed it and it's hurting, you hurt it right away, and the hook is down in its gullet. If you're wanting a record fish, that's the best way to go about it. Hurt the fish.
Yeah.
I know a lot of guys, like with swordfish, some of the guys really. If you wanted to let it go, you fish a circle hook and try to hook them in the corner of the mouth. If you're after a record or you just want to get them, you fish a straight game hook and let them swallow it right down, and you hurt the fish. So it just depends, what you're going for. And records are a funny thing. And we can talk about that later. But it's so funny. I've seen people just be so well prepared do absolutely everything in their power to get a record and go for up to a week and fail. And then you get a person that comes along, wouldn't even know that there are records, and gets a New Zealand record, sometimes a world record. Wouldn't even know what they were doing, but that's the crazy. This sport of ours is a great leveler.
Yeah.
I tell you what, we've seen it. Two guys brushing shoulders at the rail. One guy can afford to buy the boat with his pocket change. The other guy's probably saved for the trip all year and financially probably shouldn't be on that trip. But they're right next to each other, and that fish doesn't, take favorites.
Nah.
So, fishing is a great leveler. It's a pretty neat, it's a wonderful sport.
Yeah. And I suppose with that too, like with clientele coming on the boat, there must just be such a range of people that you dealt with over your time. As predominantly all your time on Pursuit, is it mainly Kiwi anglers, or has it been a big change? I suppose COVID now makes it completely different, but prior to that, was it a lot of international anglers? Or?
Originally, when I first came, it was all international anglers, completely. Yep. And then we got you'll laugh at this, we got a call from a guy in the Waikato from Hamilton. Said, Rick Pollock, you run that boat, Toatai, yeah? I said, you're a charter boat. I said, yeah. And I couldn't believe my ears. A Kiwi was inquiring. Because I thought, A, we were too expensive, and B, Kiwis do their own thing,
Yeah.
So that was our very first charter that we got from the Waikato.
Yeah.
And then it just mushroomed from there. And slowly but surely it overtook our overseas. And, after a few years it was 50-50. And when I ended up, it would have been... Of course, I retired before COVID.
Yeah.
Fortunately, only just before.
Yeah.
Because that was a game changer for all of us. But I would say comfortably 90% Kiwi.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then what most of the rest was Aussie. Aussies love their kingies.
Yeah, they do.
They love kingies.
Yeah.
You can catch them a marlin, you can catch them all kinds of things, but boy, you get them a good kingy and they are wrapped.
Yeah.
They really are.
Yeah, well, because my parents have got a batch in Whiringa in the Coromandel, and with the epic adventure boats that go out of there, and Thomas Maxwell, Mad Max Sport Fishing, they all Australians, like until obviously COVID hit. But yeah, I was amazed at how much of their clientele were Aussies, and they love it. Like they just come over, it's all they want to catch, kingfish. Really enjoyed. Some of the overseas people were pretty demanding, and they weren't that much fun. But Aussies, they're our biggest sporting competitor, but they're also, if anything really happened, they'd be our brothers in arms, sort of thing. And almost every time we'd start off the trip, and it would be great. We'd have a 5 or 7 day trip with a bunch of Aussies, and they'd have all their beer, and then they'd start throwing their sleeping bags, into the boat to put down in the bunk room. And of course, we started up, the guy would throw it, and I said, figures. He goes, what do you mean? I said, underarm. Oh, that's so good. I'm pretty keen to sort of go back to where fishing started for you. Like, just before we got on here, we were talking, and you said to me, have I always been into fishing? And I have. The answer to that was yes, and it was what I did when I was a kid. It's because it's what Dad did. So I assume, like all fishermen, it was probably the same for you. Well, my dad was a doctor, and a very good doctor, and he worked very hard. Like I grew up not seeing him often on a daily basis. I'd see him in the evenings sometimes for an hour or so, but he was gone all the time. But we had amazing holidays. From the time I was 3 years old, we started going up in the high Sierras in California and fishing for trout. And then when as soon as I got to be 7, we started flying down to Mexico and spending a month down there in Baja. And the fishing in Baja was just out of this world. We were there, my dad and I were there the very first day they ever utilized live bait. And I can still remember that day like it was yesterday. I think we got 20 rooster fish and some big like grouper type fish. And then on the way home, we got a couple sailfish and a marlin. The fishing was phenomenal. By the time I was 18, I'd caught 100 billfish. Yeah? Yeah. But that's the good news. Just on your summer holidays? Yeah. Oh, yeah. But that was from the time I was 7 until I was 18. I'd caught over 100. Mainly, well, almost all striped marlin and sailfish. Maybe the odd blue. But that's the good news. Since I was 18, I've probably caught maybe, I don't know, a dozen. Yeah. I've seen a few more than that caught, but for as far as I'm concerned, I've caught very few. But that doesn't worry me. It's just like getting back what we're saying,
just love seeing people catch fish. I guess I was the born charter skipper. So that I love fishing, and my dad took me fishing all the time. And to be honest, I think it backfired for us a little bit because he always had the idea that I was going to follow his footsteps and be a doctor. And I was in pre-med school for a while, and I just loved going surfing and diving and fishing. And I mean, I probably could have done the intellectual aspect, but I wasn't driven enough to do it. I was driven by all these things that had to do with water. And so I dropped out and chose a career, well, not a career, but at least a major in psychology. That's what interested me most. And it wasn't good between him and I. As soon as I dropped out of pre-med, he wasn't happy. But we got through that,
Yeah.
And basically it was his fault because he took me fishing from the time I was 3 years old.
Yeah, it's interesting you talk about it there though. You mentioned the word drive, and that's such a, like, everybody that I've been very fortunate, the people that I've got to talk to on this podcast, and some amazing athletes and fishermen and the rest of it, but that's the one thing that seems to stick out with all of them. They're all very, very driven, and they love what they do. So whatever that is, there's a real passion and a drive there, and that is, I guess, the catalyst for them to be successful at whatever it is that they choose to do.
I agree. And for me, fishing, I mean, I guess it's just a pretty nasty form of addiction, and for me to go fishing and take other people fishing and actually get paid was my fix.
Yeah.
So no, I've had a career of it, obviously, and I've just enjoyed it so much. And I look back and I tell people, when I go, don't you dare grieve for me, because I've lived my dream. We hear that all the time, but I've truly lived my dream.
Yeah.
And I've lived in a golden age. To be honest, I kind of feel sorry, when you see things that are happening around the world with pollution and overfishing, and so many things are going wrong with the world. And I just think back, I mean, growing up in Southern California as a teenager, and there was hardly any crime there. Fuel was 25 cents a gallon, and you could go anywhere, do anything without really worrying about it. You just can't do that now there, and there's a lot of places you can't do that. So, and then getting back to the fishing, the opportunities that I had, in Mexico and California, and lived in Hawaii for 5 years, and then New Zealand has just capped off a really wonderful lifetime. So, boy, that I will be really disappointed if I see any tears, at my service.
Yeah.
I want it to be a celebration.
Yeah.
Let's look at what this guy did with his life, because I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty chuffed. I wouldn't change much. I mean, we all make mistakes with our personal life, but for my avocation, what I've done with my professional life, I don't know that I changed one thing.
Yeah.
It's been fantastic.
That's pretty cool to hear
Yeah.
that. Because I suppose from I guess an outside looking in point of view, like a lot of us probably think, he's lived the dream, but then we don't know all the ins and outs and what goes into being a professional fisherman. We just all love fishing, fishermen in general, but there's a lot more to it, right? It's not all rainbows and butterflies and the rest of it.
Every good day you've got, every day when it's nice and glassy and you catch a heap of fish and everybody's really wrapped and high. But for every one of those, you pay.
Yeah.
And you might pay 5 times over or more. So, you got to put up with a lot of rubbish. In saying that, I've always had a motto, and all of my crewmen would know this, you never give up.
Yeah.
You never give up. When you finally give up, you've really made a huge mistake. So as far as and some of our very most memorable trips have happened in extreme situations, to where maybe we had some mechanical issues, so we couldn't go as far as we wanted, and certainly weather would have made us hide and fish in a 20 acres of water at White Island, where it's the only shelter we could possibly get, and you think, we've had it. And the fishing was phenomenal. We broke records, and we had such an awesome time. And we probably would have never been there by choice, but we had to go there.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, you make the best of what you got, and often you will be very surprised. And so just don't give up. It always stunned me that people go, "Oh, woe is us! It's 30 knots and this and it's that." And I said, "Hey, mate, just, if nothing else, lower your tackle size. We're going to have some fun on trevally or, catch some snapper or whatever. We can't always be out there over the horizon fishing for blue marlin and stuff, but you play the cards that are dealt you. And you will be really pleasantly surprised if you have the right attitude.
Yeah, it was interesting. I fished with a guy, Chris Ash, the other day, and we were just talking about this. But that's a real big thing that he spoke about too. When we're fishing, he's just like, the biggest thing with fishing is enthusiasm. Like, you have to believe that it's going to happen, and because he goes, you never know when the fish of a lifetime is going to turn up. Like, and he told me all sorts of different stories from his time, and he's just like, exactly like that. You're restricted by weather, or you just end up somewhere and you don't know why you're there, but then all of a sudden you catch that fish and you're like, what, how did this happen? And he goes, the amount of times the time that he spent on the water, and he's had moments like that, it's just amplified in his thinking. He's like, you've always just got to have hope, and you've always got to be enthusiastic and want to be there, because you never know when that moment's going to come.
Couldn't agree more with you. And everybody's got their thing, and to be honest with you, I kind of feel a little bit sorry for anglers that get blinders on, and I'm not picking on them, but one example is fly fishermen. I mean, they're purists, most of them, and they would rather catch nothing on, they would rather catch a single small fish on a fly rod than maybe 5 or 10 big fish on conventional tackle. And that's their thing. That's fine. They can do that. They're very welcome to do that. But to be honest with you, I find joy and challenge and excitement in all kinds of fishing. And I mean, even if you've got some little, and kids, I just love seeing kids get into fishing. And I don't care what you're catching. It can be sprats off the wharf, but you got to catch fish. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, but you need to catch fish. You can't lose their excitement and their attention if with a blank time. So now you need to catch fish. Now, I tell you what, I like people that can say, okay, look, we're not going to go out and get a blue marlin today, but we're going to use some light tackle and we're going to get some nice trevally. Yeah. Or we're going to do the best we can with what we've got. But there's a lot of people that are just so focused. Oh, if we can't troll today, then hell with it. We'll just stay anchored up and go to sleep or drink or something. Yeah. And I think, really? Okay, well, that's your call. You're
paying.
Yeah. He who pays says.
Yeah.
So I never tried to fight that. I tried to reason with them. And most of the time we did, and they were pleasantly surprised. But I really like the angler that is adaptable and that can say, okay, this is what we're going to do today, and we're going to have a good time. We might not catch anything, but we're going to make the best of it that we can. Yeah.
Well, I had most of the listeners will probably know, but I had like a really memorable catch. I caught 190 kilo striped marlin in my little boat, and a very similar situation to what you're talking about, being, I guess, kind of being somewhere and I wasn't where I wanted to go originally, and then I had a little bit of like motor trouble and I couldn't really work it out, and I was talking to a good friend of mine, Sean Thompson, on the phone, who's a mechanic, and he's like, oh look, check this and this, and it turned out that all it was the fuel hose wasn't clicked onto the tank properly. So it was very minor, but I was freaking out like, oh shit, the motor's stopped and whatever. While I'm on the phone to him mucking around with the motor, and a striped marlin comes up and feeds like right beside the boat, and I'm like, oh, okay, we'll stay here for the day. And then what played out as the day went on, this was sort of first thing in the morning, but yeah, by sort of 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, I was hooked up to a 190 kilo striped marlin. So, like that being somewhere for like no apparent reason, but for some reason I was meant to be there, and then that's what happened. It was pretty, that kind of blew me away that something like that
good example
could happen.
It's a great example.
And I caught a lot of fish there since then too.
Keep that one under your hat.
I tend to get drawn back there quite a bit.
Good.
You talked about there, like I suppose like the overfishing like around the world and you living in the golden era, but you also mentioned White Island being as good as it's been in the last 10-15 years. In terms of like New Zealand as a fishery, how do you sure you know probably better than most. What was it? Was the most days you did on the water in one season?
Well, the first year that when we built the new Pursuit, I was at sea for 296 days that year.
Yeah,
that was crazy.
Yeah,
and I'd never want to do that again.
Yeah. So yeah, that many days on the water, and we'll get to that because no doubt you would have faced some horrendous weather because New Zealand's never calm for that long. But what have you noticed in terms of that time and the fishery and how kind of healthy it is?
There isn't probably anything that's... Well, I honestly think snapper is doing pretty well, just from my perspective, in places I've been right around the country. And so I think snapper stocks are in pretty good shape. Terraki, we're told they're hurting, but we still had good catches of terraki right up until I stopped fishing, and in relatively shallow water around White Island. Trevally, I don't think we've even taken the top off those, and I don't really want to either with purse seiners or anything. The game fishing, I think you can certainly see, and a stark example, unfortunately, is yellowfin tuna. I mean, going back last century, I hate to say that, makes me sound really older than I really am, but going back, 20 odd years ago, I mean, we took them for granted. I kind of likened yellowfin tuna and the way we viewed them back in the 80s and 90s like buffalo back in the old Wild West. They just go out and shoot a bunch because they were there and it was fun, and you think, you'll never run out, and all of a sudden, there's no more buffalo. Well, bison. So the same thing happened with yellowfin, although I must say it was nothing to do with us being recreational anglers and us being even commercial fishermen. We were just unfortunate byproducts of the whole deal. So it was what happened up in the South Pacific with bulk fishing methods, mainly purse seining. So no, the yellowfin tuna have really gone down the gurgler, and they're making kind of a little comeback. But
we get little seasons.
Yeah, we do.
Last year there was quite a few around, but this year seems to be
hardly
any.
Hardly any. But then we got the bluefin tuna coming. This is phenomenal. All these little bluefin coming up both coasts and in shallow water.
Yeah.
God, it's just stunning. I mean, this is the sort of fishery I think they get in South Australia and Victoria at this same time of year.
Yeah.
But we've never seen this.
No.
So, I've always maintained if there is such a thing as global warming, saltwater game fishermen are going to be the big beneficiaries, We're going to do real well out of it. Because we're just going to see so many fish coming down further. Well, Blue Marlin caught at Castle Point a couple days ago.
Yeah.
I mean,
Phenomenal.
How far south are these things going to go?
Yeah. Castle Point's like bottom of the North Island.
It's getting down there.
Yeah, it's pretty
it's
close.
got a little ways to go, but it's getting down there. Yeah.
Yeah, and there was a nice Blue Marlin caught off Napier.
Oh, there's been
and a heap of stripies.
A few. Yeah. That what they did a podcast a post the other day. They said they've caught more marlin this season than the last 10 years combined.
Wow.
And the season isn't over.
Well, it's just starting to get good normally. Normally this time of year is when it heats up.
Sure.
Yeah. It's normally, But, with that, I've noticed, I suppose I've been into marlin fishing for maybe the last 6-7 years. So it's been a pretty new passion of mine. But from a kid, I always wanted to do it. I used to go down, ride my bike down to the wharf and watch these, unicorns of the ocean get weighed in, and I thought it was only you needed a launch to be able to catch them, but I can go out there now, and I suppose in terms of the knowledge that's been shared and passed around, and YouTube and all the rest of it, Google and whatever, has made it a lot more accessible for more people. But what I've noticed the last few years is that the numbers seem to be getting better, considering that we're catching a lot more fish, but there seems to, and a lot more people doing it, but the fishery seems to still be quite healthy with the marlin fishing, especially striped marlin.
It comes and goes, and I mean East Auckland Current, I think it depends on where it hits the top of the island. Some years it'll go down the east coast, sometimes the west, sometimes it splits. So I think that's a big driver as to how that hits New Zealand from where we are right now, really. That's a big part of it.
Yeah, well, because the west coast, I suppose, has been relatively quiet, and the east coast has fired really well early on this season, it's kind of been a reverse the last few years.
Exactly right.
Yeah, a lot more numbers on the west coast than the east, but this year the east has been fishing really well.
Yep. Yeah. No, it's an interesting one. But getting back to your original question, I mean, I think some of our species are doing really well. You know, and it's like you say, some of the pelagics, but you got to temper that with how many people are fishing, how many boats are out there,
Yep.
and the technology, the improvements that we've had in the last 10, 20 years, just out of this world. I mean, fish, and I mean, and more technology, like all the you know, the charts, you know, we chlorophyll charts and sea surface temperatures, and I mean, there's so many things we can look at to give ourselves a leg up on, you know, how we can do better for ourselves. So we didn't have that in the old days.
No, you just go out there and...
I can remember when GPS came in, I thought, I don't need that. You know, I got my radar and I got my landmarks, and I thought, yeah, I don't need that crap. And I didn't do it for about 2 or 3 years, and I just kind of plodded on, and I watched other people that I didn't feel that were as good a fisherman as me, and they were starting to catch fish. I thought, okay, got to break down.
Yeah, I suppose with that, like how, with no GPS when you started, when you're going out, did you have to fish close to land to get landmarks to work it out? No, you just learn to read the ocean.
Ranfurly Bank, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we had some great landmarks, you know, Mount Hickorangi, you know,
Yeah.
and how it lined up with other parts of the, you know, I mean, because Ranfurly Bank is 25 to 30 miles out offshore, and so you had your radar. Radar was a big deal.
Yep.
So you know, you'd be 24.3 miles from Hicks Bay and 18.7 from East Cape or East Island, and so that puts you in the general area. Then you had your landmarks.
Yeah.
But there were so many more fish there. You know, you could be in a
Yeah.
general area and you do well.
Yeah.
Now you need to be very specific, and you can do that with GPS. You
Yeah.
know? I mean, you can pinpoint within a few meters of where you are.
Yeah.
So yeah, you got to temper that. I think there's the one species, and they've just addressed it recently with the limit changes. The one species, and it's not rocket science, that have really taken a hard hit and are struggling right throughout New Zealand are the deep water species. You know,
Yeah.
hapuka, bass, and blue nose. I think blue nose are probably a little healthier because I don't know that they grow so slowly, and they're a little bit more mobile than bass and hapuka. But bass and hapuka, you know, and it's like crayfish. You know, everybody loves to eat them. They grow real slow, and they're not terribly transitory. They're not migratory. So you know, you get onto a fish like that. It doesn't take too much effort to really take the top off, the cream off the top, and then a little bit beyond that, you can wind it right back. Interesting one. I was talking to a fellow that was fishing out of Tairua, and he was fishing around the Merks, and he had great jig fishing, really good jig fishing, and for kingies basically. And then all the bronzies turned up, and the fish were kind of starting to refuse the jig, so he went to live bait, and he had difficulty catching live bait, but when he did exceptionally well. And one of the bycatches, and he'd been fishing in these places for a very long time, one of the bycatches was hapuka, and he said, I never realized we had hapuka. And I just said to him, I said, well, they've always been there. But I said, people think, you know, when you go hapuka fishing, you have a ledger rig with a big lump of lead, and you put two big hooks full of bait, and you go down. Well, that's fine. That works initially, but the fish get smarter. You catch all the dumb ones, but live bait is the last bastion. So I said to him, he said, oh, God, we're getting 40 kilo hapuka, 2 or 3 at a time. And I said, it's not going to last. I said, you're getting the last of the last with the live bait.
Oh,
the live bait is the secret.
Yeah.
And when you finally caught those out with live bait, you caught them all.
Yeah.
That's it. It's over.
Yeah, there's no more.
And if you're only using cut bait, there's still going to be some there that will refuse the big trace and the big lumps of food. But the live bait,
Sucks
hard.
them in.
It's real hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, that's interesting, eh? And you talked about there with the mechanical jigging, and we touched on something earlier, and one of the questions that actually come through on Instagram was there was quite a few questions about how do you dodge the sharks at White Island, in the summertime, dodge the bronze whalers when you're trying to bring your kingies in, and you had quite an interesting theory on that I'd love to talk
Well, to
about.
answer your question, basically you don't.
You don't.
No. And the problem with the bronzies is, you're not dealing. To be honest with you, I've never really. I mean, they've annoyed me, and because they've taken some nice fish, but I've never really had a problem with a mako taking a fish. That was kind of like the cost of doing business.
Yeah.
A mako will take 1 or 2 fish, and it'll bugger off. And there's usually only one.
Yeah.
You're only dealing with one fish. But bronzies at White Island, Vulcanar Rocks in particular, I mean, there's hordes of them. And I mean, we sometimes would be bringing a kingy in, well, only the head, and there would be bronzies. There would be 20 to 30 bronzies down there, from anything from 30 or 40 kilos right up to probably over 300.
Yeah.
And there's no way. That's a wall. You're not. I mean, it was a moral victory to getting ahead.
Yeah.
I mean, the fishing would be so phenomenal. I say, look, we can't do this. You know, I don't mind. If we're losing fish, but I'm just not going to do this over and over and lose these beautiful fish to these brown mongrels. And that's probably one fish that I would go out of my way to kill. I mean, I kind of love all things in the water,
Yeah.
but boy, bronzies, I've got a real healthy hate for them.
Yeah. And they just stay there too, eh?
They're seasonal.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you won't see them much in the winter.
Yeah.
They're very seasonal. I'll tell you an interesting story. We tagged a bronze whaler at the Three Kings at the King Bank, and it was caught in Auckland Harbor in the Rangitoto Channel by an employee of Kelly Tarleton.
Yeah.
And put into the aquarium for the summer so people had a shark to look at, and then they let it go.
Yeah.
It was one we tagged, and apparently there's been some of our bronze whalers tagged here that have ended up in Fiji.
Oh, whoa.
So they're quite migratory,
Yeah.
way more than you might think.
Yeah, yeah.
So you're pretty much at Watt Island, you should be okay right up until at least late November. If you're lucky, you'll get well into December. But once they show up, that's it.
That's it.
That's it.
Yeah. And you'll just feed them all day long
That's
if
it.
you try.
And unfortunately, one of my favorite spots, a wonderful place to fish, the Vulkner Rocks. There's a little wedge that's not in the marine reserve. It's a wonderful place to fish. But once the bronzies take up residence there, you are wasting your time, and all you're doing is killing a lot of fish for nothing.
Yeah.
So you're best to move off because you're not going to get through them. So a couple of things about the bronzies. We always had the odd issue with them, but boy, it got really chronic, and then it got worse again. And the first time it got chronic is when the yellowfin stopped showing up. So I could tell you that was around the turn of the century. We had a really good year in 2005. Everybody thought, here we go. You know, beautiful bunch of fish, meatballs. It was great because the bronzies would right in there, tooth and nail on the meatballs. You know, they're just sucking it in. Free feed. It was great for them. They get right in the middle. Tuna on the outside, skippies, albacore, and then in the middle you got this bronzy just opening his mouth and just anchovies and pillies going in. So as soon as the meatballs were over, the bronzies had to eat something. So instead of going right in and inshore looking for meatballs that weren't there, they thought, Watt Island, there's a lot of kingies here. So that was the beginning of seeing a lot of them because I think they had to change their feeding habits. So that was the beginning. But then it went, and I wish I could remember the exact year because for a long time I remembered it. And it'll be sometime, I'm just going to throw it out there, maybe 2007, 8, 9, something like that. But it's when mechanical jigging came in.
Yeah.
And mechanical jigging was phenomenal. It was absolutely unbelievable. You know, people say, there's nothing new under the sun. Oh boy, I'll tell you, the things that have come through with fishing, like braid and soft plastics and slow pitch jigs. And I mean, it just keeps coming through. And these things, the fish have never seen them. And of course, if they haven't seen them, they're going to be real excited to see them the first time. So when mechanical jigging came in, it knocked the ever-living heck out of kingies. But when I say it knocked them out, yeah, sure, they bit. But a lot of people in those days were thinking, kingies, I can catch those on 24 kilo. Well, you know what? You can't, especially if you're going to be catching big fish.
Yeah.
So a lot of mechanical jigs got lost. And of course, all these, the small ones were 200 grams, big ones were 400. And I don't care how big a fish is. If it's got a 200 to 400 gram jig in its mouth after it's been broken off, it's not even a slippery slope. It's going to be dead very shortly. So it can't feed. So it's just going to get weaker and weaker, and those bronzies are going to pick it off. So I can just about go right down the line, all these real famous and popular kingy spots that just have been decimated with bronzies, and it hasn't changed. But you can almost go back to that right when mechanical jigging came into New Zealand. Because so many fish were lost and just created a huge big feeding frenzy, and their population exploded.
Yeah.
Just went nuts.
Yeah.
So I mean, you got Watt Island, Vulkner Rocks, then you got Tairua, the Aldermans, Bay of Islands, and unfortunately now Middlesex Bank. There's certain for a couple 3 months of the year, there's no point in going for kingy fishing there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and now it's getting really bad at the King Bank.
Yeah.
Yeah. North Cape. So all these places that are popular and have had a lot of kingy fishing, you've seen the explosion with the bronzies.
Oh, that's interesting, eh? Yeah, and it's funny, eh? We're talking about that as well, and like I've got a few mates and stuff that are really good, like great technique with the jigs and that, and we've been out with them and they jig all day and get nothing, and then they give the rod over to another one of the mates that's got horrendous technique, and they end up catching the big one.
Yep.
And it's just like,
I've seen
obviously that. They just get used to the behaviour and the technique, and then they're like, oh, nah, I've seen that before. My mate grabbed one of those and he didn't come back, or
Yeah. I don't know how much sheer intelligence, or I think a lot of people, it's interesting, they put human traits onto animals. But in saying that, I mean, they're not dumb,
No.
and like you're saying, somebody, and I've seen it many times, a guy got a 42 kilo kingy. I remember one day the guy he'd hardly fished at all. He certainly hadn't jigged, and his mate let him use his. He goes, now don't you lose it, $2,000 rod and reel, blah blah blah. The guy had the reel upside down, and I mean, you couldn't have a much more unorthodox. All of a sudden, he hooks this fish. We got him to turn the rod over, and we followed the fish. He was up on the bow, sweating. He had it on for 30, 35 minutes. So I knew when I was worried it might have been a foul hook fish, because I mean, a small foul hook fish can be a real big one hooked in the mouth.
Yeah.
But 42 kilo kingy, and everybody just blew their mind, and especially him.
Yeah.
So
his mate would have been gutted too.
Oh, totally. At least he didn't drop the rod. It was pretty close.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. Just different things. But yeah, when mechanical jigging came out, it was unbelievable for about 3 or 4 years. But the fish, a lot of fish lost, bronzies, and then I think you can still go and have a field day with mechanical jigs on rats. Anything up to say 10, 12 kilos. But to get a really big fish to eat a jig in this day is quite a chore. And of course, I've been retired for 2 years, so I don't know exactly what's happened, but I can only extrapolate. And because talking to my mates and stuff, I don't think it's changed that much. So really, unfortunately, if you want a big kingfish, I think you're going to need to think live bait, or certainly dead bait. Like a dead flying fish, something like that. It's probably going to be your best deal. Yeah,
the flying fish. They seem to really enjoy those, eh?
They do, but that's seasonal too.
That's seasonal as well.
Sweeney. That's they don't like it all the time. It's interesting. We start getting at White Island. Of course, White Island is flying fish central. It's fantastic. Saw a commercial boat there. They just drifted around the island one night with scoop nets, 5 of them. They got 2.5 ton.
Yeah.
And they did that for quite a while. They were selling them. They sold a lot to South Auckland.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then what they did, Sweens, is the rest for bait.
Yeah.
And I mean, you could pay anything up to $20 a flying fish. I mean,
you
do the sums, man. 2.5 tons. I mean, the flying fish weighs more or less, 400 or 500 grams. So that's 5,000 flying fish in a night.
Yeah.
Those guys are making a payday.
They're making some good money.
But what I was going to get back to, you'll find them at White Island. If you're lucky, you'll see them at the end of October.
Yep.
But you can put a ring around the new moon in November.
Oh yeah.
Yep. But and you'll start catching them, and it just gets better. Then December, January is really good, and they're spawning because you when you pull up your anchor, all their eggs are quite. They're gelatinous, and they've got like real sticky stuff. So they stick to kill anything floating.
Yeah.
And sometimes we pull up our anchor, and it is loaded with flying fish eggs.
Oh yeah.
It's just a mess, and it stinks after a while. I can tell you.
Yeah.
So they're spawning for sure.
Yeah.
And then, not long after, so probably about right now, or maybe a bit earlier, you'll start getting these little wee flying fish underneath the light.
Oh yeah.
Oh, like 2-3 inches.
Yeah.
So that's this year's spawn.
Oh okay.
Yeah. But what I'm getting back to is not very often the kingies didn't like them right away.
Oh yeah.
So
they weren't in the diet yet.
No,
so
they weren't. They weren't for some reason. But boy, once you got into sometime in December for sure, and then January, February, oh boy, they'll actually sometimes outfish a live bait.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Over time at White Island, was it harder and harder to find live baits, or is that same thing seasonal depending on currents?
Well,
what kind of happened?
We got better.
Got better?
Yeah. No, but we got better.
Oh, we got better.
Yeah. Because at White Island, pretty much. There's a lot of times when you couldn't anchor where you wanted to.
Oh yeah.
Either the wind was going to keep you away from there, or the ash was so bad you couldn't breathe. So there was a lot of considerations at White Island. So we end up having to go to different places and try to extrapolate and try to find bait in different ways and in different places. So yeah, we got better. Certainly the bait fishing was great. I mean, full moon, generally speaking, is your enemy.
Yep.
Because your little light down in the water is competing with the big bait light in the sky, and it's not competing very well.
Yep.
So the darker the moon, the better it is, and for the flying fish too, I might add.
Yep.
Because the flying fish, they don't bite sabikis. You scoop them with a long-handled net.
Yeah.
So we just got better at it, at catching bait, and then the sabikis were fantastic. I remember when I came to New Zealand, I had sabikis that we used in California, but was yarn. It was yarn tied on hooks, and it was yellow yarn and red yarn, both of those. And they look like the little tube worms. I don't know if you've seen it. Like at night, there'll be these little worms, and they're amazing. They just shoot through the water, and all they're doing is it's a little bit like an octopus or a squid moves, except it goes right through the whole tube, like it's a tube.
Yeah.
And it's a worm, and that's how it mobile. And the mackerel go nuts over those.
Oh.
And they're usually either red or yellow. So those pieces of yarn on the sabiki were looking like tube worms, and they work great. I dare say, as time went on, then we started getting the stuff made with, fish hair and fish skin and little micro beads and, luminescent beads. So we had, everything got so refined. Well, you probably could still catch them on the yarn, but boy, it was so much better with the little beads and the Japanese sabikis.
Yeah.
So, like I said, technology's been a great thing. It's been a little sad in some ways, but it's also been good from our perspective as, catching fish for people and people having a good time and catching more fish.
You talked about it before too, about, I suppose those early days of finding the Ranfurly Banks and using your landmarks. And what was the fishing like there when you first started?
Oh, man. I think, I'm not positive of this, but I think we were the first boat to ever fish there with rod and reel.
Oh, yeah.
I know commercial boats have been there, without doubt. And I'm pretty sure we were the first boat to ever put divers in there, too.
Oh, okay.
And
how shallow does it come up?
There's a couple of high spots. I think the shallowest is about 17 meters.
Oh, okay. So,
yeah, and there's a lot of 20 meters.
Yep.
Lots of 20 to 30 meters.
Okay.
Lots of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny. People have all different conceptions of Ranfurly Bank. A lot of people think it comes up above the water. And other people think it's a huge area. And to be honest, it is. It's a huge area. But if you're looking at just the high spots, it's quite small.
Yeah.
And there's a north and a south bank. For some reason, I don't know why, but almost everybody fishes the north bank.
Oh, yeah.
And not there's another place. Bronzies have taken that over.
Oh, the north bank?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not the south bank. It's kind of, so there's a hit for you.
Yeah.
Ranfurly, I'm trying to think what year. We would have gone down there. I can peg it back. 70. We would have gone down there, I think, in 1980.
Yep.
And that first trip, talk about lucky. We got down there and we spent 3 nights anchored out. We never left. We just stayed on the bank. I mean, normally there's no way I'd stay out there. I mean, and the thing is, every time you wake up, here's a ship going through. You're in a major shipping lane there. It kind of gives you the craps a little bit,
Yeah.
But I left every light that I could have on the boat. I just wanted to be as visible, because I know boats that have been hit down there and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, commercial boats and stuff. But we anchored out there overnight, and it was clockwork. It was just amazing fishing. So when we're anchored, and we would have been anchored in 35 meters of water, roughly, the currents were so strong. When the current was running on the tide, we just put trolling lures out, and they were working. So the tide was probably running at 2.5 to 3.5 knots.
Yeah.
And we were just catching kingies by putting trolling lures from an anchored boat.
Yeah?
Yeah, they were
So
popping.
that much current.
They were popping. They were working.
Yeah.
And the kingies would come up and crash them. I mean, fish up to, 25, 30 kilos. Not monsters, but good fish.
Yeah.
And then as soon as the tide would slack off, we'd have 45 minutes, catch all the hapuka and even bass in that kind of depth.
Oh, really?
Oh, bass in 40 meters of water.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Like 40, 50 kilo bass.
Yeah.
And puka, which is, as many as you wanted. And everything from 8 to 45 kilos.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then in the morning, we'd get going, and we could as many yellowfin tuna as we wanted to catch until 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
And at 10 o'clock, that's it. It's over.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you go kingy fishing or come back and go to sleep or anchor up or whatever you wanted to do. Go do something else.
Yeah.
Troll for marlin.
Yeah.
So we spent that first night. And then I'll never forget, on the way home, we were off Matakoa Point, which is where Hicks Bay is.
Yep.
And we got a quadruple strike on marlin. Fortunately, we lost 2 of those, fell off. So we played 2 for a long time, and one was quite a big fish, so big, and that we were actually getting spooled. So we did what we call a backup rig. So we got the guy's rod and reel and connected it to another rod and put his drag up and chucked it overboard.
Yeah?
Yeah. So we did that quite a few times. Of course, it's an illegal catch. When
Yeah.
But if you're getting spooled in, because we couldn't move because of the other fish.
Yeah.
So yeah, we had, and it took up most of the line on the other rod too. In fact, with another fish, we've had 2 backup rigs in the water.
Yeah?
Yeah, we probably had 2,500 meters of line out.
Wow.
It was pretty amazing.
Yeah.
And that's not
fish?
unique, but I'm trying to think. No, not that one. No,
not that
no,
one.
we didn't. No, but getting back to that, never forget. So we got both those fish.
Yeah.
And they were nice marlin. They weren't monsters, but they were nice striped marlin. But while we were playing those fish, we would I wasn't counting, but one of the crew was up top, and he reckoned he counted 19 while we were playing those 2 fish. He counted 19 more marlin.
Yeah.
While we were playing those.
Just
fish.
around the
swimming.
boat?
Oh, just swimming past.
Feeding
Yeah.
and coming
And
past?
who knows? Some of them might have been again come
Yeah,
back
yeah.
or something. But he's counted 19 marlin
Wow.
in an hour and a half.
Yeah.
So that's the sort of things that we were privy to in those early days. you know.
Yeah.
Just phenomenal fishing, and then putting divers in. It's a little bit scary because all the currents and stuff there. But it kind of blew me away because the divers that we put in, and subsequently the bottom is not as you would think it would be.
Oh, okay.
Apparently, a lot of beautiful white sand there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and corridors. Like you could 2 divers could swim through these big corridors of big black rock and beautiful white sand in between.
That's amazing.
And not many crays. Well, I mean, actually, a lot of crays, but nothing big.
Yeah.
Like just legal.
Yeah.
But nothing outstanding.
Yeah, nothing
And-
like,
yeah.
wow.
But of course, the fish life, phenomenal.
Yeah.
And in that first time, we had guys got pinned to the bottom by a great white.
Oh.
Then they kept them down there till they were out of air, and they thought, well, this is it. I mean,
We
if
gotta
we get
go.
eaten, we get eaten. And we're not going to drown. So and nothing happened to them, obviously. But
Yeah.
got their attention.
Yeah, and that great white was just circling over top of them
For a
just-
while. Yeah,
just
it
having a
was
look and-
curious with the bubbles and stuff. And
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. But when they went up, like he didn't bother them.
didn't bother them at all.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. That would be a very interesting situation to be in, eh? Being there and being like, okay,
Great
this
whites-
is it. I'm either going to drown or
Yeah, yeah.
I'm going to get eaten.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you take your chances, but I'm not going to drown.
No.
I'm not going to run out of air and say, oh, that's it.
Yeah.
If I get eaten, I get eaten.
Yeah.
But no, we used to see great whites very consistently. We could see them much of the summer, but for some reason there was a heap of them the 3rd week of January.
Oh, yeah.
That was a really good time. And then subsequently, we've seen some of the tagging that they've done in the Chathams.
Yep.
And it's amazing because I never would have thought great whites travel that far, but the same great whites they're tagging in the Chathams ended up in Vanuatu.
Wow.
That's a heck of a long ways to go.
Yeah, that
and
is
then
a
back
long-
again.
Yeah.
And East Cape, Ranfurly,
Yep.
was one of their places that they ended up en route, and it was in January.
Oh, wow.
So that 3rd week, if you ever want to see a great white at Ranfurly, you go down there 3rd week of January,
Yep.
or around about that time,
Around about that time.
mid-January, yeah.
Yeah.
But a lot of little guys. And when I say it, little great white is still a big fish.
Yeah,
It's a 300 or 400 kilo fish. But
Yeah.
compared to the big slugs, we would see the big females. But more often than not, you'd just see the pups. And they'd be as small as 200 kilos, probably averaging 300. So I mean, it's like that's a really big mako. But for a great white, that's a little guy. It also ran.
I suppose with the evolution of fishing and how it sort of changed over those years, another thing that's become, and it's probably a lot more popular now than the mechanical jigging, and especially for the visual aspect, is stick baiting. Yeah, you would have seen some phenomenal sights of boys
Unbelievable.
stick baiting on the boat.
We had some amazing fishing because we were right there at day dot, pretty much,
Yep.
or at least in New Zealand.
Yeah.
And I must tell you a story. This is one of my favorites. But we had a guy from Tauranga, and this guy was a real tackle enthusiast, and he was just a passenger, and he was quite a good angler. But this guy sought out very expensive tackle, and this was in the early days of stick bait. Very early. Probably been around for a couple years. So we're at Wat Island, and it's one of those bad days of weather. So we couldn't go anywhere except the Princess Group. And I thought, hey, look, we'll make the best of it. You're going to catch kingies, you're going to catch big trevally, you're going to catch snapper, you're going to catch blue cod, turkey. You know, we're just gonna have a lot of fun. But you know, we're not going out in 30 knots. You know, and it was protected and it was great. So this guy tied on. We anchored and got breakfast going, and it was raining off and on. It was a pretty crappy day. The guy casts out. He had the stick bait, and it was really a nice looking stick bait. Like I hadn't seen anything quite like it. So he casts out, takes 2 cranks, and gets absolutely hammered. And he's in 40 meters of water, just zzz, down to the bottom, bang. Guy winds in, you know, he's kind of shaking his head. Ties on another one, puts a new trace on, casts out again, same deal. Zzz, bang. And he comes in and he pours himself a pretty stiff gin at about 10 o'clock in the morning. And I said, you got any more of those? He goes, yeah, one more. And I said, oh, you going to tie it on? He goes, no. I said, oh, well, you're getting bites. Because there were other people that had stick baits.
Yeah.
Nobody was getting bit.
Oh,
He got bit immediately.
Yeah.
Well, apparently, there's an old Japanese guy. Who knows if he may not even be alive now. But he was making like about 5 or 6 stick baits a year. Handmade, wood, perfectly balanced. And he was selling them for $750 a pop.
Yeah.
Well, that guy, he said, I've just lost $1,500 worth of jigs. He says, I'm not putting on the...
2 casts.
He got 3. He had 3 of them.
Yeah.
So I think the other one must have gone on the wall, but he wasn't going to cast it.
Yeah.
And those other ones weren't working that day.
Yeah.
I don't think...
Nothing else got bit, but
Nope, those 2, first cast, 2 twitches.
Yeah.
So
and bang.
Yeah, $1,500 later.
Wow.
Like, give me a G&T.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll be pouring a stuff.
So once again, you know, you get down to technique and stuff. It's really interesting. Apparently, because we really worked hard to catch. Like at White Island, you can pretty much only catch live bait at night, and at the Three Kings, you can pretty much only catch bait in the day.
Oh yeah.
But a different bait. So
Yeah.
White Island mainly mackerel,
Yeah.
and the Three Kings mainly koharu.
Yeah.
So, we would go through the changes. You know, we'd have fluorocarbon, these little tiny hooks. You would have cubes of skippy, but not skin. You had to take the skin
Yeah,
off.
just meat
Oh,
only.
yeah, all of that. And we'd burley up, and God. Now, apparently, there is one sabiki, and I'm not sure what kind it is, and I probably shouldn't be at liberty to say anyway, but there is a sabiki, just this year, for the first time.
Yeah.
The guys are just slaying the koharu on sabikis.
Yeah.
And never been seen before.
Yeah.
And you put other ones down, look identical.
They won't touch
No
it.
bite. No
Yeah.
bite. Yeah.
That's amazing.
Really
man.
crazy. So
Yeah.
I think getting back to, I think you got to always keep an open mind, you know, and especially if you're not catching something. I'll never forget, you know, trolling out to White Island one time, winter trip, going for hot puka, and the guy says, and there were some big albacore around, you know, beauties, you know, 20-kilo fish. So this guy said, and I think we'd caught one. He said, do you mind if I put out one of my lures? And I said, sure, mate. Yeah, sure. He goes, would you like to see it? I said, yeah, I always like to see lures. Well, it was an offset, long-shanked circle hook with 3 duck feathers tied on. This guy, yeah, 3 duck feathers tied on to a hook. That shouldn't be trolling. It's like a hot puka hook.
Yeah.
And I said, oh, mate. I said, that's going to twist and spin. I mean, he goes, well, could I do it? I said, yeah, you can put it out. And 10 minutes later, hook up. I said, what is it? Oh, the duck feather. So keep an open mind.
Yeah.
You know, geez, the amount of times I've said, oh, look, mate, that won't work. And it did.
Yeah.
So, you know, you just learn, instead of eating crow all the time, you just go, yeah, give it a try.
Yeah.
And if it didn't work, you can say, I told you so.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
if it does work, you just shut your mouth.
Yeah. It goes back to what Chris said, always got to have hope.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And getting back to what he was saying, too, I was talking about people that can make the best of things. But it's like there's a lot of people that really don't get any enjoyment from trolling. You know, it's just a bore for them. But it's like, you know, what's the classic description of trolling, you know, that 99% boredom and 1% in sheer excitement or something.
Yeah.
So, and Chris is dead right, you know, at any stage, the fish of a lifetime could bite. And you don't know when that'll be. And that's why we've had people that just cannot take their eyes off the lures. And even in tough times, you know, like no bites in 3 days, you know, still out there at the rail looking at the lures, you know.
Yeah.
So, I mean, horses for courses, you know, and I can understand people, you know, trolling for 2 or 3 days for nothing and go, this is a mugs game, man. Let's catch some kingies, you know, let's have some fun. Okay, let's do that. But for the people that want to troll, there is that special fish over the next wave, you know.
Yeah. It is amazing that day, and it is like, I suppose, like one thing I do want to talk about as well is the kings also. So spent a lot of time up there also with pursuit. So what's I guess some of the stories from up there?
Where do we start?
Yeah.
Oh my God. One interesting thing about the Kings, and the first trip I went there, which was I think it was 1987.
Was that like a big shift, I suppose, from fishing at White Island where let's go have a go at the Kings?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Well, I mean, didn't know what I was doing. That was
Yeah.
before GPS, with just radar.
Yeah.
No GPS in those days. I think it was 88 or 87. And the one thing I kept hearing is that there's no snapper at the Three Kings and there's no cowboy. Okay, fine, whatever. So we got up there, and it was in the kind of late afternoon, but we still had plenty of daylight left. And normally I wouldn't be anchoring at that hour of the day, but I thought we want to set ourselves up for the next day. So we anchored in Norwest Bay. Never been there before. Beautiful, stunning weather. And of course the Three Kings are just so amazing. I mean, I think any Kiwi should try to go there.
Yeah.
I mean, the fishing is phenomenal, but just the islands are so raw and so beautiful. Stunning place. So getting there for the first time, I mean, my breath was taken away, and just anchoring up. And so I think we caught a couple skippies, so we had bait. So I thought, what the heck, So I put a bait over with a little rod. None of the other guys wanted to fish, and got a bite straight away, which didn't surprise me. And up comes about probably a 3 or 4 kilo snapper. I'm going, no snapper here. So anyway, let that go. Cast that again. Geez, this feels like a coweye. About a 3 kilo coweye. So after being told there's no coweye or snapper, this is the first two fish I've ever seen at the Three Kings.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was an interesting introduction.
Yeah.
But geez, we had some phenomenal fishing in that particular trip. I remember it was quite rough, and I really wanted to go to the Middlesex Bank. But with no GPS, and you've got pretty interesting. You got a lot of current up there.
Yeah.
And so radar marks are only going to do you so much good at a place like that, because the Middlesex is a long ways out, and the currents are vicious out there. They're wicked. And the worst thing that happened to us, unfortunately, which was kind of cool, and we only went about 3 miles from the Kings, and we hooked a really nice marlin.
Oh yeah.
So, but what I didn't realize is that we drifted probably about 3 or 4 miles while we're catching that fish. So then it's not the same course anymore. It's another course. So luckily there was another boat out there. It was a commercial boat, and we were way off course. And I finally saw him on the horizon. Well, and he was fishing bottom fish at the Middlesex Bank. So at least once we got on there, the sounder was letting us know where we were, and we just kind of extrapolated. But on that particular day, we had, as far as I could tell, we had 26 marlin strikes.
Yeah.
26.
26.
26. And I tell you what, talk about debilitating. We caught 4 fish. And I think back now, and I don't even know what we were doing or why. I mean, to catch, if someone said, hey, you're going to catch 4 marlin tomorrow, you go, thank you,
Yeah.
But if they told you you're going to catch 4 out of 26, you're going to go, really? But that's what happened.
True.
And it was a rough day. It was a rough day. So we fished most of the day, got back after dark. And the guys were really excited. I mean, we were trying to figure out what we were doing wrong and, second guessing ourselves. And anyway, the next day we got an early start, got out there. Beautiful day, stunning day, glassy calm. No boats out there. Found the bank, no trouble. Trolled and trolled and trolled and trolled and trolled. And about 2 p.m, we got our 1 strike, which was about, I honestly don't know how big it was because we didn't weigh it. But I would say about a 350 kilo black.
Wow.
So we go from one day in the same place, 26 strikes, all on striped marlin. The next day, 1 black marlin strike. So you tell me. I mean, that's the beauty of saltwater fishing, I think. You're going trout fishing. It's a matter of how many you're going to catch and how big. You go in that, once you get out in that saltwater, you have no idea what's going to happen. From hour to hour, from day to day. And it's something that along with the gratification of seeing fish landed for people that appreciate it, that is the other thing. There's no 2 days the same at the office. It's always, and it makes you think, it makes you appreciate, makes you curse, drink more, but all those emotions. But it's fascinating, and it's a very challenging environment. I mean, the outdoors is always a challenging place. People talk about the alpine environment and how it goes from snow to boiling hot and back again. Well, the saltwater is very, very much the same, and especially when you get out to a place like the Three Kings. You wouldn't really know what's going to happen. You have no idea.
Yeah.
And that's part of the beauty of it. It's as much of an adventure to go there as it is a fishing trip. And I mean, a lot of people, I felt sorry for some groups because they were so focused on the fishing, read all the stories, seen all the videos. They had all these ideas and preconceived ideas of what was going to happen for them and to them. And they actually forgot to smell the roses, you know. They didn't see how beautiful the islands were. They didn't, you know, see how amazing and the currents and the upwellings and all the seabirds and the fish up on the school fish on the surface. They didn't see. They were just focused on how many fish they could catch and what we were going to do that in that regard.
Yeah, and how big they're going to be.
Yeah, and I felt sorry for those people, to be honest. We had an interesting group on one time because we got real early starts and we got late finishes. So it was our last day pretty much, and they said, and we're having dinner, and they said, we'd like to do something different tomorrow. I said, okay, what is it? They said, could we actually see the Three Kings? Because we'd left in the dark, and we got back in the dark. They said, we'd really like to see the Three Kings. Could we go later? I said, sure.
Wow, that's crazy, yeah. That you talked about it earlier, like with the the backup rigs and clipping the rods on and that sort of thing. What's the longest you've spent on a fish?
32 hours.
32 hours.
And 5 minutes.
And 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get it?
No.
No?
No. But debilitating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was it?
A Blue Marlin.
A Blue Marlin.
Yeah, quite a good one. That was tail wrapped.
Oh.
Nightmare. As far as I could tell, and of course that's way before GPS, but I'm reasonably sure that fish took us 72 miles.
72 miles.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. And you'll actually, Chris Ash will almost certainly verify this, probably a lot of the older skippers, but on the big fish, i.e. black marlin, blue marlin, for whatever reason, you hook them and they go north.
Yeah?
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess they're going back to where they came from or whatever. Yeah. They're going north, almost due north, and that fish did the same thing. And we've had 2 18-hour fights. We've had a number of fights in excess of 10 hours. Yeah. And almost... Well, if
All
they were
marlin?
no,
Yeah.
some tuna
Yeah.
on light tackle. You do dumb things in the nationals,
Yeah,
trying
yeah.
to be a hero, you know,
Yeah.
and it comes back and bites you. Once in a while, you do all right, but
Yeah.
And I can tell you from experience, fights that go into the darkness are usually not ones that are going to be beneficial to your outcome.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, darkness is not your friend.
Nah.
No. You're playing a waiting game. We can talk about that later. But that 32-hour fight, that was interesting because that was in. Oh boy, I'm gonna take a stab. I think it was in '81. I think I've been in New Zealand for about 3 years, and the first day of the New Zealand Nationals, and we hooked that fish in about the first hour of the tournament at the Vulcan Rocks, and it was a lovely blue marlin on 24-kilo line. It was a young boy, 18 years old, but a big guy, almost as big as you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was strong boy, although he was young, and the fish jumped like crazy. And actually, to be honest, we came that close to getting spooled. It was on a 50 wide, so it, and what it held about 600 meters, 500 meters. So it came close to, and then the fish jumped, and then it didn't, and it went down. And I'm pretty sure you get a fish like a blue that's going to be jumping directly away from you. You've got a very good chance of lassoing himself by the tail. Exactly what happened.
Yeah.
So it half hitched around his tail. So we got that fish up many, many times to the boat, but we couldn't move it because we're trying to pull it backwards. The swivel was right in the middle of its tail, and it was probably 8 to 10 inches from the middle of the fork of its tail.
Oh, yeah.
So there was no way we were going to land that fish.
No.
So that kid hung in for 29 hours.
Wow.
And we let him sleep. And I don't know. Maybe what we did was even illegal, but we propped him up on the bow of the boat, and we told him to back his drag off, and just slowly but surely we let line trickle out, and when we were getting down to about a third, we woke him back up, and then he'd gain line, and then we let him sleep. But 2 things happened at night on that fish. Both of them were a bit debilitating. One was that we heard some things hitting the deck, and somebody got a torch, and one of his roller guides had fallen out.
Oh.
So we got it off the deck and luckily put it back into his reel or into his rod.
Yeah.
So that was good. And then we turned for a little while. We had a big spotlight up on the bow of the boat, and we turned that on. Well, we were attracting all sorts of things. That fish started feeding on squid.
Yeah? While you're fighting it?
Yeah. So that fish had been on the line for, at that stage, probably 16 or 18 hours. I mean, it's really debilitating when you've had a fish on for that long and it's feeling good enough to feed.
Yeah.
It's not a good look.
No.
No, it's pretty debilitating.
Yeah.
Yeah. That whole thing was debilitating.
Yeah.
But I remember, and apparently it made headlines. Like the Herald it was on the second page or something, all about this whole deal. I think I've got it in my scrapbook somewhere. But they sent a helicopter out to go and film us for the news. And of course, helicopters don't like water. They got out 40 miles north of White Island, and of course, we were nowhere to be seen. They turned around and came back and said, "No, we're not doing this."
Yeah. So 72, that is a long way. Well, mind you, 32 hours.
Well, we broke that. Well, the kid finally gave up, and then everybody thought, well, I mean, it's disqualified, but everybody take 20 minutes wind sprints. Let's see if we can get this fish.
Yeah.
Let's just see if we can get it up.
Yep.
And no, we get it right up.
Trucking.
Oh, there it was. Brought big sweeps of the tail, and there was the shiny swivel.
Yeah.
And it would go again and get it back. And to tell you, amazing, that line. That was Andy line. You don't hardly even see Andy anymore, but that was Andy line. That line got damaged when the roller fell out a little bit. We played heck breaking that 24 kilo line after 32 hours. It was unbelievable. Clamped out, back down. The guy's got his thumb on the reel. Yeah. And talk about adding insult to injury. The line broke not far from the tip of the rod, came right through the guides and cut the guy right underneath the eye. Should have had stitches.
Yeah?
Yeah. It would sound like a rifle shot. But that's how hard, after 32 hours and line damage, we couldn't break that 24 kilo without moving the boat.
Wow, that's amazing.
It was. It was incredible.
That's great. Yeah.
And yet, jeez. But, and then other times, you get a wonderful fish on, and you're doing everything right, and it breaks the line. You think, what? Yeah. And then you get a thing like that, and it should have broken off, but it didn't.
Yeah. Wow, right.
So that was quite an experience. I mean, we've had others. We had another Blue Marlin on for 18 hours. Actually, no, we've had 2 Blue Marlin on for 18 hours, and we had a yellowfin tuna on. Actually, 2 yellowfin tuna on for about 16 hours, 18 hours, all on light tackle. Because you go, stupid stuff.
Yeah.
I'll never forget. My son had one on at Ranfurly, and the only tuna we saw in those days were like 20 kilo models. So we got onto some tuna, and we were chumming them with little mackerel we had in our tank. And it started out with all these little fish. Well, then these big fish started crashing the party. And everybody on the boat hooked up. 4 of them got spooled. One kid had 15 kilo. Everybody was on 6. The one kid was with 15. He lasted about 5 or 6 hours. He broke off. My son had 6 kilo. Everybody went to sleep, and him and I, we were just talking to each other, singing, anything to keep the angler awake, and just talking. And the classic statement from him, which is total crap, but he said, "Dad," this was like 3 a.m. He said, "I'll tell you something right now." He said, "If I had 8 kilo, I'd kick this thing's ass." Yeah. You think so? Another 2 kilos, son? No idea. We never saw that fish. I'm picking it was a minimum of 50 kilos and maybe bigger, But with 6 kilo line, I mean, it was just playing with us.
Yeah.
That fish took us 30 miles, easy.
Yeah.
Easy 30 miles. Yeah.
Phenomenal way.
Yeah. Going back to that 32-hour fight, of course, we only had radar in those days. I think we had 48-mile radar. Well, we were so far north of White Island, I think we broke it off like at, 10 o'clock in the morning or something. So I knew where White Island was, basically. But we steamed due south towards White Island, and right on dusk, I could just barely see the plume of White Island, the ash and the steam coming up. But we still had like about 35 miles to go.
Wow.
We didn't get in until 2 in the morning. And I mean, we were that, so as far as I could tell, it took us about 70 odd miles.
Wow.
It was a hell of a deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, hell of a deal. And that kid, I had to go check on him. He went to sleep. He did not wake up for about, 16 or 18 hours.
Yeah.
And I mean, I had to go down and listen to make sure he was breathing.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was just tired. He was really, really tired. And when he got up, he could barely walk. He fell down. His muscles were so fatigued.
Yeah.
We've had that with a few fights.
It's a hell of an effort.
Oh, amazing effort.
Yeah.
Yeah. 29 hours I think he went, and then overall he went 32. Another 3 hours thinking we were going to catch it. What a joke.
Oh.
And it wasn't, it was a big fish. I mean, I don't know if it was a grander, but, I'm sure it was in the 400 kilo category.
Oh, yeah.
It was a good fish, but hog-tied. And if we hadn't hog-tied it, we would have gotten spooled. And we hog-tied it, so we're never going to catch it. So it was a no-win situation.
Yeah. So the backup ploy, how did that first come about? Did you get spooled and then we were like, we need to do something about this?
Oh, backup rigs?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I got to tell you, some mates of mine did it frequently in Mexico on these long range fishing trips for yellowfin tuna because they anchor there and there's like 30 people fishing. They don't, you don't follow a fish. I think more laterally they got dinghies or little boats, and if a guy was getting spooled, they put a decky in the tinny and you go for it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but in those early days, well, it's too bad, mate. So they just started clipping on rigs. I know one guy had 3 rigs in the water.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what's that. It's probably a mile and a half, 2 miles. I don't know. Had 3 rigs, and of course, you're getting one rig back, then another one.
Yeah.
The thing is, what you got to do if you're going to do that, because it absolutely stuffs the drag, and it's not a hell of a good for the reel, obviously. But you need to completely put that reel into sunset.
Oh yeah.
To lock your drag right up, so you don't get ingress from the water.
Oh yeah.
From the water pressure. And in those early days, we were just chucking the rods over. Then we got smart and we started putting buoys on them so that they wouldn't sink.
Oh, okay.
But we were just chucking rods, and we had
and just
and
like
then
a torpedo through the water.
And then of course, you got all that water pressure and drag on, so you have to really back your drag off. So it makes it even. Each rig you just had to go back and back. So we start off with a 50 wide, then we go to an 80, then to an 80 wide, and then you just got all this line in the water. You're going, oh my god! And a couple guys didn't know what we were doing, and I think we knew we didn't want to tell them, but they were getting spooled up on the bow, and I told them because we had a rod ready to go, it had a big clip on it. So I said, I'll get the backup rig, but I didn't say that very loud. So anyway, the guy's going, I'm going to get spooled. I take it easy, mate. You're all right. So at the last minute, we'd unbuckle them, put the backup rig on, take it off, put it in sunset and chuck it. And he, the guy had no idea. We didn't tell him.
Yeah.
He goes, what are you doing? Because my wife's going to kill me. I said, don't worry. You'll get your rod back, mate. Don't worry. You're not going to lose your rod and reel.
Yeah. You're just going to need to get it a good
I tell you what, though, we did one time, the rod came up. This was at the King Bank, and it came up, and it was a new Penn International, and it had gone to the bottom. So we're lucky we got that rod back because it had all kinds of coral marks on it. The reel was all garped up, so that wasn't a good look. So that's what we thought, no, we can't do this anymore. Because before, we're only chucking it in 600-800 meters of water,
Yeah.
So that then like King Bank, you're commonly fishing in water under 100 meters,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how shallow is the King Bank?
Let me think about this. There's some 30 to 35 meters, 40 meters.
Yeah.
People have dived on it.
Yeah.
Almost always a oncer because it's pretty unspectacular. You're always battling currents, and it's a deep dive. There's a lot of fish there. There's not really crayfish to speak of, and there's not anything. It's not really a pretty dive. It's not like you're going down to big kelp beds or a lot of coral or anything. It's. I think everybody they tick the box and say thanks. I'll never do that again.
Oh yeah.
And to be honest, I think Ranfurly is sort of the same. I think it's a little bit more picturesque and it's a little bit shallower, but I think people that have dived there, they wouldn't return time and time again and say, what a great destination.
Yeah.
You want a good dive. Obviously the poor nights. And to be honest, White Island is fantastic diving.
Yeah, good diving.
Yeah, fabulous diving.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant. Stunning.
Yeah.
The fish life is just great. And I don't think it's suffered at all. You still got massive schools of trevally, kingfish, blue mammal, pink mammal. You get a bit deeper. Deeper again, you got the golden snapper, red snapper. And then if you want to start looking at nooks and crannies, you got all the big granddaddies and all the wrasses and pigfish, and it's just it's a real aquarium down there.
Yeah,
it's a fantastic fishery.
Yeah,
and we're so lucky. It's only 26 miles offshore.
Yeah,
and like you're saying, you with your little boat, you're getting out into places that before you wouldn't even considered, but now with all the safety stuff and all the electronics, and you feel pretty comfortable and you feel very safe. Remember back in the old day, we'd go out to White Island and people say, God, you're a bit of a hero to go out there. I go, what? I didn't think anything of it. 45-foot boat, radar, sounder,
Yeah.
Most of the time you can see White Island, you can see shore. But they were going, never go out there. And then slowly but surely, you start seeing the odd trailer boat, and then I'll never forget, we were fishing at a place called Rangatera Reef. And that's it's about another 20-odd miles beyond White Island. And we had some amazing fishing there in the old days. And I remember I made some friends in the early days. And I remember our fishing got real tough at the tail end of the season. The water at White Island was pretty grotty and it was cold, and it was in April. And I thought, I'd commercial fished out there. Because in those early days, I was commercial fishing for 6 months of the year, charter fishing in the 6 months. So I thought, I think we should go out there and have a look. Nothing to lose. Well, we went out there and, oh, God, yellowfin tuna, short-bill spearfish, blue marlin, you name it. I mean, it was phenomenal fishing. Anyway, that winter before, I'd been in our fishing club, the Wakatani Sport Fishing Club. Well, it was a big game fishing club in those days. And a couple of my mates that I'd made friends with, and we were looking at a chart, and I said, look there, that's we've been commercial fishing in. Great hapuka, bass, king taraki, the whole big kingies, escala at nighttime. So it was a phenomenal fishing spot. But I thought, man, it's got to be good for trolling. We went out there and had a great trip. We came in, and of course, news traveled fast, and all people came down to the way station. A couple hundred people, because the fish we had. I'll have to think about it. We had a little bluefin. We had a couple of big skippies up around 8 or 9 kilos. We had a short-billed spearfish. We had a striped marlin. We had a blue marlin. We'd lost a black marlin. What else did we have? Oh, we had several yellowfin, 50-kilo yellowfin. We had hapuka, bass. Oh, we had 40-kilo kingfish. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Yeah. So we came in with all these fish, and my mates come up to me and they said, where'd you get those? I said, you remember that place I told you? They go, yeah. They said, I went out there. They wouldn't talk to me. They thought, it was like somewhere between stupid and illegal.
Really?
You're not meant to go to a place like that. That's just crap, So then, it was interesting, because these guys wouldn't talk to me for a while. So the next year, I thought, well, I'm not going to tell people I'm going out there. Well, heck with that. And anyway, so we had another really good trip out there. Came back in. Those two mates were there, as well as a lot of other people. And they said, oh, where did you get these fish? I said, oh, White Island. Oh, good boy. Yeah. Good boy. Oh, awesome, Yeah. But I didn't dare say where I got them, because I was somewhere between a mongrel and a bandit,
So how far is it like to the Rangatira Knolls from?
Well, so you go to
Whakatane?
About 45 miles. Yeah. It's kind of a triangle. It's sort of an isosceles triangle if you go to White and then go out there.
Oh, yeah.
But it's just a little bit further from Mare than it is from White Island.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, it's almost equidistant from
like Whangamata or
Tauranga. Well, it's a little bit further again.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like from Mare, I think it's about 32 miles. Yeah. And from White Island, it's like 25 or 26. So, but from Wakatani, it's probably roughly about 45 miles, something like that. So once again, we started seeing trailer boats out there, or small launches, like 30-odd foot launches, and then we started seeing trailer boats. And man, I mean, in the last few years, you could go out there. It's on any given day, on a nice weekend day, 40, 50 boats.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing the technology that's come into
Absolutely.
boats. Say, you look at my little boat, and like the stability, the way it rides, like everything, performs a lot bigger than its size. Yep. And I guess that's the beauty of the technology, and it's
it's a dual fold. It's the safety. I mean, you're not going to go anywhere you don't feel safe, or you shouldn't. Yeah. And then you've got the technology that's going to allow you to go someplace in safety, and also a good chance of getting a really quality, amazing fish that maybe in the old days you would have only had access if you had a charter boat or someone with a big launch.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought about marlin fishing when I grew up as a kid, because it was only the big launches that come in and weighed them. No one was out there doing it in trailer boats. So.
Yeah, it's all
and
changed.
Then now it's a lot of trailer boats.
And you're very safe. You got EPIRBs, you got cell phones, you got sat phones. I mean, there's so many ways you can be safe now, and it's not terribly expensive either. To me, super safe.
Yeah. In terms of like gear on the boat, when you're running those charters, a lot of people bring their own gear, or
mostly.
Yep. Yeah.
I mean, we had gear to use, and it was perfectly suitable, and I just loved it. We just had old, Penn 9-bar and Daiwa 900s in those days. Yeah. And I had 3 really wonderful old white glass rods, like solid glass. Oh yeah. Virtually unbreakable. And people would, they'd come on the boat and they wouldn't have anything. Use ours, what do we charge? No. Use it. Just use it. So if you had a charter of 8 people, 1 or 2 wouldn't have the gear. But that's great. We want to see them, and we want to see them come back, so we give them gear. That was certainly not state of the art. But often we'd get a guy, and the guy would go, oh, man, the drag on this thing is horrible. I said, yeah, it is. And the reel, God, look at the reel. It's really crusty. Yeah. And the line looks old. I said, yeah, but it's old, but it's still serviceable. And he said, one of the guides looks like it's going to give up. I said, yeah. And I said, you know what? I said, after you catch this fish, maybe you should use your own. Oh, I don't have a rod. I said, oh, okay. Well, then you don't want to use this rod? Oh, no, it's great. That's fine. So they'd abuse it until the time you told them, oh, we'll put it in the rack. Oh, no, that's okay. That's great. That's good. And you know what? The price was right, mate. You didn't pay a cent.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You would have seen a lot of people lose some good gear overboard.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
One classic. This was a real good one. This is great. We had a 5-day Ranfurly trip, and a guy borrowed his brother-in-law's brand new jigging outfit, like $2,000 rod and reel, and came out. And of course, his brother said, "Look, I'm happy for you to use it. Please just look after it, and by all means, don't lose it." Well, this guy was sick. He was really sick on the first day, and it was rough, and he didn't fish. So he stayed in the bunk all day, and he wanted to get off the boat, and the guys talked him into staying. I said, no, stay. Come on. It's going to be better the next day. So he stayed against his better judgment, and we went out, and it wasn't any better, and he was sick, and he never got out of the bunk. Then he said, look, I'm getting off this boat. I said, well, look, I can arrange if you want a crayfisherman, and we'll somehow get a ride. You can get back. This is at Hicks Bay, by the way. And they talked him out of it again. And we went out, and it was a little better, but not much better. And the guy didn't fish, but he felt okay. He was like in the galley, so at least he wasn't in his bunk. But I said, you could come out and fish, man. He goes, no, I'm not up to it. He was real weak. He'd been spewing for 2 days. But he was coming right. So the next day, weather was going to be better. They said, okay, you're going to stay, aren't you? He goes, no, yeah, I'll stay. So anyway, you get out there. Still a little sloppy. He wasn't well, but he finally felt a little bit better about midday. And that was the end of our trip. We were going to fish like 2 more hours, and we're gone. They said, oh, you better fish. Yeah, your brother-in-law's rod is there. It's got a jig tied on it. Come on. Goes, okay. Comes out there. 3 twitches of the rod, an unorthodox twitches, I might add. And he hooked a really nice fish. Started taking out line. The guy dropped his brother-in-law's rod over the overboard. Went back into his bunk, and we didn't see him again. That was it. So he had to somehow figure out what he was going to tell his brother-in-law. He fished for about, 45 seconds in a 3 or 4 day trip.
Yeah, and then lost a $2,000 rod.
We had some real hard cases, case trips. Had another guy that was very sick, same deal. It was rough. Fishing actually hadn't even been good. They talked him into staying. And we got out there on the 3rd day, rough again, but we found some fish. And the fishing was good. And this guy was really, he was spewing bile. He was not good. I said, guys, your mate is really bad. Like, he's beyond seasick. I think we might have a medical emergency on our hands. They said, well, if you got to make the call, you do it. But we're staying out here. We're catching fish. Hell with them. I thought, man, great mates, huh?
Yeah, great mates.
So I said, okay, if I make the call, they said, if you have to feel and make the call, but we're staying out here. We're catching fish, and we're having a good time. So I thought, well, you may not get him to go fishing with you again.
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose with that, there must have been some medical emergencies on the boat and all that time.
Really lucky.
Yeah.
Really lucky. I'll go back. This is when I had my old Pursuit. So this is a 45-foot single-engine boat. And it would have been, I would have had it for about 5 years. And I never took a day off. And my partner at the time, she says, you really should take time off. And I had a really good decky, second skipper. And I thought, yeah, I think you're right. I'm going to give him the time off. And it was a real rare. Normally we went out at night. On that particular charter, we went out in the day. So I came down, met the guys, and they were happy with the whole situation. And he said, okay. He said, good luck to you. His name was Clive. So Clive took off, about 8 o'clock in the morning. So we had a cell phone on the board, and I couldn't help it. It was driving me nuts, and it was the worst day off I think I'd ever had in my life, and I wasn't so much worried. I just wanted, I wanted to be there. I didn't really want the time off, but I kind of bent to my partner's wishes. So it was probably about maybe 10:30, 11 o'clock. I couldn't help it. So I called him up. He goes, we got to go, mate. We got a hell of a big black marlin here. I'm sorry, I can't talk to you. I'm going, holy crap, So, he pretty much hung up on me.
Yeah.
So I'm going, oh. Of course, that was, Then I wanted to call him a half an hour later, and my partner says, don't you dare. You let him go, So anyway, an hour went. I said, that's it. I got a call. And call him up. He says, look, I can't talk to you. This fish is huge, and it's not that far away. Oh, God. Hung up on me again. So I let it go for about another 45 minutes. Didn't hear. I go, I got a call. And I call. And he says, look, we've got an angler down. He's on the deck. I think he's had a heart attack. He said, we got another angler. The fish isn't far away. And we've got maybe a helicopter coming out to get the guy off the boat. I'm going, oh, God. I'm never taking another day off in the rest of my life. Luckily, the guy had a bout of angina, so it wasn't as serious as what we thought. They lost the fish in the end, the helicopter didn't come, but the Coast Guard boat came out and took him to hospital. So I thought, oh my God, the stress was just too much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. For one, you were gutted you're missing out on
an
fish.
experience, and then so that was a medical experience.
Yeah.
And then my son took the boat out one time, and he hooked a huge blue marlin that he played for 18 hours. And, there's a hell of a story to that. But so I was calling him every once in a while. I said, please, Dad, will you not bother me? I really need to concentrate here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and at 2 a.m, they got that fish up, and somehow or another it went under the boat. And so he grabbed the rod and reel off the guy, this is at 2 a.m, and swam under the boat with the rod and reel and handed it up. Otherwise, it was going to cut off in the props.
Whoa.
So that's dedication. That's between dedication and stupidity. I don't know where that falls in.
Yeah.
But anyway, they lost that fish at 10 o'clock the next morning. So
wow.
Yeah.
There's some amazing battles.
That's a
very, very long time.
And he realized he disqualified that the minute he touched the rod.
Yeah.
He wanted to catch the fish.
Yeah, yeah.
But they didn't get that fish either. So that's another scenario. Yeah. Some and another talk about a medical adventure. And this was a decky of mine probably 10 years ago. And this guy, he didn't look after his teeth, and he had not good teeth. And every once in a while, the side of his face would blow out, and, it would come right. And he was okay. Well, we're up at the Three Kings, side of his face blew out, but it wasn't coming in. I could barely see out of his eye. So I called in, Far North Radio. I said, because there was another boat going back, but he wouldn't have got back for another 36 hours. I said, and they offered. They said, look, we'll take him back. I said, look, I'm happy. He needs to go back. So they said, yeah. And so I called up and explained the situation. She said, just a minute. So she got a St. John's nurse on there. Mm-hmm. She asked me 3 or 4 questions. She said, there'll be a Westpac helicopter there in 45 minutes to get him. To go, this is serious. I thought, wow, I didn't think so. Mm-hmm. Anyway, the helicopter came and picked him up. And that was a story in itself. I mean, they dropped the first cable off, and the guy smacked into the side of the boat twice, and my decky was scared to death. He didn't want to do it anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway, they finally took him. We'll get back 4 days later. He's down at the wharf. Looks okay. Apparently, if he hadn't gotten off the boat in 12 hours, he would have been in a lot of trouble, and in 24 hours, he was dead.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And talking to some other guys, commercial fishermen, one guy, John Gregory, John told me, because in those early days, he was running Orange Roughy boats. He was down off Tasmania, and one of his top deckies, 28-year-old guy in the prime of his life, had a toothache on his way, really rough, like super rough, trying to get to Tasmania, going as fast as they could, which is probably about 8 knots, with real nasty seas. And the guy died on board.
Yeah, from a toothache.
Yeah. So
just the infection.
It goes different ways. I mean, it can go to your heart, it can go to your brain, you can get it's septicemia in its worst form.
Yeah.
So you don't know which way it's going to go, but it's a killer, and it's a nasty way to go.
Wow.
So we didn't realize how lucky we were that we talked to that St. John's nurse, and she said, we've got to get him off the boat. Yeah. And that boat, from 45 minutes from Whangarei.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, got there at
the Three Kings.
Whoa.
Yeah. Of course, getting him off was a bit of an ordeal.
Was it rough?
Quite. Well, we were in the best place we could be. It was probably 30 knots.
Yeah.
And but because geez, I thought it was going to be easier than it was.
Yeah.
And we were in the best place we could be.
Yeah.
And up on the bow was unobstructed, rather than try to do off the stern.
Yeah.
But that was quite an ordeal. My decky wasn't very happy, but I'm glad he went, and it saved his life.
Yeah. Yeah. In terms of weather, you must have been in some horrendous seas.
We never went out in horrendous seas, but we got caught in some horrendous seas. And commercial fishing. I remember just one of my very first decky, and one of my best friends of this day, Steve Haddock. Steve was a great commercial fisherman. Then he went charter fishing, and now he's back commercial fishing again. And Steve and I were out there at White Island one time, and there were gusts that were recorded at the Whakatane airport that were it's either 86 or 88 knots.
Wow.
And we were out at White Island, and people thought we were crazy. We probably were. But to be honest with you, I would rather be at White Island because it's got high cliffs than at Whale Island. Whale Island, it's only 5 miles offshore, but it's just a big mound, basically, and the wind funnels around there. So you don't really get good...
Can't get shelter from it?
At White Island, you've got some big cliffs to get under, and you get some pretty darn good lee, some shelter. I mean, you might get ashed on, and all your stainless goes black, and you might not be able to talk very well, and you're coughing and you can't breathe, but you're safe.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, because what about the Kings as well? Like, you're pretty exposed there also?
Yeah, but
or
the Kings... people have a conception of the Kings as being, the Wild West, and it's really nasty and it's horrible, and there's no good anchorages. And to a degree, I would, I'd have to go in with them. But it's not nearly as bad as what a lot of people think. And because there's some steep cliffs there, you can get pretty decent shelter at the Three Kings.
Yeah.
It's nasty, and we've ridden out a few times when, I've stayed awake all night with both engines going because I had to ease up the pressure. We get hits with some major gusts, and there was other boats that were snapping their anchor warps, and their chain.
Yep.
And so when I knew a gust was coming, I just put it in gear, just to take up a little, so we didn't snap, because it was that snap. The boat would snap, and that's what was breaking.
That was what's breaking, like
so
that shock.
You could see the gust coming.
Yeah.
So you just ease it into gear and just take off a little bit, so it didn't get that full brunt of that gust on you.
Yeah. So how many times, or how long do you have to stay awake?
All night.
Like, obviously all night.
Oh, yeah. And people would say to me, I had a really good bunk downstairs. I love my bunk. It was great. And people would say, do you ever sleep upstairs? I said, only when I'm scared.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I suppose when you've got so many other people's lives in your hands, that you just... You'd be wired, right?
My sense of survival is very good, Sweens.
Yeah.
So, not for myself, but I took my job real seriously. I've got 2 deckies, and I've got another 8 people down there. I took that real seriously. And of course, my pride and joy of the boat, there was no mucking around. You do what you have to do out at sea, it's a, and I don't want to ham it up, but it's to a degree, it's a survival situation in that sort of a scenario. And you got to take it real seriously. And adrenaline kicks in. You sometimes, you're awake for 32 hours, but in a situation like that, you can't afford to go to sleep. You shut your eyes, you got a problem. And so when it would back off, like maybe back down to sort of 40 or 50 knots, I would sleep there. I'd have the radar going. I'd be watching the GPS, and I'd maybe drift off for a little bit, but I would just be constantly watching. And of course, you can put on alarms too, so if you moved, you can put on any kind of alarm you want. So if you knew that you were moving, then you could wake up or you'd be there.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to be in my bunk. Like I said, I love my bunk,
Yeah.
but not in those scenarios.
Yeah.
When I got scared, I was upstairs.
Yeah. So when you're doing like a normal, 5, 6 day, 7 day trip at, the Kings or White or wherever you are, how much sleep are you getting?
It depends. And one thing that helped us out, as the season starts waning, the days are getting 2 minutes shorter every day. So when you're getting into April, and especially into May, you got a lot of darkness. So that was
good sleep.
You get pretty good sleeps then, as long as the wind's not howling and stuff.
Yeah.
But in the heart of the summer, and here's a good one. Here's a bit of trivia for you that you'll like. Very often we'd have a trip to Ranfurly Banks prior to Christmas. Around about the longest day of the year, which is the 20th or 21st, something like that. Well, the daylight, you don't realize how far east you are until you're at Hicks Bay or Ranfurly Banks, and it's starting to crack daylight at 20 to 4.
Wow.
Yeah. How's that?
Whoa.
20 to 4. Now, it's not, light, but you can just start seeing the very first vestiges of light in the far eastern sky.
Wow.
Yeah, so you don't realize. And another one, here's the opposite end of the scale. You don't realize how far west. People go, they say, they think, we're going to the Three Kings, we're going to the far north. But once you get past Whangarei, you get a hell of a kick to the west in this country. And people don't realize it. And once you turn so when you're going to North Cape from here, you're going pretty much northwest. As soon as you get to North Cape, and you're going to the Kings, you're going like 3 degrees off west. So it's the far west.
Yeah.
And so you say all the time, so, okay, point to north to me. Now people
Yeah, they
are
all
constantly pointing west, you know.
Yeah.
And they say, oh, there's the Three Kings. We're really getting out, you know, we're getting north now. I said, we're going straight towards Australia, mate.
Yeah.
Straight towards Oz.
Yeah.
But the thing is, we'd get back, and I'd get to North Cape. So first thing I'd do, I'd call my wife in Rotorua. And I'd say, you know, have a little talk. And it would still be daylight. I mean, the sun was probably down, but we got another 20, 30 minutes of twilight, you know. And I'd say to her, I says, well, how's the weather? She goes, how would I know? I said, what do you mean? She goes, it's been dark here for ages. So, I mean, I'm talking to her in Rotorua, pitch dark.
Yeah.
Here, we can still fish.
Yeah.
You know, so that shows you how far east or west you are, depending on how you look at it.
Yeah, yeah.
So, you know, all the way down in Hicks Bay, seeing it at 20 to 4, cracking daylight, and then up here, and it's dark, you know, in Rotorua.
Yeah, because I like the whole north thing, because I fished out of here, out of Doubtless Bay a bit. And this year was the first year I fished up here with having autopilot on my boat, and because it runs off the bear, like you know your bearings.
Yeah.
And then I went out and I turned it, and I was like, we were heading straight out of the bay, and I was like, I thought we would be going east, but it says we're going north. And then I was like, I couldn't get my head around it.
Yep.
But I, you know, if you'd asked me where north was, I would have pointed that way,
Yeah.
which is due west.
Yeah. Don't feel special.
No.
Everybody does it.
Yeah.
I mean, I
it's
did it for
amazing.
years and years. It's really hard because it's ingrained in you. Hey, you're in the far north.
Yeah.
But you're in the far west.
Northwest, yeah. Yeah. With Pursuit, did you ever do a lot of fishing around the west coast, like up around the top? No.
Every time I went down there, I got burned.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. The Kings would be cold. It would be dirty. The fishing would be going off down at Ahipara, down bottom end of 90 Mile.
Yeah.
I think, man, we're going to do that.
Yeah.
And no sooner that we'd get down there, two things would happen. You could put a ring around it. A, the bite would shut off at Ahipara, and B, the Kings went nuts.
Oh yeah.
The currents changed, and
Yeah.
it was great. So you've pretty much screwed yourself.
Yeah.
Because there's 2 days out of your trip.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's a whole day getting down there.
Yeah.
Whole day getting back to the Kings.
Yeah.
You got 1 or 2 days left, and your trip's over.
Yeah.
So in the end, I didn't go.
Yeah.
I just didn't go. We just said, okay, it's not good now, but it's probably going to change. And in the meantime, you're going to have a great time, and you're going to catch hapuka, big trevally. You're going to catch kingies. You know, we're going to have a great time, and we'll wait for the, you know, things to change. And if you still want marlin, quite often people don't realize it. They think of the Three Kings, and they want to go up there, and all these things, you know, all the, you know, like everything I just mentioned, and marlin.
Yeah.
And marlin could be a big deal for them. But very often, and right now is a good time. The Kings have been very cold, like just last week, 17 degrees there.
Yeah.
23, 24 degrees out here. So very often I tell people, and they couldn't get their head around it. I said, look, I'll take you to the Three Kings, or I'll take you marlin fishing, but we're not going to go both. Go, oh, but we've got our heart set to going to the Kings. Yeah, fine, let's go. But we need to catch marlin. I said, well, one or the other. I said, the minute we go past North Cape, we've left all the marlin behind. I said, there's some great marlin fishing right out here. But we want to go to the Kings. I said, make up your mind.
Yeah.
And that's just the way it was. And that's been the scenario pretty much right up until now. So I think it's changing now. I think the Kings just starting to get some nice water. The currents are changing. But there was no marlin at all up there. The water was freezing and green and horrible. And that's quite common. That happens a lot.
Yeah, and the blue water here is phenomenal.
Oh,
like,
right up to the beach, you know?
Yeah. Like early January when I was up here, I shot straight out of the bay here. And the first day we went out, it was a bit patchy. Sort of, we went out to 200, and there was a nice patch of blue water in about 150. And then we pushed out a bit further, and it got colder and greener, and I was like, oh, it doesn't look that good. And yeah, the next day I went out, and the blue water was 80 meters. I was just like,
Funny
wow.
you'd say that, because going back a while, before all this blow, so it's probably 3 weeks ago, there were 3 blues came in here.
oh yeah,
3 blues, 1 garden patch, 1 down off Stevie's, and 1 80 meters of water off Bergen's.
yeah,
So, I mean, that's, you know, the water's good when you're catching blue marlin at 80 meters of water.
Yeah.
Because generally they won't come in anything remotely like that shallow. You know?
no,
That water's got to be pristine.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw a really nice blue marlin last Friday down off Waihau Bay.
Okay.
I'll tell you where I saw it. 'cause
Okay.
you're going down there.
I'm
next
going
week.
down there tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I saw a nice one feeding on the surface.
Yeah.
Couldn't get a bite out of him, but
Yeah.
yeah,
Fishing's pretty good.
Yeah, the water's phenomenal down there at the moment. Like
Yeah.
blue water's in really.
It's nice to see why, because they've had a pretty tough seasons.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
you've always got a chance of getting the special one
Yeah.
down there, but from just a general fishing context, it hasn't really fished all that well for a few years.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's not. They're having a boomer season this year.
Yeah, no, it's been really good.
And the
Like,
weather's been good.
Yes.
Up here has been we had 3 weeks of easterly, and most of that was glassy calm down there.
Yeah. No, it was. Was it I think it was Auckland anniversary weekend. It fished really well. I had some mates going in there, and
Yeah. We had 30
8
knots,
bites
30 and 40
yeah.
knots up here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's been like that for like a pretty consistent period, since
Yeah.
sort of middle of January.
Yep.
We've had a lot of easterly
Yeah,
wind.
up here, further north you go, or further west you go,
Yeah.
more of the problems.
Yeah.
But it looks like we got some great weather coming up now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it looks like it's going to be pretty
I might
nice.
I might say, I'll tell you what, I think I've been very fortunate. I've probably chosen wisely some of the time and got lucky other times, but over the years I've had some amazing deckhands.
Yep.
And most of them, I gotta say, have turned out to be really good friends, even to this day.
Yeah.
And most of them have gone on to be amazing skippers in their own right.
Yep.
So, you talk about gratifying taking people fishing and seeing them catch wonderful fish and achieving goals they never thought was possible. Same thing with deckies.
Yeah.
And I don't think I'm going to name any names, but I've had a number of deckies for 5
you generations of deckies.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
The
I mean-
age range would be unbelievable.
Oh, phenomenal. I mean,
Yeah.
some of these guys now got white hair and going bald and stuff, and I think, wow, am I that old? Yeah, you are. Look in the mirror. But, and these guys have gone on to be just amazing deckies. And, they were great deckies, and then they had the ability to become great skippers. And it's really neat. So I've maintained good friendships with a lot of them. And to this day, going fishing with them, I'm going to fish the Nationals with one of them.
Yeah.
One of my dear friends, Paul Kingy, he's been around forever. Great skipper, great guy, amazing angler.
Yep.
Yeah. So kind of interesting. A lot of people, I'm thinking of Paul in particular, and I said I wasn't going to name names.
Yeah,
Here I
yeah.
am. Yeah. But a lot of people get a line class that they just seem to really click with.
Yep.
And Paul, 10 kilo.
Yeah.
That guy is a great angler. I tell you, put anything in his hands. Like he
Yeah.
can pull like stink on 37.
Yeah.
And he can go right down to 4 or 6,
Yeah.
But 10 is his line class, and he's
Yeah.
caught some amazing fish on 10.
Yeah.
So it's funny.
Just got the touch,
and a lot of us are that way, It's just we seem to. There's a one line class we've had a bit of luck with. We got a good feel for it. You get a pet rod and reel. Yeah. Here's another thing. I tell you, a friend of mine, again in the States, he did a fishing symposium or a course. He did it with a local community college. And one of the things he told me was really interesting, and I had to get my head around it. But and it went on for some weeks. And he had mainly business people, professional guys, and some women as well. And he says, so I got some homework for you for this next week. I said, okay, yeah, good. What is it? He had like 30 people in the class. He said, I don't care what it is, but you're going to take your favorite rod and reel. I don't care how long. I don't care what it is. But the favorite rod and reel that you use the most, you've had the best luck with, whatever, your favorite rod and reel, you are going to take it everywhere you go this next week. Everywhere. To the toilet, in the shower, everywhere. To bed, to work.
Yeah.
People go, what kid? Give me a break, What is this guy? How high is he? This is
Yeah.
ridiculous. Well, about half of them didn't do it. I said, I'm not doing that. It's rubbish. About a third of them did it, and about a few more did it for a while and then kind of gave it away. The ones that did it, and I must say, the ones that did it right through. It was a light rod, a light outfit, so
Yeah.
kind of easy to do rather than hauling an 80 wide around. But they all said, they came back and he said, okay, so how many did it? All half said, I didn't do that. The others said, we did it for a while. And a few of them, about 10 of them said, yeah, we did it. And it was a pretty neat experience. I said, what did you learn? They said, well, we learned exactly where the balance point was in our rod. Because we took it everywhere. It became an extension of our body, of our arm.
Yeah.
And we learned the weight, exactly the balance point. We knew where we could take it without jamming the tip up in a corner in the ceiling or stuff. We're in a ceiling fan. We learned a lot about that. They said exactly what I wanted you to do. Now you're going to feel so much more comfortable with that rod and reel when you go fishing with it next. It's an extension of you now. you're going to be able to fish even better with that rod and reel. So it was a kind of a funky sort of thing to do, but after I thought about it and what he said and what those people said it was really quite neat.
Yeah.
It's a real extension of fishing, and I mean, you're taking it to the extreme, but hey.
Yeah, that's interesting to talk about that though, because I talked a lot with Bonds, and we're good mates, and we talk a lot about fishing. But a big thing that he speaks about a lot is consistency, and like you go jump on a boat when you set your boat up, people do it in bits and pieces, but he's like, yep, that's fine, but you want everything the same. And when you talk about that, you want it to be an extension of the body. If you've got 4 game rods set up, 4 or 5, depending how many you fish, when the fish bites, if they're all the same, then that rod, how it feels, it's got the same line, the same breaking strain, same backing, whatever it is, you've got the same leader, the same hooks, like
100%.
Yeah, then all of a sudden that's where you get your consistency.
Yep.
It's going to help you perform better.
And set all your drags.
Yep.
And, have little pieces of tape where you know what you can do. And, No, I think most of us. I mean, you're an athlete your whole life. Made a career out of it, and I've been on the water my whole life. I think almost anybody can achieve to the extent that they can do, not maybe on an international or a worldwide stage, but you can get to about 90% of as good as you're going to get in a few years if you really want to, and you play the game. Those last few percentage points come real hard. Yeah. Real hard.
Yeah.
But and those are the sort of things.
I can agree with that. Yeah.
So you can, if you're going to go surfing, man, in 5 years, man, I'm a good surfer, and you'll get better. But those last 1, 2, 3 percentage points you're going to get, they're going to really come real hard. And same with fishing, rugby. You start getting smart. You might get a little slower, but you're getting smarter. Yeah. Yeah. So and I think no matter what sport you're talking about, I think all of us can achieve that 90 percentile pretty quickly and pretty effectively. But boy, if you want to carry on and start to really perfect it to almost an art form, that's when you start really thinking about different little tiny ways that you can improve your game.
Yeah. Well, I think about that, when you say that, it makes so much sense to me in terms of the game of rugby, because the amount of guys that I've played with over my years and still to this day play with that have never made professional rugby, but they're at that 90%, but they just haven't worked for that next little bit, like they've got everything they need to do it, but we're talking about it right back at the start of this conversation, the drive, that little bit extra that makes you, I almost look at it like, I reckon I'm a little bit obsessive, compulsive, like OCD, like I have to get things right, and I think that's I know that's what made me good at rugby, or made me good enough to play professionally, because I wasn't the most talented, wasn't the fastest, wasn't the fittest, but I had the drive, I wanted to do it, and I became obsessive, and I would do every little thing I could to put myself in a position to make that team, or to play, or to be in that moment. Yeah.
It's a little bit along the lines of the tortoise and the hare sort of thing,
Yeah.
I mean, and it's funny, I've seen a lot of people, they get real serious about fishing, and they buy all this wonderful gear, and they really improve out of sight, and you think, man, they've really found something they like, and you don't see them for a while, and you seen Joe lately? Oh yeah, he's playing golf now. I think, really? But I mean, for some people, they get to that point and they need a new challenge. For me, I get to a point and I just want to get better at what I'm doing already. Yeah. But so we're all different, and I mean, it's what makes the world go around. But it always it interests me when I see people go completely different tangents. Because I've always been the one that just wants to focus on what I'm doing and really go down that track until it doesn't end. But like you say, you're a good example. You've seen a lot of rugby players around you that have come and gone, and they had a huge potential, but they weren't willing to drive themselves and push themselves that little bit extra in training or whatever it was to get to that pinnacle. But you carried on. Yeah.
And you would have seen the same thing, I suppose, with clients, guests, deckies, like the lot, right?
The whole deal.
Yeah.
I've seen the whole deal. Yeah.
You would have seen some interesting personalities come through the boat.
Here's an interesting one. You don't really know what you're going to get until you get into a maybe a kind of a dire situation.
Oh, yeah, I did want to talk about this.
This is a real interesting one,
Yeah.
and you can get surprised.
Yeah.
Like, we've been in situations where we've been caught out, bad weather, okay? And we went out, beautiful weather, and we got caught. A storm came, and it hit us, and we really couldn't get out. I mean, we couldn't come home. So we had to ride it out.
Down, yeah.
Well, and it's one of those deals where I'm up in the wheelhouse all night, both engines going, the deckie's sleeping at the door so he can go out and pull the anchor if he has to. It's pretty horrible, Well, some people that you think would be rock solid, and I'll say a rugby player, a professional guy that's got 400 employees, these people that have lots of responsibility and you'd think would be rock solid, they fall to bits. Not always, but sometimes. And you think, if you look at your passengers, you think, okay, if I can count on somebody, that's the guy. It wasn't the guy.
Yeah.
And then you got this guy that's a taxi driver or a guy that's a share milk or something. You think, and he's maybe not built all that well and he doesn't have much experience. Man, that guy just said, okay, well, this is a dire situation, but we're going to ride it out. What can we do to help you? And what can we, he's thinking out all down the line in his capacity, what he can do to help. The other guy's down in his bunk crying.
Yeah.
So you don't know what you're going to get. It's kind of like and heaven forbid, but getting into like a nasty car accident or somebody's been injured. Somebody that you think was going to be there and was help isn't, and somebody that you thought, no, that guy's going to be worthless. He's right in there giving mouth to mouth. You don't know till you get there.
Yeah, that's what I loved about rugby and the sport of rugby, and it would be very similar on the boat too when you get hit with bad weather and stuff like that. Is you like with rugby you get to see the true test of character because you get in some very dark places and into you can get yourself in a hole very quickly, especially when you're playing professionally and it's public and it's on live TV and things don't go your way and you make a couple of errors. You see the real true character of people come out then. And the amount of guys I played with that, I was talking to Bonds about this today actually. Kieran Reid, prime example. So first time I ever saw Kieran Reid, and we all know Kieran Reid is now, but I would have been, I think I was 20 at the time. Kieran would have been 19. He's a year younger than me. He'd come straight out of school, skinny little white boy, like he's been a lot bigger now. Well, now that he's finished playing, he's a lot skinnier, but he was a skinny little white boy, and we went to a New Zealand Colts trial. So he's playing 2 years above himself. Superstars of the game all playing. Where it was Dan Carter's year, Martin Nonu, all these guys are at this New Zealand Colts trial, and they're all playing Super Rugby already, and we're just like, oh my god. And then Kieran was in my team, and he's like, scrawny little fellow, and I was like, oh, he must be like a winger or something. Oh, he's quite tall though. And then, oh no, he's a number 8 blindside flanker, and he's in training with the Fords, and I'm just like, what? And he's a little bit kind of Gumby, and I'm kind of thinking like, why is this guy here? Like, I just couldn't work it out. As soon as we started playing, I was like, that's why he's here. As soon as it got tough, it was kind of a possibles probables kind of setup, and we were definitely in the possibles team, and he was the best player on the field. And he was 2 years younger. And at that age, there's a big difference in maturity and experience. Like a lot of the guys we're playing against have played, some of them 2-3 years of NPC, some of them already playing Super Rugby, and we're coming straight out of, he's out of school. He's played maybe 3 or 4 club rugby games by the time he's got here. Hasn't even played against men yet, really. And then as soon as it got tough, he was I was like, that's why he's here.
Natural leader.
And just naturally tough and just found a way and competitive. And I was just like, but it's that exact example. There's guys there that were all talk and all muscles and great nick and real good in the fitness and strength and everything. And I'm just like, well, that guy's the man. We go out there and it gets hard and it's like, oh, where did he go?
Yeah.
2
tries down and where is he?
Yeah. And then he's gone all quiet. It's like, oh, you were all talking. Yeah. And then you see the other side of it, and then you get in the team with them and you start playing well, and and then they're all talk and chest out. And, Yeah. It's very similar on a boat, right?
Sure. Yeah. And any scenario, and we've seen it a few times. I mean, I've been party to a couple of accidents. I wasn't in them, car accidents, but and people just turned up, and some people just took one look at it and went in the gutter and spewed, and other people just dove right in. And what can we do?
Yeah.
Hold this guy's head up. This guy needs this, and it's amazing. And sometimes you just look at someone and you think, boy, I wouldn't have thought that would happen both ways.
Yeah.
That was fantastic that you just said. Thanks.
Yeah.
Man, you've just added, I think, a lot to this podcast. Because I thought, I always thought Karen Reed was a great player, but I didn't know what a leader he would be. And when you're coming on the heels of Richie McCaw,
Yeah.
that guy was all-time best ever, I think. But boy, Karen Reed did an amazing job. It's kind of hard when you're coming on the heels of probably one of the best rugby players in the world ever. But he did a wonderful job, didn't he?
Yeah. They're very different people.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Like, so Karen's a very, Richie's a very, quite introverted, quite quiet, and just, got it done. And he just led by example. Wasn't a big talker. Where Karen's very, the dealings I had with him, and then I've had a lot of friends that have, been All Blacks and played alongside him in the Crusaders and the rest of it. And very inclusive leader. So he doesn't do a lot of talking. He'll sit back and he asks a lot of questions, and he's trying to pull all the knowledge and I guess all the attributes out of the team around him. So a very different leadership style, where Richie's very much like, I'm doing it and follow me.
Yeah.
And he's inspirational for that fact, and then Karen's inspirational for a different reason, because he's so he feels like your best mate, and I even felt that I looked up to him, even though he was a year younger. We went New Zealand, we played New Zealand Colts. We didn't make it that year, but the following year we did. So he had 2 years in there, he was a year young, but he was, you could just tell, they were saying about him. Yeah, and then he was an All Black very quickly after that. Yeah. No, it's pretty cool the people that you meet. Through life's journey.
Absolutely, and you really never know what you're going to get. Most people brought their own gear, like you said. Mm-hmm. So the first thing I did when I came down with a new charter, I just looked at the rod rack.
Yep.
And pretty much within 30 or 40 seconds, I knew most of what I needed to know.
Yep.
About, not necessarily that the people were nice or nasty or whatever, but I knew about their skill level.
Yeah.
Just look at that rod rack and that'll tell the story.
Yeah.
And you get fooled once in a while. You get some kind of crummy gear and guys that really knew how to use it, and you get some wonderful gear that just got bought off the shelf and nobody had a clue.
Yeah.
But I would.
Knots would be a big thing, eh? Watching people's
we didn't allow them to tie their own knots.
Oh, nah?
No. Well, we get burned too many times.
Yeah.
When I say not allowed, that's not quite right. But I think you only have to lose one or two good fish for a knot failure. And all my deckies were excellent knot tires, excellent, and I'm flawless. Yeah. And we had only a handful of knots that we used, and those guys perfected them. And if they didn't when they got on board, they certainly did not long after. And I said, this is one of the prerequisites of your job. You want this job, you're going to do it. And boy, they all took me seriously.
Yeah.
Looked up online, found out how to tie them efficiently, got better at it, and I can remember one of my deckies, here's another name, George Kitto. George got really good at tying, PR knots and FG knots and stuff. And he got real fast, real good. And sometimes when the fishing was good, he would just be sitting in the galley just tying knots, all the time.
Yeah.
And at the same time, there was a tackle shop in Auckland, and they had a guy that was in the shop that was tying those knots at $15 a pop. Yeah. So George was going, he said, boss, if you don't up the pay scale, he said, I might just go work in a tackle shop and make some serious money.
Yeah. That's amazing, eh?
Yeah. But and when I say we didn't allow them, we strongly recommended that we let the crew, and most people took that recommendation.
Yeah.
There was a few people, and a few of them got burned, tied their own knots, and I could tell you a few names. You'd be shocked at some of the fishing personalities that insisted on doing their own knots, and they came undone on a number of really wonderful fish.
Yeah.
But I'm not going there.
Yeah, we don't have to
No,
go
we're
there.
not going there.
Yeah. Did you ever hit, we talked about it before, with the bad weather, did you ever have any real, one time that really stands out that you're like, oh shit, we were lucky there?
Well, I hate to dredge it up, but going back, probably 15 years ago, we went aground.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, at North Cape.
Oh.
And that was quite a deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't wish that on anybody. And at Cape Reinga, which isn't far enough away, they had gusts at the same time. They had gusts in excess of 75 knots, 80 knots.
Yeah.
So it was a lot of wind. And the stupid thing about it, and so annoying, we'd been there for like 3 hours. The guys were catching little snapper and coweye and having a ball. We just sat down to dinner. It had just gone dark, and we hung the same direction the whole time, really quite comfortable.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, I just heard a grunching noise
Yeah.
on the hull, and I thought, oh my gosh, run outside.
Yeah.
And we'd done a complete 180.
180.
180.
Back the other way.
Yep.
Yeah.
Back the other way.
Whoa.
So
the wind had just turned.
No. It was a Venturi in there.
Oh.
So the wind was still the same direction,
Yeah.
but it got stronger, and it was whipping around North Cape and actually pushed us back up into the prevailing wind.
Oh, whoa.
I know, and I've seen that in a few places. You got to
Yeah.
really be careful of Venturis.
Yeah.
When you're going to anchor in a stressful situation, you got to think about anchoring far enough out, and it might be a little uncomfortable,
Yeah.
but just to make sure
That
that
you
you
can't
can't get
swing.
all the way back 180 degrees and find the rocks.
Yeah. And
So
that's what
I
happened
learned
that time.
that's what
Yeah.
happened to me, and it
Yeah.
wasn't nice. We got towed back to Hohora. Luckily, the boat wasn't damaged hugely. I mean, I thought it was going to be a write-off,
Yeah.
But, so that was a real bad time.
Yeah.
That was as bad as it gets. We've had other times, like I said, at the Kings, where we had the engines going all night.
Yeah.
I couldn't think of 2 times. There was a Navy vessel there that night. It was a Navy research vessel. And they broke 2 anchors. I mean, we're talking major.
Yeah.
I don't know what, huge chain, major chain. Well, they snapped 2 anchors off. And so they were just idling backwards and forwards all night.
Yeah.
And we could get in closer than them, but I had the engines going all night, and I would have put them in gear probably every 3 to 4 minutes,
Yeah.
or more.
Yeah. Just touch it forward.
Just ease that pressure off,
Yeah.
and make sure the boat didn't get snapped. That's when it gusts hits you, and that's when it's going to break something.
Yeah.
So if you can just make it pretty steady with the engines, I mean, diesels don't like idling for 10 and 12 hours at a time, but you do what you have to do in this life.
Yeah. With your time on Pursuit, is there like one catch that stands out, like one real memorable one?
Jeez. Well, remember now, there's been 2 pursuits.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
One for each.
Actually, there's 3 pursuits.
3.
Yeah, there's one out in the garage. I'll show you before you go.
Oh, yeah.
I got a 4.2 meter Smart Wave.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. And the name of that boat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pursuit.
No.
No.
Trivial Pursuit.
Oh, nice.
It's very trivial, believe me,
Yeah,
compared
yeah.
to what we do. My wife and I are having a ball on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just been the most fun thing. We just have a ball.
Yeah.
But probably there was one. This is on my old boat, and we got a fish, a black marlin, and it was it was on April Fool's Day, and it was the damnedest thing.
That's when I caught that 190 kilo.
Did you really?
Striper, yeah.
April
Fool's. Everyone thought it was a prank, like because it floated around social media, and they're like
That's what
190 on April Fool's. Like, oh yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
And then they saw the photo, and they're like, oh no, it is
Yeah.
190 kilo striper.
Well, leading up to that time, the weather was pristine, like absolutely glassy calm. It was a 4-day trip, and we'd been out to White Island, and we'd done everything we could do. We had a bunch of hapuka and blue nose. We had great king fishing, and I was like, some fish in the 30s, we came in shore, and we caught snapper. And the guy said, what else can we do on our last day? And I said, well, I don't know if it really is going to spin your wheels, but if you want something completely different, let's go down and anchor off the Motu River, or drift, and catch sharks. They go, awesome. Great idea. Let's do that. I said, okay, let's do it. So we did, and we anchored, and we started burling, and oh my gosh, we had a field day. We caught, we caught everything other than great whites. I mean, we caught hammerheads, we caught macos, we got bronze whalers, we got blue sharks. We got everything. It was fantastic. We had a ball. And one particular thing, I'll never forget this. We put a guy hooked with a little jig on 6 kilo line, hooked and caught a 20 kilo yellowfin when we least expected it.
Yeah.
That was really cool. About an hour and 40 minutes around the boat, like 8 times. It was great, yeah. And here's all these sharks swimming around. He's got a yellowfin, but he got it.
Yeah.
And we put a balloon out with a mackerel on it, hoping to get another yellowfin. We never did. But a hammerhead turned up and took a great interest in this mackerel. Well, this mackerel was swimming around in circles, and the hammerhead was right behind it, and around and around. And I don't know whether the mackerel got hacked off or whether it got completely disorientated. But anyway, it got out of sync, and it came around, and it hit the hammerhead right on the nose.
Oh.
It smashed into the hammerhead,
Yeah.
and gave the hammerhead an almighty fright, and we never saw it again.
Oh, true.
So the mackerel saved its life by being brave or silly or whatever. Anyway,
Yeah.
But anyway, later on that day, so I said, okay, we've had a lot of fun. Time to go home. Okay, great. Let's go home. So I said, oh, let's put out some lures. Okay, great. So anyway, we're trolling, and some guy comes up to me. This is not far after we left the motor. Shallow water, 30 meters, 35 meters of water. We hadn't left the motor long. And he says, man, the sharks are everywhere. And I said, really? He says, yeah, we even got a shark now following a lure. And I thought, oh, I've got to have a look at this. Come out, and here is this black marlin, not a small one, right on this lure. And I'm going, that's no shark, mate. Well, it bit.
Yeah.
And the guy that took it was a guy by the name of Walter Simpson. Now, Wally's been around for he's been long dead now, unfortunately, but he was a heck of a neat guy. Been in the fishing industry forever, and lived in Auckland most of his life. But Wally had tried to catch a marlin for 25 years and never had caught one. Well, here he is hooked up to a almighty big black. So Wally played that fish for about 5 or 6 hours. It's getting close to dark. And he would probably be the only person, he would have been in his 50s then, I suppose, maybe, 50s, late 50s, early 60s. He was the only person I've ever, because I've always encouraged my anglers, come on, mate, you can do it. You can catch this fish. You can go, you can get this fish. Wally was the only guy that I said, Wally, I think maybe you should give the rod up. Because he was ashen. I thought he was going to die.
Yeah.
He looked horrible.
Yeah.
And he said, very calmly, very quietly, only him and I were talking. He said, Rick, I wanted to catch a marlin all my life. And he said, I wanted to catch a big fish like this all my life. You are going to have to scrape me off the deck before I give the rod up. Do you understand? Yeah. I said, yes, I do, sir. Yeah. And he did. He went and caught it. Now, what did happen, that fish died, like so many big blacks and blues do. That fish died. Fortunately, it was only in like about 35, 40 meters of water. So planning it up wasn't that difficult. So I called for, and we couldn't get it on board. There was 8 of us. We couldn't get it on the boat through the door. So I drug it back, and we were gonna, I think there was a bit of swell on the bar. I wasn't gonna come in the night. So we had to stay out overnight. And when we anchored, it was beautiful and calm, but there was a little swell. And I thought, you know what could happen? Some little stupid Mako is gonna come and take a little bite out of this and disqualify it. And there's no way I was gonna let that. I said, okay, guys, we are gonna give this a superhuman effort. We're getting this fish on the boat. That's all there is to it. And we did, but man, it was a major effort. We got on the boat. So I'm calling for a weighmaster. And I said, okay, yeah, great. What time you want? I said, well, when could I have a weighmaster first thing in the morning? Oh, you want it at 7 o'clock? I said, yeah, 7, whenever. Yeah, 7 o'clock. Okay, great. What have you got? I said, oh, nice black marlin. I said, how big do you think it is? I said, it's over 350 kilos. And they go, oh, sure, yeah. April Fool's Day. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So we got in there.
Yeah.
I mean, not only was, normally you'd say something like that, there'd be hundreds of people down there, even at that hour. Yeah. There was like a handful of people, and even the weighmaster didn't turn up because he didn't believe it.
Yeah?
Yeah, he thought we were just having him on.
Yeah.
Yeah. 373 kilos.
Yeah?
Yeah. And Wally, that year, and it's funny, I've seen this so many times, and I've done it myself. There'll be certain species, and you get hung up. There's like, and for me, my 2 nemesis species forever were wahoo and dogtooth tuna. Yeah. And I've been in areas great fishing for both. I've seen many of them caught, but not by me. Yeah. But finally, when you finally get one, it's like the floodgates are open. Yeah. The next year, Wally got 7 marlin. Yeah? He got 7 marlin next year after going 25 years or more, 30 years without catching one. Yeah. But with that fish, he got the Old Man of the Sea trophy, which is like kind of the more meritorious fish. And he got, Angler of the Year for the biggest fish. Yeah. So he got the biggest and the most meritorious. So
working.
Yeah. And such a crack up of a guy. I mean, he's a lovely guy, but he got an embroidered jacket for it, like a silk jacket, and it had Old Man of the Sea and Father Time and all. Well, Wally, living in Auckland in those days, he'd end up going to like almost any, there's a zillion fishing clubs there. He would go to the meetings, sit in the back, and before you knew it, he would be the guest speaker up in front.
Oh, yeah, telling a story of his fish. Yeah.
But getting back to Wally, Wally didn't go to work for 2 months.
Yep.
And he said he didn't actually feel good for 9.
Yeah, after catching that
after
fish.
catching that fish. So that shows you how. I mean,
Yeah.
he looked horrible to me. And like I said, to my recollection, he's probably the only angler that I've suggested giving the rod up.
Yeah, even after that, well, that 18-year-old kid was on that fish for
no,
29 hours.
He was fine.
Yeah.
No, he was fine. Another battle we had. Some people will remember this. Is not all that long ago, and it was pretty debilitating. But we played a fish for, I think it was 15 or 16 hours, and at first we'd been hot hook fishing, and there was a boat that had just caught a nice yellowfin tuna, and then he got a blue marlin. And I said, "You see that boat over there, guys? He's just got those fish. Oh, let's go do it." So winding all the hot hook gear, put the lures out. We got a bite almost straight away, a double strike.
Yeah.
Well, one was about a 8 or 9 kilo skippy, big horse of a skippy. And they go, they're just skippies. I said, well, that one isn't. And the line is just peeling out.
Yeah.
So had it on for about an hour, and we could see the big tip, the rod tip was moving. And I said, man, that's tuna all day long. That's definitely tuna. And I said, we got ourselves a nice yellowfin here. Well, after about the third hour, I said, this must be a big eye. Got to be. And we were in a place where you could have easily caught a big eye. And after about the next 2 hours, I said, I think we've hooked one of these big northern bluefin.
Oh, yeah.
But I was absolutely rock solid positive it was a tuna.
Yeah.
Because the tip is just the big throbs,
Yeah.
It was tuna all day long. Well, that thing turned out to be I'll have no idea what it weighs, but I can tell you it was wider than Pursuit was. It was a manta ray, hooked right in the tip of the wing.
Yeah?
Yeah. Talk about debilitating.
Yeah.
I mean,
Fighting it for that long.
Yeah. And the poor angler, God, he said, "Oh, can we kill it?" I said, "No, they're protected. You can't." What do you want to kill it for anyway? I don't know. We can't get it on board.
No.
I don't even know if we can tow it in.
Yeah.
But I mean, so Pursuit was about 16 or 17 feet wide. The wingtips were wider than the boat.
Wow.
It was a big, and because it was hooked right in the tip, so
Yeah.
every time it flapped its wings, the
Yeah.
rod tip went down
Yeah.
and said, "I'm a tuna.
Yeah.
I'm a tuna. I'm
Yeah.
a tuna."
All right.
That was a debilitating one.
Yeah.
I wouldn't wish that on.
Yeah, the boys, George Kiddo and Finn were telling when was it last year? I was having a few beers and they told me a story. Did you have a nice tuna on with them on the boat?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For a long time, and did you get it or lose it after?
Well, we got a good one. That's on almost all the Black Magic ads, but we got that fish.
Yeah.
That was about a 90 kilo yellowfin.
Oh,
we got that on a live coho fishing for marlin.
Oh, yeah.
Total accident.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to think. Oh, of course. It was the bluefin tuna. Yeah, I almost forgot. Yeah, and George, because what I've done with my deckies, as they got older and they got their skipper's ticket, I said, look, your turn to run the boat.
Oh, yeah.
So I was the decky.
Yep.
And I think, there's no better way than to just put him in the hot seat. I said, look, I'm not coming upstairs unless you need me.
Yeah.
If you want to ask me questions, I'm here. But otherwise, I'm doing your job. You're doing mine.
You're running the boat.
So you go.
Yeah.
So we were fishing. Jeez, what a story. We were fishing for kingies that day at Middlesex Bank and doing okay. Nothing monstrous, but we were getting fish up to routinely 20, 25 kilos. Lovely fishing. Well, this guy up on the bow hooked a fish on I shouldn't say what kind of reel it was because what happened was disastrous. But anyway, it was a reputable brand, a very reputable brand, and a good reel, 50 wide, I might add. Anyway, he hooked this fish, and man, it was screaming out. And I thought, oh man, I might have a marlin here because it was on a live coho, so anything can happen. The fish, and so George started following this fish. So Finn and I are the deckies, and we're down on the deck, and George is following this fish and following it, and he followed it a long ways. I mean, at least 8 or 10 miles, easy. We had it on for a long time, and then the guys, the reel snapped off the reel snapped off the
Off the rod, off the seat,
off the reel seat.
Yeah,
The reel seat and the reel part of the company.
Separated, yeah.
So all of a sudden he's got the handle and the reel is up on his shoulder, and the line's still going through the guides, of course. So anyway, we got, what do? You have to do what you got to do.
Yeah.
We got a whole heap of big zip ties.
Yeah.
And we clamped his reel down to where it was functional.
Yeah.
And he went for another 3 hours like that. Anyway, it was a bluefin tuna.
Yeah.
And we'd hooked it. I'm not sure if we'd hooked it in the tail or if it was again tail wrapped.
Yeah.
But it was a real nice tuna. It was a big tuna. It was hard to say. We saw it several times, and I would say it was an easy 150 kilos, easy, and maybe 200. It was a good. It's a northern bluefin tuna or Pacific bluefin.
Yeah.
And but it was And geez, I actually thought we were going to get it. Poor George. I felt so sorry for him because he did a brilliant job.
Yeah.
And he was so pumped. You know, I mean, you would be. I mean, here you get a chance to run the boat and you hook a fish of a lifetime. You know.
Yeah.
And we followed it so long. He did such a great job. And the fish came up on the surface and flailed the water, like just big. Oh, it was like whitewater, just everywhere. And I thought, well, that's it. It's all over. Let's go, George. Let's get it. Well, we got there maybe a little bit late. I thought, the fish is in its death throes.
Yeah.
And the fish took off again. But it was tired. It was really tired. But of course, you're pulling a fish backwards. Not a good look. It's, it's like, thinking you're going to lead a bull around a pasture by putting a rope around its midsection, Not going to happen. So anyway, not long after that, the fish went down and down. And I don't know if it died or not, but we broke the line. And it was debilitating. Poor George. I mean, we were all pretty gutted about it. The interesting thing was we had a bunch of divers on board. They all had spear guns. And the fish came up really close. And I said, because at that stage, we just wanted to get it. We weren't worried about legalities or anything. Let's just get this thing, And I said, okay, guys, you got your spear guns. This thing it's right there. I said, spear it. No, we're not going to spear it. We might lose our guns. I said, no, you won't lose your guns. Spear it. They wouldn't have a bar of it.
Yeah.
I mean, we were just in a survival situation.
Like let's get it.
It was a bit frustrating, but that was. Oh, I almost forgot about that one. Maybe it's selective forgetfulness. Those are kind of painful. Those ones, like the manta ray.
Yeah. In terms of we've talked a little bit about it too, with gear and stuff. I understand. I remember I think George told me the first day you just ran light gauge hooks on the boat, so that would have been a big. What was that like for you going from all those years of fishing, and then Bonds goes, here it's a packet of these, use these? Were you nah?
Well, I was keen to use them, but I mean, it was so opposite to. I mean, you don't teach an old dog new tricks, and I mean, I'd like to think I'm open-minded and I can do that, but. Man, I mean, normally, you're trolling for marlin. Okay, hook up. We got a marlin. Okay, you run off another 100 meters or so for two reasons. More line in the water, maybe a better hookup rate, and you may get another strike. Well, with light gauge, of course, the first thing you do is stop, pull a boat out of gear. It was so hard for me to get my head around that.
Yeah.
And I kept, and then, so the guys were, I remember both the guys, they got real good. So we started trolling a little bit of both. And so if we got bit, they'd just yell out light gauge.
Oh, yeah.
So then boat out of gear.
Yeah.
And to be honest, there really isn't much excuse if you were fishing with a light gauge doing that for the fish to get more than 100 meters away. And of course you're right there for all the acrobatics and stuff. And oh man, it's a fantastic hookup rate is much better. Of course, you're always going to have the issue sometimes depending on, and you can get this with any hook. Yeah. The hook can break, the hook can bend out. Basically you're fishing for a big game fish with a glorified snapper hook is what it amounts to.
Yeah.
But the hookup rate is so much superior, So, you got to weigh it up, and if you're fishing for striped marlin, by all means, if you're going for blues and blacks, you got to really think about that. Yeah. Although in saying that, there's been some really big of both of those caught on light gauge. Big black caught down in Tikaha some years ago.
Yeah, that was a really big fish.
That was a real big fish. And one year, I think we got 6 blues, and 5 of them were on light gauge. And the biggest one, and they were all kind of, 180, 200. They're nice fish, but they weren't big blues. But the biggest one, which we put at probably 240, was on light gauge. And that one really gave a stick at the boat, and it kept going underneath. And I said, George, hang on.
Yeah.
And because he wanted to let it go, and I said, I don't like this, so hang on. So with the light gauge, the last thing you really want to do is hang on. You know? Well, he did, and man, that fish put maximum pressure on George, on the trace, a 500-pound trace, and it was slightly bent out, but it hung in there, got the tag in it, and away it went.
Yeah.
So depends whether if you point load any hook, you're going to break it. I don't care, light gauge, heavy gauge, the best made hook in the world. The best hook that Mustad can make, or any Japanese hook, you'll break it.
Yeah.
If you got it point loaded, if you hook the fish in the perfectly wrong place, but if you hook it in the right place, in the corner of the mouth, you probably got an excellent chance with even light gauge, any hook. Some of the fish we've landed, like fishing in those meatballs, we were commonly sometimes we'd be fishing for skippies with light gear, and we're fishing with 1 barrow hooks, 2 barrow hooks. with an anchovy and 30, 40 kilo yellowfin comes up, people go, you can't catch a big yellowfin with a hook that's not as big as your thumbnail.
Yeah.
I said, well, we just did.
Yeah.
So those hooks are really strong, and depending on where they're hooked, people think, they always think, hey, we're going for big fish, we need big trace, and we need big hooks. Not true at all. So for starters, you got to balance your gear out, Even though you might be going for a marlin, if you're going to be using a small mackerel or a small kogaroo, whoa, you've got to bring your hook size right down, probably your trace size right down. You've got to make that bait look natural. So I've always had the thought, and people go, oh, but man, you could break the hook and you could break the line. Oh, sure. But you know what? Better to have loved and lost than never loved at all. So the way I look at it, if you're getting in a dire situation to where you have to come right down in hook size, right down in bait size or trace size to get a bite, well, I want to get a bite. We'll deal with it later, the logistics of landing the fish. But if you're never going to hook a fish, you're never going to land a fish. So sure, you might get heartbreak. It might be tears at the end, but geez, you hooked it. And I mean, we've seen it often with marlin, tuna. They're there. They don't want to bite. So what do? Hey, okay, let's go down bait size, hook size, trace size. Wow, here he comes. He's all over it. Oh, but geez, now we only got 150-pound trace and a 6-bar hook. I said, okay, so that's what we got. But we got a fish on, so let's go.
Yeah.
Chances are we might get broken off, but we got a fish on the end. We didn't have that before, so let's do our best.
Yeah, and I suppose one thing that a lot of people, and this is something I didn't know either, is when you're fighting marlin, you can use the boat really, really well on them because of the way they fight.
Sure.
And when they're up on top and then drag control,
Yeah.
All that sort of stuff is things that I've learned. And it's amazing the difference it makes when you learn how to drive a boat properly. I think I caught 3 marlin last year, weren't even hooked. And then, but it was all from staying behind the fish, using the drag properly, not getting in front of it, and then you pull it up and it's got the hook just sitting straight over, just over the bill, and it's like, oh shit! I
can tell you've been listening to Bonds.
Yeah. No, he's he helped me a lot.
Oh, he's top man on that, and he's had all that experience, at Cape Verde and of course in New Zealand. So no, he's had a lot of time to think about it, but I'll use Bonds as an expression, as an example rather, and it's really neat when you get people, because let's face it, fishing can be, and for a lot of people it's quite secretive. They and to a point, if you got a favorite hapuka spot that could get fished out easy, well, you don't really want to advertise that. And there's certain little techniques maybe you have that gives you a little bit of an edge in a competition or whatever. You're probably not going to be too excited about, broadcasting that. But there's certain people that are, really helpful with the sport. And Bonds is at the top of the list. He's always been so helpful and so friendly to people that probably didn't deserve his time, but he's done it anyway. So it's really neat. And it's for people like that are willing to give their time and their expertise and to make someone else's ability to catch fish better. I think it's a really great attribute, and a lot of people don't have it. And I mean, for a long time I was pretty secretive, but I thought, hey. And the thing is, okay, probably to this day I'd be secretive maybe about a big snapper spot or crayfish spot or hapuka spot, because those sort of things can get fished out real easily. But it amazes me how many people are secretive with pelagics like tuna or marlin. Hey, here today, gone tomorrow. I mean, and the more information you can share, the better off we're all going to be. But there's still people that won't say where they had caught marlin, because guess what? Those fish are probably not going to be there tomorrow. So who cares anyway, But you can establish a pattern and you can get some ideas. And it's kind of silly for people to be secretive on pelagics. I think it's kind of silly.
Yeah, no, it's pretty cool. Like, I suppose as I've got to know Bonds a lot better and spent more time with him, he's like, you talk about it there, like sharing knowledge, but the amount of times his phone goes a day, especially this time of year when people are fishing. I was with him last year and he was talking to 3 different people fighting blue marlin and trying to give them advice and techniques. 2 of them had died, and then and he's talking them through, and he's like, this is how it's going to play out. This is what's going to happen. I'm like, sitting in the car with him, like, how do you know that? And he's like, mate, I've done it. Like, I know exactly what's going to happen. And then sure enough, talks them both through it, and then
planed them up.
Yeah, and then one of them got them, the other one didn't, but one of them didn't follow through with what he said. He said, "This is what will happen." And then at this time do whatever it was. I can't remember what it was, but and then they end up losing that fish. It snaps the line, but the other one they got it. Yeah,
Pretty neat.
And that fish turned out to be a $30,000 fish. Yeah,
And the thing about Bonds, I mean, every time he's talking to someone on the phone, he's not doing something that earns him money. I mean, the guy, he's not making a lure or he's not banking up a trace or something, So first, for me to talk to you, it's time, and I'm glad to do that. But like Bonds is a working man and he needs to make a living, and so, but he's glad to give up his time to do just that.
Yeah,
It's pretty special.
yeah. No, it is pretty cool. And like, I suppose once you can see, it creates loyalty and customers too, though, right?
Yeah.
Like, and I think about that a lot with anything. I suppose as I've got older, anything that I buy, I don't buy generally like a product. I buy from the person.
Yeah.
So if like Aaron Styles, right? So I wear a lot of just another fisherman clothes. Got some on now.
Yeah.
Actually, my whole outfit, and that's because I'm friends with Aaron, and I buy from Aaron. Like it's and it's just
And it's
kind of
quality.
how the world works.
It transcends. I mean, so many people nowadays, especially with the internet, they buy on price.
Yep.
It's all about price, and there's not really any loyalty at all. But if you've had good service and you've got a good relationship and a good rapport with somebody, geez, you're a mug to go anywhere else, really. To be honest, but there's a lot of people that don't see it that way.
Yeah. And it's I'm a big sort of believer in like karma, like what goes around comes around.
Jeez,
and the amount of like, I suppose through my professional career, like I've always been somebody that's just said yes, because I think it was really early on in my career. It might have been John Gibbs that said to me, he was captain at the time, and we were signing some autographs or whatever, and he's I was out there signing autographs and stuff, and I was a young fella, and most of the kids probably didn't even know who I was, but I had a Waikato jersey on, so I was somebody famous. And I'm signing these autographs and stuff, and then he looked at me, and I was out there, and for ages after the game, every kid that come up, sign. A few of the other boys would sign and sort of carry on, go inside. And then we walked inside, and he looked at me and he said, "Mate, don't ever lose that." And I was like, "What do you mean?" He goes, "That, the fact that you stayed out there and you didn't say no to one of those kids, like you didn't just walk off. Like he's like, don't ever lose it." And when he said that to me, I thought about it completely differently. Like I felt like an imposter to start with. I was like, "Oh man, why these kids like want my signature? I'm nobody." But as I thought about it different after that, and I was like, "You were that kid, and what you would have given to get that autograph, like just make sure you remember that." So I always remember that throughout my career. And then if I ever got asked to public speak or to go down to a training, like if I could do it, I did it, and I always just said yes. And the amount of times that's come back to me further down the track when I've needed something, or all of a sudden I'm like, "Oh, I need a hand to do this," and it's like, "Oh, Rara's dad that you went down to his kids' training, oh, he's a concrete layer, then you give him a ring, and yeah, sweet, and you get a bloody good deal." Yeah.
No, dead right. Actually, John O'Gibbs was one of my favorite players.
Oh yeah.
And of course, a guy that you played with that's also just right at the top of my list has got to be Liam Messon.
Oh, Liam.
That guy's unbelievable.
Yeah. Well, me and Liam grew up playing together. We're the same age. I first time I ever saw Liam was Waikato under 16s, and we played Bay of Plenty under 16s in the final actually of the Northern Region tournament, and he was a man amongst boys.
two of the best, most memorable Waikato players to me. There's been some great ones over the years, but those two, just their longevity and what they did for the sport, and they just kept coming back. Kind of along the lines.
Great leaders.
Oh yeah. Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not convinced that either one of them they weren't bursting with talent, but boy, they were bursting with drive, and they were never going to give up.
Yeah. Now Liam's a very very interesting person. He's extremely driven. Like he is the most focused person I've ever crossed paths with in the scene of rugby.
Wow.
Like, he is phenomenal. And there was nothing else when we're coming through. We're all get distracted and enjoy going out and have a few beers and the rest of it. Liam was just always his diet. He wouldn't drink. He was very, very structured in the way, and it paid off for him, like he got everything he wanted and more, and he's like
even
most
played
capped chief
last year.
of all time, like was playing last year
Yeah.
at 37.
Yeah.
You know, and
Amazing.
playing well.
Yeah.
Like he could play again this year.
Yeah,
Like
he probably could if he wanted
yeah,
to.
Yeah.
And if the call came out, he'd probably be there
Yeah.
again.
He
And
would.
he'd keep himself in shape just for that call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, they're pretty. It's pretty special.
Yeah.
We're not, I suppose, talking about names in terms of deckies, but was there something that you just noticed in certain ones as soon as they sort of turned up, you're like, well, he's got something.
Pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And I almost always opted for young guys.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Enthusiasm.
Well, that's part of it, but
Yeah.
they hadn't learned any bad habits.
Ah.
So, I mean, I can actually, as long as they're willing for me to train them,
Yep.
I can actually get them right to where I want them to be. Not
Mm.
to say that's maybe the right way, but it was for me on
Yeah.
my boat.
Well, it creates consistency
Yes,
too,
exactly,
right? Which is
exactly.
And the
And-
more I learn about fishing, consistency is really
I had a dickie.
important.
I'm not going to mention this one,
Yeah.
but he was with me for. It was interesting. He was with me for 4 years, and to be honest with you, after 4 years, I don't really think I can teach anybody much more. I think they've learned everything that they can learn in 4 years. So it's really time for them to go and do their own thing, or at least get on another boat and get another perspective. And for this particular guy, I talked him into staying for the 5th year. And a big part of it was about me being lazy. I didn't want to train another decky.
Yeah.
I was tired, and I didn't want to train another decky. This is a while back, by the way.
Yeah.
And I've had a fair few great deckies since then, but this is going back a ways. And anyway, so I talked him into staying. And I told my wife, I said, I've talked him into staying for a 5th year. And of course, like women are, or my wife anyway, very introspective. And she thought about it for a minute, and she goes, I just have one thing to say. And I thought she would be overjoyed because she really liked the guy a lot, and for all the right reasons, and he liked her. And I said, what's that? She goes, I hope it's not going to be 1 year too long for both of you.
Ah,
And you know what? It's exactly what it was.
really?
Yeah, because this guy had learned pretty much everything. He was starting to second guess me all the time. Like, you know, when we didn't have a good day, he said, geez, I would have done this, or I would have gone there, I wouldn't have done that. And I got a little bit tired of it, to be honest with you. And by the end of the season, we had a good season. I let him run the boat, and he did well running the boat. And he was always going to be a skipper, and a good one. And but at the end of the season, we didn't part enemies by any means, but I think we were glad to see the ass end of each other. You
Yeah.
know? See you later, mate. Have a good life. Take care.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Whew. You know, that's that. Those last few months were pretty hard. Well, probably the last 6 months were pretty hard.
Yeah.
And I had myself to blame. I talked him into it, and he decided to stay, but he probably needed to go. But it was real interesting. About a year later, he got a really good job with a top charter operation. And about a year later, I got a call, and he said, "Where are you?" I said, "Oh, I'm in Maunganui." And I said, "We've actually got one of your favorite groups, an Australian group, on board." He goes, "Oh," I said, "Where are you?" He goes, "Oh, Bay of Islands." I said, "Why don't you come up and have dinner with us? We're going to have dinner." He goes, "Great." Came up, had dinner, reconnected with all these guys who we had a great, it was a really good catch up. And he said, "Can I talk to you outside?" And I said, "Sure." Went outside, and he says, "I want to tell you something." He says, "When I first started working for you," he said, "I thought a lot of the things you asked me to do were absolutely asinine." And he said, "I really hated you for some of those things." And he said, "In that last year, we really struggled, didn't we?" I said, "Yeah, we did." And he says, "But I got to tell you now, I've got a year of experience under my belt. I've gone and worked with some of the other people." And he said, "I've got to thank you for what you did for me and to me." And he says, "I know you did it for all the right reasons." And he said, "I wouldn't have been the decky that I became. I wouldn't have been the skipper that I became. And I wouldn't have been the man that I became without you." And I tell you what, you could have pushed me over with a feather. And I mean, I did everything I could to not cry.
Yeah.
And I mean, for him to say that was like, where do you go after that? I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, it was just the most amazing experience. And to have somebody that I parted with on probably not the best of terms coming back and telling me that.
Yeah.
He didn't have to tell me that.
No, that's big, for someone to
That's
come
huge.
back. And
It's huge.
Because that's at him.
Yeah.
That's him admitting that he was wrong in a way too.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
of course.
Like,
Yeah. And that made him more of a man that he could say that, in my
Yeah.
opinion, in my
Yeah.
book. So, I haven't had anything like that with my. I know my other deckies have appreciated, and they've let me know in different ways, but never exactly like that.
Yeah.
That was as succinct as it gets, you know.
Yeah.
Here it is. This is it on the barrelhead, you know.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
because it would be, I suppose, when you talk about that and the second guessing and that kind of thing, when you're, I suppose, the skipper, that's what these deckies, they don't want to be deckies their whole life, do they?
No, they don't. Most of them don't.
Most of them don't. They want to get to a point where they are you.
course.
And when they get to a certain level, that's when it's like the ego starts to change. And it's like, well, hang on, like I'm actually pretty good at this, and I'm getting a good understanding of fishing these areas. Oh, I would do it this way. I would do it that way, and it does create.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and then I guess certain personalities of people too.
Yeah.
Well, they'll be coming after
Yeah.
you because you're
Oh.
at the top.
Yeah.
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 Just like it is.
And
in
I
a
can
team.
understand. I mean, it's an apprenticeship, really, is
Yep.
what it is. And they've done their apprenticeship, and they're ready for the next step. And I kind of forced the issue and made him stay another year, you know, and he responded maybe not appropriately, but hey, it was, there's nobody at fault here. It's just, like you say, it's somebody wanting to spread their wings. They can't do it. They've seen enough over the 4 years, and hey, man, I wouldn't have done that. I would have done something else. And chances are they were right,
Yeah.
you know. But I've been on a boat. I've been on boats with 10 skippers, all fishing or going on a trip or something. But you know, at the end of the day, there's only one skipper, and what that guy says goes. And you might not agree with him, and unless he's doing something really dumb, that's the guy that makes the decisions. And I've been on boats, and I've thought that maybe they made a mistake, but I think, man, I'm just going to shut up because I'm not the skipper. I'm not the guy with the wheel in my hand. So that's something you always got to take into consideration. And you might have other ideas and stuff, but if you're going to subject yourself to going out with another skipper that's in charge of the boat, whether it's his boat or not, then you just better fall in line. If he's doing something dumb that's going to jeopardize people's safety, that's a different thing.
Yeah.
But, you just kind of stand back and say, geez, I think we had a bad day because this and this, but you stand back. And if you don't think you can, don't go on the trip.
Yeah. Because that's something that I suppose I've noticed a little bit now with what I've learnt from Bonds with my boat, and then I find it really hard to go with other people now because I sit there second guessing everything, like in terms of the gear, and then I'm like, I hope that knot's done properly, but you get that, I guess, almost it's like a control factor.
Well, you've lost control.
Yeah.
By going out with someone else.
Yeah.
And I mean, you've done it for the right reasons, to enjoy their company.
And that's what you got to remember.
Exactly.
It's about
focus on that.
Yeah.
It's not about the fishing necessarily.
No, it's just going to spend
Hopefully you
the time.
catch a fish and have a good time. But for me, it's probably the last 20 years. I mean, I love my fishing, and I'm doing more fishing now than ever. But it's for me now. And the thing is, I'd much rather go out with 2 or 3 mates that I really like or want to reconnect with and have a pretty crappy day of fishing than going out with some guys that I don't appreciate at all, would rather not be with, and have a great day of fishing. No, it's about the camaraderie.
Yeah, and with that, with running a boat, like there must have been some extremely difficult groups and that you would have dealt with.
Oh yes,
Yeah,
we
and
had some
egos?
tough ones. Oh
Yeah.
geez, yeah, we had. You name it, we've had it. And I've been, once again, I've usually had deckies that were very capable in many different ways. And I mean, a lot of the deckies came to me and wanted to be deckhands because they were fishermen and they wanted to get their fix and they wanted to learn more. And that's all the good reasons. But a good decky is so multifaceted. It's not even funny. I mean, they've got to babysit people. They've got to be an expert knot tire. They've got to be pretty darn good cooks. They've got to be cleaners, and that includes spew. They've got to be sociable. They've got to tell stories. They have to, like I said, they got to babysit people. They have to be really good on the anchor. They have to watch the lures. They've got to clean the boat inside and out. A deckie's job, unfortunately, is never done. It's like it's a glorified maid, really. But hopefully, most of them have got a lot out of it. They've got insight to a livelihood that a lot of them have pursued, and they've had some really good experiences. And it's just on a deal like that, hopefully they've all made enough money to made a living and put a bit of money away to do something they wanted to do. But really, you're not looking at the pay. You're looking it's like an apprenticeship on minimum wage. At the end of the 4 years or whatever it is, then you're going to go on to make more money and be the man and do the things that you want to do. So you're paying penance is what you're doing. And I've got to say, most of the guys I've had have just been excellent at that way. And it really it makes me feel really good inside to say that I've maintained really good friendships with just about all of my crew. There's been the odd exception, but it's just about every single one of them have remained good friends.
Nice. Did you have any that just didn't last? Like,
A few. Oh yeah. One guy, I thought he was going to be really good, and within about 2 weeks, he told me, I can't do this.
Yeah.
Then another guy kind of had a little bit of a mental breakdown, I think, or just being out at sea and not being able to see land. He didn't like that. And so I said, look, mate, you should probably go. And then he came back, seemingly thinking he was all right, and one more trip didn't do it, so he had to go.
Yeah.
He had other issues, I think.
Yeah.
So, no, there's been a few that didn't last, and they probably never were, because on a boat like Pursuit, and some of the busy charter boats now, it's you're at sea over 200 days a year. So for starters, I don't know what kind of a relationship you can have with a female.
Yeah.
You got to have a real special woman, or preferably no woman. And that another reason why I like the young guys. They weren't married, and a lot of them got steady girlfriends, and sometimes it ended in tears. Sometimes they had good ones that could understand and hang in there for the hard times, for the good times that were days off and stuff. So no, I could usually tell if I had a good one, and it was worth. And some of them were a bit painful. They'd be obviously really good at one or two of those jobs, but they needed to be really good at another 3 or 4 quickly.
Yeah.
But I could see they were worth, as long as they had the right attitude and they wanted to learn and they wanted to get better, man, I was there 110%. But if they kind of were, you could tell they were getting down in the mouth and, oh, geez, another rough day, no fish, customers are getting me down. And if they kind of followed that track for any length of time, the job wasn't right for them.
Yeah.
And I needed to get rid of them, but for their sake, they shouldn't be here.
Yeah.
So it's a special person to be a dedicated decky, kind of like a rugby player.
Yeah, well, what I've noticed, I've got a few mates that have done it, and you go fishing with a decky, someone that has been a decky, they are unbelievable hosts. It's just, they're as much hospitality as they are a fisherman. And that, and it wasn't, I always thought, and we used to talk about it and with a group of mates and stuff, I'd love to be a decky. But then when you actually get to know what the job is, I don't know, I think I would enjoy it because I love the people side of it.
Yeah.
And I could, I'd learn to deal with, the stuff that I wasn't so interested in. But I would, because I love people and love conversation and telling stories, and reason I got the bloody podcast is so I can talk to people, and that's why I love going. That's especially why I love marlin fishing, because you spend so much of your day just engaging with whoever you're with, just having conversation, talking. When you're snapper fishing and soft baiting and the rest of it, you're a bit busy, and you're not
talking.
Not as much talking. But when you're marlin fishing, you sit back and it's a great way for me to reconnect with some mates that I haven't spent much time with, and we go out there and solve all of life's problems, and then go back on land, and they all come back. Yeah. But yeah.
No, it's very cool. And I'll tell you what I really enjoyed. I expect when people come on the boat, they're paying good money, and I expect them to want to talk about fishing because they're there to fish.
Yeah.
And some of them, that's all they want to talk about. And that's fine. You're paying for it. Let's talk about fishing. But I'd get the odd customer that would, and I'd show some genuine interest in what they did for a living.
Yeah.
And a lot of them would open up in the fly bridge, just trolling for hours. And man, I tell you what, I learned so much about so many different types of jobs, especially, I don't think I'd want to, in fact, I can tell you right now, I wouldn't want to do either one, but man, I know a hell of a lot about kiwi fruit orchards.
Oh, yeah.
And I know a hell of a lot about dairy farming.
Yeah.
And dry stock.
Yeah.
Because we had a lot of those.
A lot of farmers fish.
Oh, yeah, they love it. They love it.
Yeah.
No. And it's funny, I always would get, maybe other than teriyaki, I don't know that we ever caught limits of fish on Pursuit. Like legal limits.
Yeah.
Well, we got good catches, in my opinion, but every once in a while you'd get a greedy group, would just start pressing all my wrong buttons, and whether they knew or not, I would just kind of make things a little more difficult for them because they had enough, in my opinion.
Yeah.
One exception was farmers.
Yeah.
in my book,
Yeah.
because those guys live off the land. You know, they're eating what they raise and stuff, and that's great for them. Fishing was really a privilege and a bonus. So, and I knew
They don't get a lot of time off the farm.
and they don't get fish.
Yeah.
So I always was happy to see them catch a little bit more than I was comfortable with.
Yeah.
Certainly within legal limits.
Yeah.
But I was comfortable because I knew none of it would get wasted. They would freeze it and they would enjoy it for the whole year.
Yeah.
So and you know, you get a few groups like that. But then something that put me off would be greed, and I could see it, you know. And sometimes, you know, and it was real interesting because you could go one of two ways. You could come up to people and say, "Look, we've really had a good time on these puka. You know, you've got a real good catch. Why don't we go do something else? Like maybe go catch some teriki or some snapper or kingies or something." A lot of them would say, "That's a great idea. Let's do that. Let's diversify and let's go do something different." You get the odd group and say, "Hey man, we're getting these fish. Let's keep getting them. We need to get these fish." And I go, "Oh my God." So, and then the thing is, if I, you know, kind of miss the spot or something, I mean, they'd look up and they go, "Oh yeah, we know what he's doing." Right, you know? So sometimes you didn't say anything, you know. I'd go, "Oh look, guys, I think maybe the fish just kind of
gone off the bite."
Yeah, they've gone off the bite now. So let's move on. "Oh yeah, that's a good idea." But if you gave them the choice and it was the wrong group,
Yeah.
you got mud on your face, bud.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
keep catching more fish than you're comfortable with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose that would be that'd be a hard thing, because for you want the sustainable fishery, because it's, you know,
it's
you
our
want a good
livelihood.
experience
Yeah,
for
and I want people
everyone that comes on the boat.
I wanted them to catch a good catch of fish, but what they thought was a good catch and what I thought were often different,
Yeah.
and sometimes vastly different.
Yeah, I'm talking to Mark Collins about that, who worked for you, and he, like, that was the one thing that he hated about it was greed on the boat.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh,
where
he's
people
not the
just
only
wanted
one.
to keep killing.
I had some crew that just couldn't do it anymore
Yeah.
because of that exact same. Hey, we kill fish every day, you
Yeah.
know, but how you kill them and what you do, and you know, and sometimes you get into some phenomenal fishing. And I mean, a good example. I mean, I don't. To be honest with you, I would not care to eat a snapper over 3 kilos. I suppose that's big enough for me, and less is better.
Yeah.
But I mean, you occasionally get into some really good snapper. I mean, 20 pounders, and I'm talking a fair few of them. Cape Maria Van Diemen, some of these wonderful places. East Cape is another place. Some big fish, and the guys are catching these big fish. And hey, I think it'd be great for anybody to catch a trophy fish. I would never take that away. Like when people, you know, they get their first marlin, and they go, "Oh, could I keep it?" And it might be 70 kilos. It should be gone back. But I say, "Mate, if you want to keep it, so you should. You should keep that fish." And you make a big deal of it. Now, if they caught 2 or 3, or if there was a number of fish on the boat and they said that, I go, "Really? You think you really want to keep this one?" But I would never argue with someone catching a real trophy fish for them. Maybe not in the terms of a real trophy, but for them.
Yeah.
And I think that's great. But once again, you get the greed. So a guy gets a 18 pounder. "Oh man, I've never caught a snapper that big. Great, man, let's whack it." Then he gets a 20 pounder. "Oh man, I've never caught a 20 pounder. Okay, if you must." "Oh, I've never caught a 23 pounder. Really?"
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's when it starts kicking in, and you say, "Really, do you want all these big fish? What are you going to do with them?" "Oh, they smoke up beautifully." Well, yeah, they smoke up, but you know, they're a lot better swimming away. Let's get a good photo. Let's let them go. And that happened. I'll tell you what, a real game changer for us is when we got given a sling on the boat
Oh, yeah.
for kingies.
Yeah.
Because, and that was, well, that's going a ways back now, probably 15 more years ago. But somebody gave me a sling, and I thought, this is pretty cool. Because so often, you'd have a guy would get, or a person, woman, anybody, would get a 30 to 40 kilo kingy. And they said, "Look, I really don't want to kill this fish, but I have got to know what it weighs."
Oh, yeah.
I said, "Mate, if we weigh it, it's probably going to kill it."
Yeah.
Because, well, then kill it, because I've got to know.
Yeah.
Well, as soon as we got the sling, it was so cool.
Yeah.
You know, all you did was you put the deck hose in the fish's mouth, and you got to remember, some people, you've got to put it right at its lips, so
yeah.
the water goes over the gills. You don't want to shove it right down, because then
It
it's
just
going
goes
down
into
its
the-
guts.
yeah.
It's not breathing.
Yeah.
So it's right at its mouth, and you can keep a king out of the water 30, 40 minutes if you want.
Oh, yeah.
As long as you kept the body, yeah. Well, it's just like you and I putting on some scuba gear.
Yeah.
Same deal. Yeah, as long as we can breathe, we're fine. Those fish can breathe, no trouble.
Yeah.
And it was a game changer. So all of a sudden, I said, "Sure, mate. Yeah, good." So we get the fish out,
Yeah.
cover the eye. That was an interesting one, because as soon as you cover the eye with your hand or a rag, a towel or something, it just settles the fish right down. It was fantastic. was really cool. If you didn't do that, the fish would start hurting itself, start flapping every once in a while. Hey, settle down, mate. But you cover the eye, it just seems to settle them right down. Hose at the mouth, keep them out for as long as you like. Give them a good drink, and lift them up in the scales. Okay, mate, look at this. Oh, 41 kilos. Woohoo!
Yeah.
Back down, more water in the mouth,
Yeah.
Keep them down there.
Get a photo.
Photos. Oh, you want more? Oh, okay. Put more water in. More photos. Okay, let them go. Fine.
Yeah.
So I think in those years, after we got slings, we were probably saving anywhere between 40 and 60 big kingies lives a year. Pretty significant.
Yeah, where
and these
in
are
the past
these
they
are
would've
fish
got
that
whacked.
are 30 kilos plus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a
That's
big
huge.
fish.
That's huge.
Yeah.
And oh man, talk about gratifying. It was so cool.
Yeah.
It had so many people, and that was the other thing. People would go. We started doing this a bit. People would go. So you want to keep this? Oh, and he'd already maybe had a good fish. So you want to keep this? Oh, this is bigger than the last one. I said, so you want to kill this fish? Not like keep it, but you want to kill it? They suddenly go, oh, kill. No, that's pretty radical,
Yeah.
Wow, I don't know about that, And I say, well, we could tag it, and you could contribute to scientific research. And if someone catches this fish, you'll get a letter and a T-shirt in the mail, and you will be a hero.
Yeah.
Oh man. Oh yeah, I want to do that.
Yeah, yeah.
So I tell you, I'm probably telling some in-house secrets here,
Yeah,
but I'm
yeah.
retired. I don't care.
Yeah.
But no, it's just a way, just with semantics, and we were able to make people feel good about their catch, and yet the fish was going back.
Yeah.
And I mean that was huge for us, and my deckies too. It wasn't just me.
Yeah.
A lot of these, and it was just so cool to see these big fish out of the water for 5-10 minutes sometimes, and back in, photos, weighed them. We gave them a certificate so they knew what it weighed.
Yeah.
And man, for them, that was gold.
Yeah.
And many people, I would go to their houses, and here on the wall, in a frame, photo of them with their fish dripping wet.
Yeah.
My little certificate that I wrote out to verify it, and maybe the trace or the hook or something.
Yeah.
And that was it. That's all they needed.
Yeah.
But otherwise, that fish has got to die. It's going down the fish hole.
Yeah.
Got to come back and go on the weigh station.
Yeah.
And look, I didn't argue with that on the whole, but if you could avoid that, it's a win-win-win situation.
Yeah. And I suppose with the way the world is now with social media and stuff, it's become more about the photo rather than
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And the experience. Yeah.
yeah, the experience.
Going-
You can share that easier.
Go back one step. Social media, and we're talking about deckies.
Yeah.
This is a good one. You'll like this. Sorry to go backwards.
No, I like it.
One time I made a mistake, and I needed a decky, and I was kind of caught short with the season coming up. So I advertised on social media. I got 84 applicants. And I'll tell you what a nightmare I created for myself.
Yeah.
But I mean, I whittled it down finally. Actually, I'll tell you what, out of that came Mark Collins.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and it came down, the two that were the best in my opinion was him and his best mate.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Whoa.
And it was a real
Out
tough,
of 84.
out of 84, it came down to those two guys. And the other guy would have been excellent.
Yeah.
Mark won out. I think it really created some problems with them for a little while with their friendship.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, which I didn't want to do at all, and I didn't actually even realize they were such great mates until the
Oh,
end.
okay. Yeah.
But some of the ones I was able to whittle them down because I called everybody.
Yeah.
I thought there was no way I was going to turn them back on. It's like
Yeah.
you signing autographs. You don't do that.
Yeah.
If someone was good enough to put in an application, I had to be good enough to at least tell them thanks, but no thanks. So, and I would just talk to them. And for about 30 or 40 of those, within about 3 sentences, I knew that they weren't. But some of them were so funny. I had this one guy said, so tell me, what's your perception of the job? He goes, oh man, that must be the best job in the world. He says, you go out with the boys, have a few beers, catch a few fish, catch a few rays, get a good night's sleep, and be ready to do it the next day, man. What a great job.
Oh, the same for you.
No. Thanks a lot, mate. But I think, this is probably not the job for you.
Yeah.
Oh, you sure? I think I'd be great,
You wouldn't have got much out of Mark in the conversation, would you?
No, he's pretty quiet. But
Yeah.
I could see in Mark.
Yeah.
There was a lot in Mark. And his best mate. And his best mate was actually a lot more personal than him.
Yep.
But I thought that Mark possibly had the better drive. Maybe I might be speaking out of turn here.
Yeah.
Either one of them would have been fine.
Yeah.
but Mark just barely tipped it over, and he was
Yeah.
a great decky for a long time.
Yeah, he's a real good man. Mark.
He's an outstanding fisherman. He's
Yeah.
turned into a good father, which I wasn't sure about that. And he's a good husband. So
Yeah.
no, he ticks all the boxes.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, because I caught up with him. He's actually going to come on the podcast, so I'll drop that in there. So now he can't back
By the
out.
way, I think, and I'd like him to be the guy I catch my first and probably my only swordfish with.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
yeah. Oh, you haven't caught a swordfish?
No.
Tried?
No, not really. Not for myself.
Yeah.
Seen a few caught.
Yeah.
But no, I will do it. And
Yeah.
with daytime fishing, I think it's pretty easy, relatively easy.
Yeah.
And so I'm not in a hurry, and I think I'll do it. And I think I'd like to do it with him on his little boat.
Yeah, wicked. Yeah, no, he's a good fisher. He's a good man. But yeah, I talked to him about it, and he said like his time like working on the boat and stuff, it was real like interesting for him. Like because he is introverted and he's quite quiet, and that's why, I think he's holding back a little bit and coming on the podcast. But he's got some great stories to tell and insight, and I love the way he thinks about things in life and fishing, and like he's a real good man.
Yeah.
But then, like he said, it got to a point where he almost felt awkward on land, like he didn't know how to. And this must be similar for you, right? Like because he was like he felt just that as soon as he got stepped on the boat and the boat left dock, he was like, oh, I feel
You're at home.
normal again. Like, but when he get back on land, it was all like he just didn't feel like he belonged there anymore. So he said it was quite an interesting transition for him. That happened with you?
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
for sure. Especially in my younger days, I hated taking time off because, especially like when I was working on San Diego, I was running boats there, and albacore and tuna fishing, and you get patterns, and you can think about where the fish will be the next day. I mean, they got tails and they use them, but instead of going back to yesterday's hotspot, which might be okay, you'd move maybe 10 miles to the east or whatever, and if you were right, you'd hit the jackpot, and then and if you took a day or two off, you completely screwed up that whole thing. And no matter what somebody told you, it wasn't like living it. It wasn't like being out there. So taking one day off was hopeless. 2 days off wasn't good. To be honest, if you couldn't take 3 days off, and I always try to give my crew, because in one day you're just tired, all you want to do is sleep. The next day you actually probably need to do a bit of business or some stuff for yourself.
Yep.
And the third day is a day that maybe you can actually go do something that you enjoy.
Yeah.
So if you didn't have 3 days off, it wasn't worth it. For me anyway. But no, but I'll tell you what, I was really ready to retire.
Yeah.
I was.
Yeah.
And my wife was really supportive. I mean, it was funny. I had a tradition. When we ran our last trip, usually in July, I'd sit down with a big rum and coke, and I'd write down all the months of the year, and I'd go through my logbook, and I'd just tick off how many days I ran that year. And she would go, this is going back a ways. She goes, how many days this year? And I said, 265. She goes, that's too many. You need to cut back. I go, I don't really want to cut back. She goes, but it's just, you're getting on now and you need to cut back. Oh, I don't want to, but I didn't say that.
Yeah.
So anyway, next year, how many? So I started fudging, So how many this year? I go, 235. Oh, still far too many. Far too many. Well, I actually done 245,
Yeah.
So then I got smarter, She goes, how many this year? And I'd say, 196 when it was like 220, She goes, that's still too many. And then 1 year, it was really interesting. She goes, how many this year? I go, 186. She goes, keep it up. I go, really? So that was because I think she was kind of opting for me to retire a little bit sooner than I did. So I didn't. And so I went another 5 years after that conversation. And she was so supportive. And it was real interesting. I thought, I might go one more year. I thought, no, because I had two great deckies. They were both retiring. I was going to have to train someone. And because really, you're not going to get what you want for a couple years. And I thought, I don't want to do this. So the time was right for me. We'll talk about timing. My gosh. I mean, within 4 months of that decision was white island eruption. Well, that would have that took a toll on me anyway, but that would have nailed our business for 2 or 3 months. And then not long after that was COVID. Well, I mean, the guys are hanging in there, some of the good charter boat operators, and they're doing well now. But man, that was really put the hurt on them. So I think my timing was great. People go, oh, don't you miss it? I go, well, little bits of it. I miss the good days of weather, the good days of fishing. I miss a lot of my customers. But overall, hey, I don't.
Yeah.
Now I go out to sea. I mean, I'm running a little snapper boat now, which I'm absolutely loving.
Yeah.
It's great. I mean, sleeping in my own bed at night, I mean, that's unique in itself.
Yeah.
And interacting with people and seeing them catching a 2 kilo snapper, and it's the biggest fish they've ever seen, let alone caught. And I'm sharing all that again, Instead of a 20 or 30 kilo kingy, it's a 2 kilo snapper. But for them, it's the world. So for me, it's the world.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's cool. I'm kind of going back, back to the future sort of thing. So.
Yeah. So that I watched the Aaron and the guys at Just Another Fisherman did the Salty Gentleman, the little short film.
Yep.
Was that close towards the end of your last season?
That was within about that would have been in, I think, December.
Oh, yeah.
And of course I retired the next July.
Yeah.
So it was getting there.
in that last season.
Oh sure. Yeah, absolutely.
You said some good weather and good fishing in that.
Didn't we just?
Fuck, that drone footage of those kingies on the stick baits. And I'll put it in the
That was a
on
dream.
the website.
That was a dream.
Yeah.
Everything about that. The fishing was good. The people were good. And we just had the best fishing. I forget. We got a number of personal bests.
There's quite a few 30 kilo fish on the scales.
There was. And I mean, a couple of them got two over 30 kilos, and a couple of them were on stick baits.
Yeah.
So I mean,
that's pretty impressive fish on stick bait.
great.
Those stick bait rods are horrible for fighting a fish.
Yeah, they're great for casting, and it's all fun until you hook one.
Yeah. Yeah. I've a good friend of mine fought a marlin on a stick bait rod. Yeah.
That's a killer.
Yeah. A mate, the other mate, it was his boat. They went out, and Sean Thompson, he was a dickie. He worked on the Aranui. For many years.
Remember.
Yeah. And then he was the one that fought it for 3.5 hours, I think, and they snapped it off. But they switched it onto a live koi, and the fish came up, and then it was there, wasn't biting. He just grabbed the rod down because they had a trace on it, clipped it on, threw it out, and then he's like, all right, it's on, who wants it? And they're like, well, you got the rod, you got it. Yeah, 3.5 hours later, and then, they ended up breaking. It might have been 4.5, but a long time anyway.
Painful.
No harness.
Painful.
And he kept, he was knackered, and he'd, sit down, and then the boys would get their phone out to take a photo. He's like, don't you take a photo? And he jumped back up and got sunburnt, and he's like, you'll never, ever give me a stickbait rod ever again to catch anything. He was done.
That reminds me of something that we used to do in the old days, and we twigged onto it. It probably not rocket science now, but back in the 80s and 90s, we'd only trolled for yellowfin, but jigging was getting pretty popular in those days, and so a treble hook is not a good hook to hook a tuna on. They don't have the kind of mouth.
Good to defend yourself with, though.
Yeah. That's another story in itself. But the treble hook is not, great for kingies and that sort of thing, but it's not the hook you want a tuna on, because most of the time you'll pull it out.
Yeah.
But so, single hook. So what we thought of, I wonder if these tuna will bite jigs. Well, sure, they surely should. So we got some jigs, took the trebles off, and put single hooks on. And so what we did, when we had initially I just did it myself, and then we had some pretty bright sparks on the boat. So what we do, we'd have the trolling rods, we'd be in the workup, so you had a pretty good idea you're going to get bit on the lures. So what we had is as soon as we got bit, I would run out of the wheelhouse, grab my jig rod, cast out right in the lure pattern, take 2 cranks, and usually hook a tuna.
Yeah.
Well, the last thing I want to do is catch it. So
Yeah.
I'd hand it to some unsuspecting passenger. Well, the jig rods we had in those days were pretty parabolic and pretty horrible. So, I mean, at first I say, who wants a tuna? I'd have everybody climbing all over me. Well, that had only happened 2 or 3 times. And who wants a tuna? Not me. That hurts too much, man. I don't want to do that. That's dumb, man. So that was a lot of fun for me. I got to hook the fish and just pass it off to somebody.
Pass it on.
And in the end, we had guys. We had guys in the corner of the boat. They weren't in the trolling rotation, but they'd have their jig rods. So I'd say, hey, look, you don't need to cast. Just drop it over the stern, let it sink for a while, and crank it back. And boy, very often we got tuna on the jigs.
Yeah. That's pretty wicked. Well, you hear a lot of stories about the tuna fish, especially down on Whakatane back in the 80s, 90s.
In those days, that was not only the tuna capital of New Zealand, it was tuna capital of Australasia.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Until the turn of the century.
Yeah. And then
everything changed. Yeah.
And that's obviously because tuna, I did see something on must have been on Discovery Channel or something, but tuna migrate in the same pattern, right? So they can work out where they're going to be roughly at the same time of year, and they go back and they wait till they get a certain size, optimal catch, and they can go bang and get the whole lot for seining.
Yes,
is that right?
Yeah. And almost all seiners have anything up to 20, 30 fads, personal fads, and they just wait. And now there's I mean, these things are worth tens of thousands of dollars.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's a lot of money,
you've got you've got a computer in there. You've got a scanning sonar. You've got a sat phone. What else have you got? Oh, you've got a solar panel. So what it does, they just program, give us a call. So these guys could be in Apia in the pub, and they get a call, this is FAD 24. We now have 64 tons of fish biomass underneath us.
Oh.
So they go right there. Okay, we know what's there.
Yeah.
And they only do it at night.
Yeah.
This is up in the Pacific.
Yeah.
And they know they only wrap those things at night. They know that there's 64 ton of fish there. Now it's going to be a lot of bycatch they don't want, but there's a lot of tuna there.
Far out.
Bingo.
Yeah.
So the fish don't have a chance anymore.
No.
Yeah. Pretty sad. Yeah.
Yeah, because you see, like when I do a lot of, I do a lot of live baiting up sort of off Whangamata there, like into that northwestern corner of Mare Island. Yeah, really good.
Between there and Whangamata.
Oh, yeah,
Man, that's
really good.
At late season.
Yeah,
But it's live bait
skippies are
fishery.
there.
It's a
Yeah.
live bait fishery.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to go 10 miles to get a skippy to come
Yeah.
back and put it there.
Yeah. It's interesting that, like you go, like
There's
I
a lot
remember,
there's big fish there too.
Yeah,
Is that
yeah.
where you got your 190?
Nah, I got that off Whitianga.
Okay.
By Castle.
Yep.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
between Castle and the
There's been a
Aldermans.
lot of big fish caught there. Big blacks caught there.
I lost the big black
Yeah.
the year before I caught that
Yeah.
190.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a double on. Yeah, one, the stripe. I caught a stripey, and then had a black on at the same time, and they were jumping. And yeah, the listeners have probably heard this story, but it was the stripey looked like it was about 60 kilos. I was like, it's just a little one, but that fish is a real one. I was like legs shaking and the rest of it, and then the black got off after 5-10 minutes, and the stripey did another big run and looped around and come past the back of the boat. And I knew it was a different fish because they'd gone each different way, and it came past, and I looked and I was like, that ain't a little fish. And then we ended up we killed that one. It was 153.
Wow, and you thought it was 60.
Yeah, and it looked
compared
teeny.
to the real one.
Yeah. And I was just like, wow, how big was that other thing?
Yeah.
But
You-
we had a bite out here with a friend of mine 3 years ago, just straight off Karakara Peninsula there in 200 meters. Yeah, big fish. Like,
going back to the tuna, and this is one man's theory. And when I first heard it, I had an old guy on the boat. This was after a few years after they hadn't come, and we kept waiting, and they didn't come, and they didn't come, and they didn't come. It was pretty obvious they weren't going to come because they weren't there to come.
Yeah.
And this guy said, "I know why they're not coming." And I said, "Why? They're all end up in cans." He said, "Well, yeah," but he said, it was only the big fish that would lead the smaller fish down because they knew if they came to New Zealand, there's plenty of food, and they come down on the Kermadec Trench or whatever.
Learn, don't
Yeah.
they?
So it's the bigger fish that are coming down and showing the smaller fish where to go. And he said all those big fish have been taken out. The seiners have got all those big ones. So the little ones are still there, but they don't know to come to New Zealand anymore.
Yeah.
And I thought about that, and at first I thought, I just poo-pooed it,
Yeah.
But the more I thought about it, man, this guy he just might have a point. He might have a point. Those bigger fish that knew to come here, they're not there to guide the smaller fish anymore.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's a theory. But
It's interesting you say that because then you look at this season and you think about the marlin. All the early season marlin this year were really big. Like there's some 170s, 185, a 199 stripey down in Hawke's Bay. But then what followed after was a lot of little fish and big numbers. So it's like not many numbers at the start, but a lot of big ones. And then following that, and then guys are getting sort of 3-4 fish a day.
Yeah.
And a lot of the fish they're estimating, like I fished when I caught that one with Chris Ash a couple of weeks ago off the Cavalli's there. Every fish that was radioed in, I tagged and released striped marlin. There's a tournament on in Whangaroa, and then they're like, estimated weight 75 kilos, 80 kilos, 70 kilos, but more numbers. Yeah.
But you think about it, big fish, a lot of body mass, a lot of fat. So they're able to withstand those colder temperatures more than the little fish can.
Yep.
And it's exactly the thing that repeats itself at the end of the season.
Yeah,
That's a good time to catch a big fish at the end of a season.
Yeah.
So early and late.
1st of April was when I caught that big one.
Yep.
So that proves that.
Yeah, and I mean up at the Kings, I mean we're getting some really nice striped marlin in May, even June.
Yeah.
I mean, geez, one of the last days we fished at the Kings, I think it was like the 7th of June. We we had 7 shots and got 4 fish that day.
Yeah.
And most of those fish
Big
were
fish.
120, 130.
Yeah.
A real nice fish. I mean,
Yeah.
not record breakers, but
nice
good fish. Didn't even see anything under 100 kilos.
Yeah.
Nothing. Yeah. So I think it's body mass and fat layers content.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because the one thing that puzzles me is that where do all our big striped marlin go? Because we get the biggest striped marlin in the world. You catch striped marlin everywhere else, but no one gets them as big as what we do.
No.
But they don't get caught anywhere else either. So they're obviously not leaving here and going to Tonga because you get a big striped marlin in Tonga. Unless they burn all their weight going back there and then they swim back down and put it all on. But it makes you wonder what they do.
I'll tell you a preposterous one.
Yeah, here we go.
From a very, very good fisherman that everybody will know.
Yeah.
And a great lure maker.
Yeah.
I was privileged to have dinner one night with Peter Pakula.
Yeah.
And we were talking about marlin and late season fishing.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, he pegged it. I don't know how he did it, but I would have had dinner with him maybe in March. And we'd had a good start to our season, and we had a horrible middle. When you thought you should catch fish, you weren't. And he says, your fish are going to turn up really good in very shortly. This was like mid-March, and I thought, geez, if they're not here by now, how can they come, But they did, and we had a really good late March and April. But along those in that conversation, we're talking about them leaving as the water cools down and they go back up in the more towards the equator where it's warmer and stuff. And he goes, "That's crap." I go, "What?" He goes, "You know where all the marlin go?" I go, "Where's that?" "Antarctica." I said, "Peter," and I mean he was having me on, but he says, "Who knows?"
Yeah,
Who knows? And I mean, now, with the bluefin showing up down Waihau Bay and elsewhere, I mean, there was marlin caught in July, there was 5 marlin caught in June. Well, it's lures in the water. And I mean, there's fish that are caught so late now, you have to ask yourself, are they late or are they early?
Yeah.
But in my book, this is my book, I'd always much rather be fishing late in a season than early. Because I think it's a real leap of faith for a fish to come into increasingly colder water to find something than it is for a fish to be in a place, plenty of food, happy as Larry, it's getting colder. Hey man, I don't care.
There's food.
I'm staying as long as I possibly can. But for a fish to come into cold water, it's tough going.
Yeah, to be should I go in there?
Ooh,
Don't
it's
really
getting
know.
colder.
But you get in there and you're getting lots
Yeah,
and lots
yeah,
of good food. It's like, it's getting colder, but I don't care.
If you're in a nice food hamper, man, you don't want to leave.
Yeah.
Someone's going to have to kick you out. It's going to have to get so cold. I don't like this. I'm not going to put on my jersey. I'm going.
It's like when you're in the bar having a beer, right? You don't want to leave.
No. Last call for
The more you
alcohol.
have, you're like, last call, you go and buy a whole tray.
Unless you're Liam Messam.
Yeah. Nah, he does actually drink now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he changed it.
Maybe he's at the end of his career finally.
Yeah, just started to... he relaxed I don't know. He was probably 30 still before he started to... Yeah, but it was interesting. Yeah, when we were young, he was very, very, to the book.
What a hero.
Yeah.
Yeah. For me, he's a hero for me.
Yeah. Does he? Oh, actually, we'll have a look at the questions that I had come through.
Sure. You go for it. You lead, I'll follow, bud.
Yeah. Here we go. When you're running live baits for marlin, do you run them from the riggers or hold them in your hand?
Good question. Well, that's an easy one for me to answer personally.
Yeah.
Because I never had outrigger on any boat I ever owned.
Oh, yeah.
Never.
No.
I always thought it was tourist shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, that's not true because outriggers have got a lot of good things, Boats I've been fishing on, fish them out of the outriggers very effectively.
Yeah.
So I don't know that it really matters. But I can tell you from experience that if you hold on to a live skippy or a cohooroo for long enough, you're going to get tired if you're not getting bit.
Yeah.
Another thing that we did to very good effectiveness, we used to have just the lanyards you've got to put your rod in, keep it in the holder. Make sure you didn't lose a rod, but you never did, but just it felt good about it.
Yeah.
We'd put a rubber band, a 64 rubber band on the rod holder, and we'd put that onto your live bait. And boy, would it tell the story. It was really cool.
Yeah.
Because it was hanging out there.
Yeah.
You could tell if the bait was still alive.
Yeah.
It was always bouncing,
Yeah.
and it would snap. It would snap off there. You didn't
Yeah.
have to hold it; you could just watch it.
Yeah.
So I personally, if you think you're going to get a bite, there's nothing like holding it.
Oh, yeah.
It's awesome. It
Yeah.
just goes ripped
That
out of your hands.
feeling,
Bam!
yeah.
It's awesome. But if you're a little lazy or you've had enough or something, either outrigger is great, or just doing off the lanyard, the rod holder, and a rubber band, and boy, you just sit there and watch it and tell the whole story.
Yeah.
You know when your bait's dead.
Yeah.
You know how lively it is. The whole deal.
Yeah, and you know when a fish turns up
Oh,
because
boy.
it starts going.
Well,
You're like,
and
oh yeah.
you know when it snaps like a 22 shot.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's that feeling though of the bite when you're holding a rubber band and one grabs it.
Yeah.
It's like,
Well, what we always did, we took some paper towels and like a couple of paper towels and just wrapped them up almost as many times as you could, fold them up, and then wrapped the line around that. Because
yeah.
to hold the line or to
Yeah.
hold rubber band is pretty tedious, but to hold the line wrapped around the paper towel, well, you're not.
yeah, you got like a
Yeah,
handful.
yeah, you
like
got a nice handle.
Yeah.
So it's ergodynamic. It
Yeah.
doesn't hurt your hand too much.
Yeah.
You're not polluting too much when you get bit, so it's only a paper towel in the water.
Yeah, yeah, it's gonna.
And it's something to hold on to.
Yeah, it's gonna
and so
break down
so
too,
it,
the
that's
paper,
something
isn't
that we did a lot.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's interesting. And then the same person asked the question, how much drop back do you have?
That's a good question. Usually we had a lot more drop back. And here, another one to go on to that, and geez, I can quote some really top skippers that had totally different ideas of how far do you have your bridle.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I know some skippers, I'm not even convinced it's legal, but they had their bridles about a foot away from the bait.
oh yeah,
like,
like
whoa, oh,
well,
well,
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, and some of them had it right between the eyes, like
Yeah.
it was almost like on the fish.
yeah.
And I mean, I can quote you two skippers that were totally opposite on those, and both of them had excellent success. So I think the drop back. I think generally people probably don't have enough of a drop back.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I would personally I'd feel pretty comfortable with about maybe because you always have to have it because it's going to go, the loop is going to go back, so it's going to go from and then to your rod tip. So,
Yeah.
but I would probably have maybe 25 or 30 meters in the water.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, possibly. I wouldn't have anything less than 15.
Yep.
I certainly wouldn't have less than that.
Yeah.
Because you're not doing yourself any favors yet. Because you really want the fish to be eating the bait, and you
Yeah.
want him to swim away and turn away.
Yeah.
So if some of those fish, not all of them, but some of them, if they feel the slightest bit of pressure,
Spit it out.
and that's just with your reel saying, with the clicker on and maybe a couple kilos of drag just
Yeah.
so it won't overrun. And some of the fish, they feel any amount, that's gone. See you later. That's not normal. I don't want you. Thanks.
Yeah.
I was just about to make the biggest mistake of my life. Thank you, mate.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you.
Really appreciate that.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. What did you do with your bridles? Did you?
We kind of split the difference.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, when I was right down the middle, so we probably had them maybe 4 to 6 inches from the
Yeah.
fish. So I thought that the foot.
Did you have many hooks go back into your bait?
No,
No.
we didn't.
Yeah.
But I had some really good deckies that were
Yeah.
always they were on the money.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I always use this one as a rule, and I think my deckies hated me at the beginning, but then they got onto it. And I said, you know what? In Hawaii, from the time that skippy comes on the boat, it's got to be bridled and back in position in 30 seconds. Otherwise, no deal.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So 30 seconds goes pretty quickly when you got a quivering skippy, even if it's
Yeah.
upside down, and you've got them wrapped up in a
Boom, boom,
towel.
and-
Yeah,
yeah.
30 seconds. And so I would time them.
Yeah.
And oh man, they would get so angry. Some of them with me.
Yeah.
But eventually, they were all
Guns.
under 30. They were
Yeah.
all under 30. So even 20
Yeah.
seconds from the time it came in. Boom, out, gone.
Yeah.
So, and I think because of that, I kind of challenged them and pushed them and
Yeah.
and pressured them a little bit, and they hated it while it was happening. But at the end, they all got real good.
Yeah, and they would love being
And
good
those
too, eh?
skippies were top notch. And hey, let's face it: if you're going to put a live bait out there, you want it throwing off all the vibes. You don't want something that's just kind of hanging in there and going, "Oh, don't eat me."
Yeah.
You want one that's eat me, catch me if you can, asshole.
Yeah. 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 It's amazing how quickly, you get a bait rigged fresh, bang, get in the water. How quick it gets bit sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, dead right. And with all bait, and it kind of amazed me. People would go to the effort to catch live bait, and they got a nice bait tank that has good flow and can hold bait. but they would get the bait and it would fall on the deck and they'd grab it and put it in the bait tank, and I think, well, if you're not catching many, that's fine, but that's sort of what they did. And indeed, when I've been to Prince Edward Island, in Canada, fishing for the giant bluefin, and those guys would go and catch mackerel, and we caught most of our big tuna on mackerel. Well, these guys would use hand lines, which don't have much, forgiveness, and they get these big. They'd have sabikis, 20 hook sabikis, and throw them all on the deck, and then let them flap around for a while, and then put them in these big, beautiful, big circular bait tanks. I'm thinking, really?
Yeah.
I mean, if it was me, and once again, there's only one skipper, so you shut your mouth and just.
Yeah.
And hey, we caught tuna. I was very lucky and had some wonderful fishing and saw some wonderful fishing. But if it was me, those if a bait hit the deck, I'd just kick it overboard or use it for dead something later on. I mean, it wasn't never, and nobody's going to touch it. It came off with a butter knife or something. Straight in the tank, man.
Look after your baits.
Yeah. And you want the best, liveliest bait out there. If you're going to make the effort, do it from the beginning. Don't be sort of half-ass about it. Do the whole thing right.
Yeah, nice. That was something else that come through. 2 grander tuna in one day. Is
Yep.
that, yeah.
Oh no. In one trip.
In one trip.
Yeah. Well, I've caught 3 bluefin tuna in Canada.
Yeah.
All of them have been granders.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I pinch myself every time I say that.
Yeah.
Every time I look in the mirror. I can't believe how lucky I am because, well, the fish there, they start at about, say, 600 to 700 pounds. Like, there's hardly anything under about, 300 kilos.
Yeah.
But, and then there's a fair few at 800. But to get a grander, you're pretty lucky.
Yeah.
Well, you're looking at Mr. Luck right here.
Yeah.
And the last one I got, actually the first 2, when I first went there, the rules were unbelievable. Like, you couldn't play a fish for more than 40 minutes. You had to cut the line.
Oh, yeah?
Yep.
True. So it's 40 minutes.
40 minutes. And if you hooked 2 fish in a day, you had to go home, whether you caught them or not. You were done.
Yeah.
Your day was over. You hooked 2 fish. And even if you hooked them, cracked them off, that's it. You're done. Your day's done. And then they started refining it. The boats could only keep 1 fish a year. All the fish had to be tagged and released.
Yeah.
Which maybe not a bad thing. And you had to register if you wanted to keep a fish. You had to register the night before. It wasn't like this is a nice one, we'll keep this one.
Yeah.
And if you didn't get the fish you wanted, you had to deregister and then register again the night before you went out.
Yeah.
Oh, it's pretty radical.
Yeah.
And then they started slowly changing. Then some of the guys could keep 2 fish, and then you could play them to an hour, and then you didn't. But boy, it got we had planes going over us, we had boats checking us, but the ones that scared the guys the most, because we're only fishing in 80 to 100 meters of water, if that.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. No, we're fishing at 80 to 100 feet of water.
Yeah.
Oh, it was super shallow,
Yeah.
super shallow. And but the ones that worried them, they had guys fishing game on the shore with high-powered binoculars. And of course, as soon as you started backing down, that was stopwatch.
Yeah.
And if you were still going after an hour, you get a call.
Yeah.
Can you explain why you're still backing up?
Yeah.
Yeah, you were in trouble. So, and I insisted on getting my fish stand up. I mean, all the other guys were getting him in the chair, and that was fine. But I thought, and I didn't know how I'd fare.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I was well in my 60s then, and my last fish I was in my 70s, and I thought, I don't know, who am I kidding here? There's nothing worse. There's no bigger fool than an old fool, and I thought that might be me.
Yeah.
So, but that last fish really pushed me. I got the other ones in short time. One was in about 45 minutes. The other one was in about an hour and 15. So it was, and the guys kept saying, "Could you fish a little bit harder drag? Could you fish a little bit harder drag?"
Because of the time.
Oh yeah, the time.
Yeah.
But luckily, you didn't have any. There was nobody watching that day. Well, the last one, it was about. I think it was about either just under, or just over 3 hours.
Yeah.
But those guys, and they reckon they've caught a lot of those big fish. They reckon that was between 1,250 and 1,300 pounds.
Woo-wee.
So, talk about lucky.
That's a big fish.
That was a big fish. That was a huge fish.
Yeah. They would be so round, eh? Like, couldn't even imagine what that would look like.
And when they're boiled, it's like, you've heard the expression, it's like Volkswagens dropping out of the sky. Well, when 1,000-pound tuna boils on your bait, it's a Volkswagen.
Yeah. Just a big hole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, my kid, my son, he lives in Hawaii, and they've got some great sayings, like in Pidgin English there.
Yeah.
And there's a few of them. You know, it's kind of like, you know, like we say here, you know, if you don't weigh it, don't say it. You know, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And there's one there that I love it. It says, big hole, bent pole.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I like that one. You probably
That's
heard
a good Blue Marlin.
Yeah.
People say that one
Yeah.
with Blue Marlin.
Yeah. There's a few Hawaiian sayings I just love. They're so basic, but they're really cool. You know?
Yeah. What else have we got here? Most memorable trip and catch. That'll be. We've kind of covered that, and there's a lot.
So many of them.
Yeah. Favorite place to fish in the world and chasing which fish?
Well, it kind of goes back to something we talked about, and I really take my hat off to people that can enjoy fishing for anything in any scenario with any kind of tackle. And I feel sorry that for people that are so focused they can only catch one species or only with one type of rod or only one line class. So I'm one of these rare species of people that really get a lot of enjoyment out of almost any kind of fish. If it's got a tail, I'm pretty keen on it.
Yeah.
And you can just scale your line class or your
To make
tackle
it more
down,
of a sport.
make it more challenging. I mean, you know, you can make a cow-eye into a hell of a catch. You know, 1 kilo, that's a 3-hour battle. You know, maybe more. You know, so you can make it. So I'm pretty lucky that way. A fish that I really enjoyed catching when I was younger, that I really got great enjoyment out of, was when I made annual trips with my parents to Mexico, was a roosterfish.
Oh yeah.
I really loved catching roosterfish.
Yeah.
And the neat thing about roosterfish is, of course, Mexicans they eat a lot of fish.
Yeah.
But roosterfish are horrible eating. It's
Oh,
like
yeah?
cutting open a beast. You know, it's like horrible looking meat.
Yeah.
So that's really neat. So roosterfish are forever because the Mexicans don't even eat them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a catch and release fishery.
So it's a good fishery.
It's great. And they're a good.
They're
healthy-
good sport.
Great sport.
Yeah.
They're like a kingy very much, except they're not nasty because they don't rock you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they don't go for the nearest foul.
Yeah.
Kingies are mongrels, you know.
Yeah.
They're street fighters, and they know how to get away, and they do it.
Yeah.
But roosterfish is a jack, you know. It's like a kingfish, and interestingly enough, the all tackle world record roosterfish is within about a pound of exactly the same size as the all tackle world record kingfish.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're almost identical.
Far out.
So they get big,
Yep.
you know. But I mean, anything over say 30 kilo roosterfish is a nice fish, like a kingy, same sort of deal. You know, you're starting to talk about a trophy fish, you know.
Yeah.
And certainly anything over 40 is definitely, you know, holy grail stuff, you know.
Yeah.
So that was probably a fish that I really, really loved catching, and caught a lot of them when I was young. And probably the most exciting part was, and it took me a long time to figure it out, because I was getting pretty good at jig fishing when I was probably 17 and 18. And I'd get up in the morning, and these roosterfish would be chasing the bait up on the beach, so much so that there's all these dead baits on the beach and flapping and stuff. And of course, I'm casting out, and I was only getting the odd fish, and they weren't very big, until I finally figured out. I waded out to about maybe waist level. Oh, not even waist. You know, maybe waist level, and I was casting down the beach in like that much water.
Oh yeah.
So like 2 feet of water, maybe 3 feet of water, and bringing the jig in parallel to the beach. That's when you got the big ones, and that's when you got the electrifying strikes.
Oh yeah.
And that's what they wanted to see.
Yeah.
Not the jig that was casting out, coming back in.
Yeah.
They wanted the one that was going along. That one's trying to get away.
Yeah.
That's
Trying to
nail
get
that
it.
one.
Yeah.
Electrifying.
They don't want the
strike.
one that's trying to
No,
get into the beach.
No, they want the one that's swimming along the beach.
Yeah.
It took me a long time to figure that out.
Yeah.
And the same thing, trout fishing. My dad lived in Montana, and I fished in the Madison River, which great trout fishing. But I soon figured out, when I was casting out, I was just catching rainbow trout, and they were all about, 2 to 3 pounds. Fine, great, a lot of fun. But then for some reason, I cast down the bank, and I hooked about a 7 or 8 pound brown. I thought, whoa, this is something special. And then from then on, I just started, same deal. I started casting parallel to the bank in like as little as 6 inches of water, and cranking in, and man, they wanted the lures right there.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not a fly fisherman. I'm just a spinner.
Yeah.
And boy, that's where the big brownies were.
Yeah.
And even good rainbows. They wanted to see it right in that shallow water.
Yeah.
Hey, that's getting away. He's not going to get away. But casting out, you caught fish, but not the big ones.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting. Of course, and there's your few percentage points. You know, we're talking.
Yep.
That 90
Yep.
comes relatively easy.
Yep.
This 92 and 93 and 94. Ooh, you got to work for those. You got to get and then you got to start
A little
thinking.
bit of trial and error.
Oh, the whole deal. Yeah.
A few mistakes here and there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's real interesting because that kind of shows me that it's just it doesn't matter what you're targeting or what kind of fish it is, how big it is. It's all about working it out and trying to better yourself to be able to do it better.
I think my ultimate game, and I got back to, you know, like for me, the floodgates got open both times on wahoo and dogtooth.
Oh, yeah.
Took me ages. I did trips to Tonga, many trips to the Cook Islands, heaps of wahoo, heaps of dogtooth. You think I could catch one? I couldn't. And I finally caught one, and it was like my mate Wally Simpson. I mean, I got a wahoo one day, and the next day I got 5.
Yeah.
And I'd been trying for years in wahoo-laden water, you know.
Yeah.
Same thing with dogtooth, you know. I got it. That's probably one of my best catches that I personally ever made.
Yeah.
I got a 61.5 kilo dogtooth on 15 kilo line on a jig with no trace, tied straight to the 15 kilo.
Yeah.
I was trying for trevally, little trevally.
Yeah.
And I got that dogtooth. I got spooled twice, right to the knot.
Yeah.
And I thought, oh, this is it. But he just couldn't bust me off.
Yeah.
So then it's much.
They're a street fighter, right?
No. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's coral. I don't
Yeah.
I don't think they do it intentionally.
Yeah.
But they just run through the coral.
Oh yeah.
Whereas Kingy sees it, they're going for it.
Yeah.
I don't think that. I might be wrong. I don't know.
That's interesting, the kingies. Like, I wonder, like, do you think that's just in their
100%.
nature, or is it like a learnt habit, or?
Yeah. Hey, I'm hurt. I'm going home.
Yeah.
You know, when you don't feel well, you want to go home and go to bed.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going home to mama, and that's
They must be
cave.
home, because if I think of fish and they kind of mold into, I guess, their environment. You look at a kingy, got a big dark green back. Obviously, that's home.
Yeah.
The bottom,
Yeah.
dark
Yeah.
green.
Yeah.
Weed.
Yeah.
Rocky kind of area.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and that's an interesting one too, because sometimes
must be how they get away.
we
from
have
danger.
had some really good night fishing for kingies.
Yeah.
At Wat Island particularly,
Oh,
and
yeah.
when the flying fish are around.
Yeah.
But the most amazing thing is, in the same place that if you were in the daytime hooking those kingies, you'd be rocked within seconds.
Oh yeah.
At night, either A, they can't really see the bottom properly, or B, they're actually afraid of hurting themselves.
Oh, and charging in and
they
hitting
play
the bottom.
really quite fair at night.
Yeah.
In the same scenario, if you were there, like I said, in the daytime,
Yeah.
you wouldn't last 3 seconds.
Yeah.
Real nasty pinnacles and stuff.
Yeah.
You'd be gone in seconds.
Yeah.
But at nighttime, you either last a long time or you've got a really good chance of catching the fish.
Yeah.
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 But getting back to that question, we've really
Yeah.
danced around this
Yeah.
one. But my favorite fish.
Yeah.
I think the ultimate. I mean, people say broadbill, and hey, broadbill, great, gladiator of the sea. That's all. And during the day now they jump. You can see it, all the visuals and stuff. But my favorite game fish, and I love them all, but my favorite game fish that would be the most unpredictable, the most electrifying one, and I don't even think they know what they're going to do next, is Blue Marlin.
Yeah.
They are the most, and I've genuinely felt sorry for some of my groups that we would leave for a 5-day, 3 Kings trip, and we'd get out to the garden patch on our way, and we'd hook a Blue Marlin. Whether we landed or not didn't almost matter, but
Yeah.
if we had it on for any length of time, because they would see that thing, usually, not always, but the acrobatics are unbelievable.
Yeah.
And then after that, it
That's
was
all
like,
they want to do.
well, but after that, it was probably going to be mainly or solely striped marlin.
Yeah.
And it's like suddenly, oh, a piper.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's no comparison.
No.
You know, and I mean, I've been privy once in New Zealand and once overseas. I actually had to check myself to make sure I was actually seeing what I was seeing. But I've seen 2 blue marlin jumping upside down, like their dorsals were down in the water.
Oh yeah.
They were jumping with their bellies up.
Yeah.
And they did that for a number of jumps.
Yeah.
I mean, they were so crazy.
Yeah.
And like I said, I mean, you would have possibly seen them do figure eights.
Yeah.
Boom, 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 boom,
Yeah,
boom, boom,
yeah.
boom. A complete figure eight. Well,
Yeah.
I'm sure they didn't know what they were doing, but they're so wild, they're so angry,
Yeah.
and all they can think of is getting away, that they go nuts. And
Yeah.
that, to me, is there's nothing that duplicates that.
No.
Yeah, nothing.
Yeah. And you can see why they die, eh?
Oh,
they
give
must
everything.
just explode their heart.
Well, and it's all the females. Now remember, for all the marlin species, anything over well, probably most anything over 120 kilos is a female.
Yeah.
And anything over 150, 160 is definitely a female.
Yeah.
And those big fish, you know, the bigger they get, they've never had to exert themselves like that.
Nah.
You know, ever. And all of a sudden, I mean, it's like a desk worker that's overweight suddenly saying, "Okay, Matt, you're doing a marathon tomorrow.
Yeah.
You're looking at a heart attack case."
Yeah.
Well, bingo.
Yeah.
One time, and I've got video of this, if somebody wanted to see it, it's spectacular. And I couldn't work it out. We got a marlin. It was late. It was a June fish, King Bank, and we had a great day. I think we got 3 or 4 marlin. And the prime time was right next to it. I think he got 7. It was fantastic fishing, phenomenal fishing. But we got this marlin, pretty nice fish, like 120 or something. And the guy was thoroughly looking to let it go. Caught it relatively short, 20, 25 minutes. So we got it on a live koru, got it up to the boat. We thought, here we go, got the tags. He wanted to let it go and stuff. And all of a sudden, blood just pouring out of the fish, and it was dead. And I thought, wow. I looked back at the video. It was incredible. Right as that fish is coming in, on the leader, going nicely, but still plenty alive, perfect candidate for tagging, in my opinion. Audibly, we could hear this explosion, a bang.
Yeah.
It was, and I'm sure it was the fish's heart.
Yeah. Poof.
Poof.
Yeah.
And it was audible. Like you could really hear it. I've still got that video.
Yeah.
Incredible. That was a June fish, 120, 130 kilos, lovely fish. We thought, man, this one's going back, no sweat, dead as a doornail. I mean, it wasn't just dead. I mean, like quivering. It was dead.
Yeah, like stone
lifeless,
dead. Yeah.
lifeless, stone dead. And it went from being live and looking good to being dead like that.
Yeah.
So that does happen, and I think that happens with those blues a lot. And that's why.
And they get so far away from
Oh yeah.
because they just strip so much line.
And unfortunately, and some of that will be mismanagement, unfortunately. But yeah, when you got that much line in the water, and it's really important as long as you can think that the fish has got, you know, it's got movement. So you got to really be watching that rod tip. And if you can see it's got movement, but so many people, once it dies, man, it's just going down. So you got to, the sooner you make the decision, hey, this fish is dead, we got to stop it and stop it now. Because once it gets to the bottom, you got a problem, because chances are if it goes down in the mud or the sand, there's going to be a suction.
Yeah.
And you've got to try to figure out which way that fish was going, because you can't try to flop it over. You're going to break your line. You got to try to pull it out the same way it's going.
Yeah.
So that's really important, and it's only guesswork.
Yeah.
So and Bond, like you're saying, Bonds talk these people through, and and you learn the hard way. It's a school of hard knocks, and breaking off after a number of fish, and then you start getting a bit smarter and you think about it. So it's a real sad thing when a fish dies, because losing a fish, as long as the fish is going to swim away, I don't have a problem with that. And sometimes the sooner the better. It's better to lose a fish in 30 seconds than after 18 hours.
Yeah,
and I'm the veteran of all of that.
Yeah.
So it's a lot better to see a fish go, especially if it's just throwing the hook or something. See you later, mate. We'll get another one. But
What's the best bit, eh? The bite and the jumps at the start.
Yeah, exactly. But when you lose a fish and you know it's going to die, all you're doing is giving blind eels and the lice a feed. And I don't want to feed either of those things, especially a majestic, wonderful gamefish. It's a total travesty and a waste. I mean, we've all done it, and we'll do it again. But that's why people going down to Waihau Bay, I'll just put this out there.
Yeah.
I think, and they've caught some stripies, and they're going down there with a boatload of 24-kilo line targeting blues. Please. At least 9 out of the 10 of those fish are going to break the line, die. It's a big waste of time. And even for some of those fish, 37 is lightweight.
Yeah.
I mean, there's people fishing with 60 kilo now.
Yeah.
And justifiably so. So, and especially if you're going to have a fish die. I mean, even 37 kilo, even on a 200 kilo blue, is relatively light line, especially if it's dead. Planing up some fish.
Yeah.
It's a big deal. But if you can figure it out, if you want to make the call, and it's just tick, 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 saying, hey, we got to stop this fish. And the line is going to be pinging. Your rod's going to be bent over like crazy, probably laying on the rail. But the sooner you can do it, the better chance. You got to stop that downward momentum. The sooner you can stop that, the better off you'll be,
It's
and the
easier to
better
get it
chance.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you just start idling as slow as you possibly can. Hopefully, you got a good day.
Yeah.
If you've got a crappy day, odds are very much against you.
Yeah.
Especially because remember, like mono, Mono, which is most of it, or at least you can have a top shot.
Yeah.
It's a big rubber band.
Yeah, a lot of stretch.
A lot of stretch. But the shorter that rubber band gets, the less stretch you've got. So that last little bit of line is going to get really tight with no give. So it's a real tough one.
Yeah.
So you got to put some thinking into it. But everybody does it. Everybody gets through it. Some people survive. Most people don't.
It's interesting you say that because that's that now I remember what happened with those two fish when they were both dead.
Yeah,
They're going down.
Yeah.
Then they stopped them, again them up, and he said, when you get it close, you have to back it off.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're going to snap the line.
Yeah.
And then you can't put the same pressure
Yeah.
because there's not as much stretch. And then the one didn't, and then they cracked it off.
And
it
that's
came up like just about to break the surface, and then bang.
And that's the other thing you got to think about. And this is an interesting one. So you'll know you're winning, even though you're not gaining line. You'll know you're winning when the trajectory of your line, your angle of your line starts coming up. And then you got to make a real conscious decision. So some people will get that angle quite radical, like 45 degrees or even less, and they'll either stop or they'll back down. And the angler will go, okay, line. But then the fish is already on its descent back down again, and it's got all this dead weight.
Yeah.
And then you got to start getting it. You got to break that inertia and getting it coming back again.
Yeah.
So sometimes, even though it's difficult, it's better off for you to just keep planing. Most reels now have 2-speed. So the pressure will be astronomical on the angler, even in a chair.
Yeah.
And on stand-up, it's huge. But you say, hang in there, hold it as tight as you can. The angle will get up, and you'd almost swear the fish is on the surface. It's not, but the angle of the line is major. There, you might still have 300, 400, 500 meters out, but the angle is way up, and you're going to say, look, I'm going to keep going. You're in low gear. If you can just gain an inch or two at a time, we're winning. And I'm not willing to let you get a cheap 100 or 200 meters, but then we go back to square one with less stretch, more chance of breaking off. So maybe it'll take longer, harder on the angler. Hopefully they can hang in there. But if they can just start gaining any amount of line in low gear, you're winning, and you're going to win that fight.
Yeah.
Yeah. Boy, you call it, I remember Bill Hall wrote an article, and it was about that. And it was a good article. I think he called it Raising the Dead.
Yeah.
Perfect name for the article.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wicked.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Like, it's pretty cool to hear the excitement in your voice when you start talking about Blue Marlin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Blue Marlin are just the most wonderful fish.
Yeah.
They And like I say, once you get a taste of it, it's really kind of tough to go back to striped marlin fishing.
Yeah.
I mean, striped marlin they're wonderful fish.
Yeah.
They're awesome fish. And like you say, look at the record book. We've got all the records, like kingies, southern kingfish, and striped marlin. We got the whole lot, pretty much the whole lot. We own it because we got the biggest ones. And they're wonderful fish, but you get a taste of blue marlin, it's like, oh man, it's hard to go back to a stripey.
Yeah.
It's pretty tough. It's a shame to say that, but it's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's just not like it's funny, because a friend of mine talked about that with he's just changed over and started running the little hooks, and he was like, oh, but I'm worried about, blue marlin. It's like, well, what are the odds? How many blue marlin bites have you ever had? None.
No.
Never had one.
Yeah.
And he's just like, and I was like, well, it's a bycatch really. So you're trying to catch stripies, and you get a blue marlin on. If you use the right technique, you can still catch it.
Yeah.
Goes out first day, blue marlin.
And
He caught it.
Oh, he got it.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
good
caught
on
it.
him.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
Yeah,
Oh.
190 kilo fish. I think
Nice
it was.
fish.
Yeah, nice one.
That's
Or
probably-
186 or something.
That's about average,
Yeah,
I mean,
well, you don't see them much smaller than that in
No,
New
you
Zealand,
don't.
eh?
No, we've caught a couple of blues, and I really had to look at them really hard to make sure. But Garden Patch was one on the first day of a trip, and all day I thought it was a little stripy, and I don't know if it was 80 kilos. It was it was definitely a blue.
Yep.
So that's real rare for New Zealand.
Yeah.
In the tropics, that's your typical size.
Yeah.
Like I was in my wife and I did a trip to Aitutaki, and there was a tournament. There were 5 blue marlin landed. The biggest one was 70 kilos, and the smallest one was 48.
Yeah.
And that's pretty typical.
True.
It's quite typical.
Yeah.
Like in Hawaii, I tell you this, my son lives there now and has lived there for 30 years, I suppose, or near enough, 30. Yeah, 30. The deckies over there, all those little ones, and they're all the little males as a rule, that's the ones they fear on the trace.
Yeah.
They don't worry about the big mamas. You know,
Yeah.
anything over, say, 200 kilos, they could care less about.
Yeah.
Those little ones, those little, say,
It's like in the rat kingy.
60 to 80 kilo fish, those are the ones that worry them. Those are the ones that are going to put the spear through their chest.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. It's like when you catch a rat kingy, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Bing, bing,
Because
bing,
they're
bing.
full of energy when
Oh,
they
yeah.
get up.
And especially
They
like
even
if, say
fall on
you
the
got
way.
a stick bait with another hook
Oh,
flying around somewhere.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and that's what worries me with multiple hooks, you know, for
Yeah.
releasing marlin.
Yeah.
You know, because you got to be so careful, you know, because very, very seldom do you have both hooks in the fish. So that free swinging hook is just waiting to get in someone's, you know, wrist
Yeah.
and that would get real ugly real quick.
Yeah.
Luckily, I
with
never
big,
had that.
Big fish.
Oh. And those little fish too, they twitch their head.
Yeah.
They twitch, and you never know what's going to happen.
Nah.
So uncontrollable. That's why. Do you know what a snooter is?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, snooters are fantastic.
Yeah.
I got kind of turned on to those by Roddy Hayes. He's the guy that first told me about them, and I got some. He said, "Look, with a snooter, you pretty much own any marlin. With two snooters, you own any grander."
Oh, yeah.
That's his words exactly.
True.
Yeah. So snooters are really good. So and not only for controlling fish and from a safety standpoint, but also for letting them go.
Yeah.
Because you know sometimes the fish will be really tired. You think it's a good candidate for release, but it needs some walking. You know, you need to idle down, swell, or whatever.
Yeah.
And I mean sometimes you need to do that for 20 or 30 minutes, and then slowly the fish is coming back, and it's really gratifying. Well, if you're holding it, man, I mean you got to be off the duck board or your arm down in the water. It's a pain. With a snooter, it's a piece of
Just
cake.
stand there and hold
just
it,
put
yeah.
it. And when you're done, just let the rope go, and he slides off his bill. He goes. You're happy. He's happy. It's great.
Yeah.
No, snooters are real good. And for listeners that don't know what a snooter is, you need to find out. And if you do any amount of marlin fishing, it's a great tool.
Yeah.
And even if you want to kill your fish, it's not necessarily for letting them go.
Yeah.
But obviously a flying gaff or a gaff is a pretty good tool too. But,
Yeah.
but a snooter is a very good tool for
Yeah.
dealing with marlin.
Yeah.
They're a great tool.
Yeah.
And they're cheap to make. Cheap as
Yeah?
chips. Yeah, oh, geez, yeah.
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 I think Mark uses
I'm sure he does.
one of those, eh?
I'm sure he does.
I'm sure I've seen it in his
Yeah.
photos.
Yeah.
Just seeing what other...
It's just a piece of PVC pipe and some braided rope and some heavy-duty braided wire.
Oh,
That's it. Oh, and a D shackle.
yeah.
You're in.
Yeah.
That's it.
Just trying to see if there's any more
Yeah, we've
questions
covered.
that we haven't answered.
Yeah, we've covered
We've
a lot
covered
of
a lot.
topics. Yeah.
We have a lot of topics.
Usually, I don't like going back, but you've encouraged me today.
Oh, yeah. No, I
You're
love
jumping
it.
back.
Yeah.
Something twigs of memory.
Yeah.
I mean, we could talk here for another hours, but
easy.
if there's specifics though, I love answering questions. Every time I've done a talk, I always love to leave it a generous amount of time for the question answer period.
Yeah.
Because that's when I find out what people really want to know.
Yeah.
I mean, I can sit there until I'm blue in the face, but then I like to talk about what they want to know.
Yeah.
So if you've got any questions, let's
Yeah.
go for it.
Just having a look here. We've covered like a lot of the questions that have
Yeah,
come through. We've covered
Yeah.
like just through
Yeah.
organically talking.
Yeah.
Worst client experience. That was one. Have you got one that stands out?
Two. Yeah. And I don't know if I want to go into this from an ethnic standpoint.
Yeah.
But it was very much a certain type of people from a nationality of people.
Yeah.
And I'm not really going to go there.
Yeah.
But I will tell you some of the things that happened.
Yeah.
Things that have never happened to me in my life. I chartered for 40 years. It was a Ranfurly trip. And it was a bunch of gentlemen, very wealthy gentlemen, that weren't particularly good anglers, but that didn't matter. The weather was pretty good. The fishing was pretty good. But the things that happened were off the scale. And I'm not gonna go right down the line. I will tell you that they insisted on washing their hands after every drift. And there was 8 of them. So you think about how much water it takes to, and I mean, we might do 20 drifts in a day. Well, we had 900 liters on the boat on pursuit, and we only ran out twice. And they insisted on washing their hands. I said, we are going to run out of water if you continue to do that. They wouldn't listen, and we ran out of water on the 3rd day. And they said, oh, you have a leaky tank. I said, no, I don't have a leaky tank. They said, well, you must have a faulty pump. I said, no, we're out of water. You washed your hands a lot. You had showers a lot. So now that was kind of how it went, and there was so many other aspects to that, and some of the food requirements that were pretty incredible. And I mean, I've got pretty broad spectrum on food, but that was right out there, you know. So
Are they giving you like food requirements before you go? Or
yeah, they did, and we catered the trip, and my wife did a wonderful job of catering. And then they didn't hardly eat anything that we catered. They insisted on eating other things that they brought and things that we caught.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you know, raw eyeballs and internals.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Wow.
I've never really kind of seen that before. I mean,
Nah.
lots of raw sashimi and stuff like that.
Yeah,
but you know, going into other parts of the body that I hadn't seen before,
Yeah.
it was real different.
Real different.
Yeah.
They would eat all that, but they had to wash their hands after every drift.
Oh yeah.
It's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, there was other things about that trip. It really kind of blew me away, and my crewmen too. And there was a lot of other things. They were insistent on using jigs and stick baits, which was great, you know. And we got into a situation on the last day on the way home at Cape Runaway, and the fishing was great. And we only had an hour. I said, "We got an hour. You want to fish?" Yeah, let's fish. So they were getting rats, heaps of rats, you know. And I said, "I think there's bigger fish, but you'll need to use live bait." No bait. So I said, "Okay, that's fine." Finally, we got one guy who says, "Okay, I'll use a bait. Okay, great. So anyway, my decky, I won't mention the name, my decky we had a big blue drum, and he got about half a dozen in there out of the main bait tank, and he would get one out, just about put it on the hook, and he goes, no. Get another one out? No. Another one out? No. And they're all identical. They're beautiful, big, beautiful jack mackerel, you know.
Yeah.
So finally, he goes, okay. So pins it on, puts it in, go up for another drift, and the guy just has a big smile on his face, grabs his jig rod, and goes up to the bow. So I said, and my decky looks at me and just goes, "Really?" I said, "You use it. You go ahead." And normally, I don't let my crew fish.
Yeah.
That's against the deal. That's not
Yeah.
the deal.
Yeah.
I don't fish. They don't fish. Nah. Occasionally, if they're invited or people are tired and aren't fishing, whatever, then that's their cue.
Yeah.
But otherwise, no deal. No
Yeah.
fishing. I said, "You fish." He goes, "Really?" I said, "You fish." Puts a bait in the water. Bam. Nice fish.
Yeah.
Nice fish. Well, of course, these guys have got all these rats circling around, you know, and they're
Yeah.
yelling at them, "Help!
Yeah.
And I'm saying, "No." So anyway, got the fish up. Yeah, if it wasn't 30 kilos, it was right on. You know,
Yeah.
28, 29.
Yeah.
Lovely fish.
Good one.
The biggest one he'd ever caught.
Yeah.
Got it out. Got photos, tagged it. You know.
Yeah.
They're yelling. They want help. I said, "Heck with it. We're over it." You know.
Yeah.
I got some lovely photos of him and
Yeah.
threw it back. Of course, that blew them away as well. So,
Yeah.
but we didn't care at that point. So,
Yeah.
yeah. There was a few. I could mention a few other things, but I don't think I will.
Yeah.
And I'm probably already mentioning enough. You're probably getting on to the ethnicity of some of these customers, but it really, some of the things that happened on that trip, I was probably more stunned than I was angry.
Yeah,
I
just like,
actually,
wow.
I'd never had that before.
Yeah.
You know, some of the things I'd never ever had these things happen to me. It was such a lack of regard, and such a lack of appreciation, and just totally unreal. Like not the things that they wanted weren't realistic. They
Yeah.
couldn't happen. And no matter how hard we tried or wanted to try, it couldn't happen. It wasn't in the realm of possibility.
Yeah.
You know, so the whole thing just kind of blew me away. So,
Yeah. Oh, it's interesting, eh? That's so shitty of them though to like turn down all those baits
Oh yeah.
and then to like finally
yeah.
rig one up and then he just walks off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they got what they deserved. And
Yeah.
my decky got a lovely
the
fish.
one.
I was so happy for him.
Yeah.
I was genuinely happy, and he was happy as punch. And he couldn't believe it when I said, "You fish."
Yeah.
And then when he hooked a good fish, usually it would be a cue to hand it off.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
Not
It's like,
not
nah.
with that group and not that day.
Yeah. Yeah. So would the clients often like tell the dickies to have a go?
Oh,
No? Like fishing? Yeah.
sometimes, yeah.
Yeah.
And then they'd ask me.
Yeah.
And sometimes I'd say, "Yeah, you've been invited, but I still don't think it's a good idea."
Oh, yeah.
Which would kind of brown them off. But
Yeah.
But very often, if they got an invitation, it was genuine. You go for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
fairly often. And sometimes they just like to see. Maybe they'd be novice anglers and maybe lost a number of fish, and they say, "Look, we'd really like to see it done by a professional or a good angler." You know.
Yeah.
So that was great.
Yeah.
And sometimes they'd caught enough fish and they said, oh, you guys have a go. Come on. We're getting tired anyway. You guys go. So that was great. I love that. And they loved it too. Because remember, like all deckies and almost all skippers get into it because they love fishing. So to be getting paid and getting to go fishing, wow.
Yeah.
Cake and eat it too.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
What else have we... I think we've covered a lot.
We have. We've done a pretty good dance, Sweens.
We have.
Yeah.
We have. Ever caught a sunfish?
Yes.
Rod and reel?
Several.
Several, have you?
Well, me personally, no, but
No.
I've seen it happen.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I
And
thought I was the only person that had ever done it.
the surface longliners get them all the time.
Oh, yeah.
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 They eat the squid and the bait.
Yeah. Well, the
And-
one we caught was the Cavallis.
Yeah.
Out in the Cavalli Trench.
Yep.
Yeah, it's sword fishing.
Sword fishing.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we put the drill on it to wind it up, and it ate it.
Yeah.
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 That's like my fishing claim to fame, that I caught a sunfish on a rod and reel.
When I was in California and we just using live anchovies.
Yep.
We'd get the odd one that would
Oh,
eat.
yeah.
And man, talk about tough. I mean,
Yeah.
they go on their side and we've hooked a number of them. Foul hooked them almost always in the tip of one of their fins.
Oh, yeah.
And all we wanted is our lure back. Good luck. Oh man, you
Yeah.
go through the pains of hell to just get your lure back.
Yeah,
and these are only little fish. They're only like 40, 50 kilos. They get huge. They get tons. They're
Yeah,
tonnage.
well, the one I caught was like bigger than this table.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
pretty big
Yeah.
fish. But it was like, we hooked it 450 meters down, and it was
Oh boy.
pulling like 20 kilos of drag,
Yeah.
smoking.
Yeah.
And I was like, what?
Okay.
And it was pinned perfectly
In the mouth.
in its tiny
It-
little mouth,
yeah,
like
yeah.
circle hook.
Yeah.
Couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, caught sunfish. And I got a good story for you. I had a partner in a little boat, a 14-foot boat, as a matter of fact, and he was a bit of a dork. Not to say that I wasn't at the same age. We probably in our early 20s. And this is out of San Diego. So this little boat, we should have never ever done it. But we were going out wide, chasing pelagics, marlin and tuna and stuff, and having a bit of luck. Well, one day, glassy calm, and it was nothing going on. No fish, nothing going on. We got onto a kelp patty. And sometimes kelp patties hold fish, off California. They can be quite productive on a number of fish, mahi-mahi, the whole range. And this patty had nothing on it, but it had a big sunfish that was just laying there. And when I say big, 50 kilos, 40 kilos, 50 kilos. Well, anyway, he says, I'm going to gaff it. I said, I don't know if that's a very good idea. I said, for starters, that's a really nice gaff, and you might hurt yourself. He goes, I'm going to gaff it. It's a bad day anyway. Let's put some excitement into this day.
Yeah.
I thought, okay, mate. Well, he gaffed it, and he lost our gaff, and he dislocated his shoulder.
Oh.
And you would know what that's about. That's
Yeah.
a pretty ugly injury.
Yeah.
Of course, and we were 40 miles offshore in a 14-foot boat, so
Yeah.
long ways to go back to the hospital.
Yeah.
So he got what he deserved, except I lost a really nice gaff.
Yeah. Oh, far out.
So don't ever freak out. In fact, you can be careful with sunfish because they're very powerful fish.
Oh, I
Exceedingly powerful.
yeah, it blew my mind when I saw one jump for the first time. I was like, what is that
Yeah,
thing?
yeah.
Yeah. We were steaming out, doing like 20 knots or whatever, and this thing just launched out beside the boat. Gave me a hell of a fright. Yeah, I'd never seen one before. I'd seen their fins in the water, but never actually seen one.
Another story for you. This is worth telling, I think. Ranfurly Bank, summertime, plenty of yellowfin tuna, so probably in the mid to late 90s. Got down there, and we just had a great trip. We released most of them, but we probably caught like 30 odd tuna in a 3-day trip, and got down there again. Huge anticipation. Got out there, beautiful day, trolling, and everybody's watching the lures. We were in position, and there was a tuna boil without doubt, and it missed the lure by a foot or 2 feet. I thought, boy, that's pretty weird. Anyway, we carried on, missing, and some of these fish now, they're missing by like 3 and 4 meters. Boiling, you think they're going through the lure, but they're so far away from the lure, it's a joke. I'm going, what the hell is going on here? Well, guess what happened? We finally got some fish. We caught a few fish, and we kept them. And when we gutted them, my decky, who was always looking at the guts of fish, always interesting, he goes, look at this. These fish were absolutely full of pelagic puffer fish.
Oh.
Little puffers.
Yeah.
They're beautifully, brightly colored. I forget. They were like polka dots. A beautiful color. Oh, like about, like a 150 long, just millimeters, just little fish. But full of them, like, 15, 20 of them. And they'd be easy to catch. I mean, they don't go anywhere. You just scoop them up, no trouble. You got guts full. Well, you know what fugu is? You ever heard of the term fugu?
Oh, yeah.
That's the Japanese.
Yeah.
And it's a puffer fish, but there's only so many. There's like a 50 or 100 licensed chefs that can do fugu, because if you even pierce the liver, which is highly toxic, that taints and it's instant death. You'll die from eating that. So a fugu is a very high priced and a very well sought after meal, but you got to have the chef to do it because you're dicing with death. Well, we're just starting to think, okay, these things are full of these puffers at different stages of digestion. Well, that liver is toxic. These things are all in the piss.
Yeah.
They don't know what they're doing. They're drunk out of their mind. So they think they want to feed. They see this lure, but they're missing by a mile.
Because that.
They're off their tree.
Yeah.
So it took a while to figure out what was going on. But that's the only time I've ever seen that.
Yeah.
And it lasted for about 2 weeks.
True.
Oh, we were getting, well, when I say strikes, I mean, we were getting boiled. We were getting 15 to 30 boils a day, but only hooking 5 fish.
Yeah, that's
They were
clean missing.
Oh, by a long shot.
And
If you
tuna
go-
normally never miss.
Oh, they don't miss.
Yeah.
But these guys were off their tree.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah. That was back in probably the mid to late 90s.
Yeah, and just missing by a long way.
Yeah, not just missing. I mean,
Yeah.
we're, like occasionally, 4 or 5 meters.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's pretty significant.
it is. Yeah.
Their vision must have been so blurred.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm surprised they could even see the lures.
Yeah. So I had to add that one. That came to mind. Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
That's all I can think of that could have been. I couldn't have thought of anything
Yeah,
else.
yeah. I think that might be us. We've covered a lot.
Well, the sun's going down.
It is. It is. What a beautiful spot to watch it go down.
Yeah. Now we're very lucky. We've owned this house for 8 years and just so lucky.
Yeah.
We can pretty much see most of Doubtless Bay,
Yeah.
And there's always something happening, There's wind sailors and there's yachts and there's people fishing out of little boats and kayaks and you name it. It's pretty cool here.
Yeah. Nah, it's pretty good fishery too, eh?
It's a fabulous fishery.
Everything out there.
Tell you what, I mean, I've been through this bay hundreds of times, but I've never really fished it as such.
Yep.
So running this little snapper boat, I mean, I'm a real novice at it,
Yeah.
So, I mean, God, the first 4 or 5 trips we did, today was a bit of a tough one, but the first 4 or 5 trips we did were just phenomenal fishing. And we're fishing with 37 kilo mono with 8 baro circle hooks. And I mean, it's not very, and ledger rigs, 8-ounce sinkers. I mean, it's tourist fishing.
Yeah.
And the fish we were catching and the amount of fish, it was phenomenal. Yeah. Absolutely out of this world. So I'm
all
thinking,
in the bay?
Yeah. And we're mainly fishing about 25 meters, But I mean, we just had to watch what we're catching. I mean, really watching, most people were pretty good. They didn't want limits, but you could have easily limited out, no trouble at all.
Yeah.
And lovely fish, many fish, 3 and 4 kilos, and the odd one over 5, But I'm thinking, geez, either this bay is so full of fish, or I can't believe how either lucky or maybe good I am. And I'm thinking, no, it's full of fish.
Yeah. Very humble, mate.
But it's actually gotten a little bit tougher lately.
Yeah.
So it's actually it's a good little it's a calling card, a little stepping stone for me. So it's gotten a little bit hard. Back last month, it was real easy. Now it's just gotten a bit harder progressively. So but that water's really warm. I'm not sure how good that is for snapper.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, look, that blue water looks like it's quite close out there, doesn't it? Out the front.
Yeah. You don't have to go very far to catch a marlin here. There used to be a little tackle shop on Maunganui Wharf. And the guy that ran it had a charter boat called Leilani, which was one of Bill Hall's old boats.
Yep.
And I remember there's a photo he had in that. I'd love to see that photo again, or even have it. But it was spectacular. It was a guy in a chair. It was his back, and he was hooked up, and his line was going. Well, in the background, you could see Albert Rock, which is out here about 2 miles.
Yeah.
And you could see Knuckle Point in the background. So obviously you're well in the bay.
Yeah.
And it was a black marlin jumping.
Yeah. Work it.
So he couldn't have been in more than, let's give him the benefit of the doubt, 50 meters of water.
Yeah.
And I mean, to see Albert Rock and Knuckle Point, I mean, he was in the bay. I'm talking right in the bay.
Yeah.
So, but we know black marlin, they're mongrels, man. They don't care what they eat. They don't care where they go. You know, and it's so often, people go over the horizon for stripies and blues, and they're going right over the backs of a lot of black marlin, I think.
Yeah.
And you'll hear a ma and pa are out trolling in their tinny for coweye, and ma winds hers in, and pa somehow disappears over the horizon with all of his line. Wonder what that was,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, there's a fair few stories like that. I'm sure people would catch more if they targeted them in New Zealand.
They would. And here's a good story along those lines. Bruce Smith, who's a dear friend and a fabulous skipper, he's been retired for a while, but he had a number of boats over the years. And one boat that he ran was the Lady Doreen. And of course, that boat only went probably 7 knots full bore, and he almost only did skip baits in the old days, Well, on the Lady Doreen, he caught, let me think about this. I think I'll probably get it wrong, but over like about 6 seasons, I think he got like 16 black marlin. I mean, phenomenal for New Zealand.
Yeah.
I mean, you go to Australia, you're not good, but for here, that was phenomenal. And then he got the striker. He got 2 strikers, and one was a big Riviera. But in about 10 years on strikers, I think he ended up with probably 70 or 80 blues, heaps of. He was the first boat to ever get 150 marlin in a season.
Ooh.
But
That's a lot of fish.
One black.
One black.
Yeah. So guess what? I mean, for starters, faster boat.
Yeah.
Going over the horizon, lures.
Yeah.
So there you go. I mean, there's skip baits in close around the rocks.
Yeah.
Black marlin. You go out, you're getting blues. Yeah, I think he would have gotten about 80. Well, he would have 70 or 80 blues out of that. Many stripies. And but there's a difference, going fast, going further, and lures, as opposed to going slow and bait.
Yeah. Yeah. Chris
And
Ash
deep.
talks about that,
Yeah.
Blue Marlin speed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Bonds caught one at 18 knots in the Azores.
Guys in Hawaii troll pretty quick.
Yeah.
But it goes to, fuel. There's a fuel,
Yeah.
especially now. You got to consider that. But for starters, your hookup rate should be better. But if nothing else, you're presenting your lures to a lot more fish in the course of a day. I mean, if you're going 8 knots and if you're going 12 knots, in theory, you should be showing your lures to 50% more fish.
Yeah, makes sense.
It
doesn't
does.
it?
Yeah.
Yeah, because Chris was saying when he was fishing in Tonga, they used to go out and then they would chuck the lures in and then they would steam 16, 18 knots, and then where they got bit where they would fish for the day.
Huh.
So they'd
Yeah.
just go along
Wow.
wherever it was,
Yeah.
whatever bank or wherever he was fishing. He said
Yeah.
you go out and you just chuck the gear in and you 16, 18 knots, and then where you got bit, that would be you. You just stop there and then fish there for the day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Interesting, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't realize that.
No.
I know
But when you see a blue marlin, like you see the videos, like
Ah.
I've seen one behind my boat and then hooked a couple with
Yeah.
some mates, but
Yeah.
and when you see them go, like
34,
18
it's nothing. It's
yeah.
nothing.
Yeah, 20 knots is a walk in the
Nothing.
park for them.
It's nothing. I know Smithy's. He used to, at the end of the day, he used to go, at least 16 or 18 knots into the anchorage, maybe more, and they always put one lure way back. And I don't know if he actually caught a stripey, but he actually hooked at least 3 or 4 at that speed in New Zealand.
Yeah.
So it definitely works.
Yeah.
Well, it has the potential to work.
Yeah.
If you can keep the lure in the water, it's fishing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the big deal. I think he was dropping back like 200 meters.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a hard thing to pull the lures in at the end of the day. Yeah. No, cool. All right. Well, that might be us. I
We
think.
might wrap it up, huh?
Yeah. Oh, we could talk. I could talk to you all night.
Yeah. Well, I think we've covered some really good stuff,
Mm.
Sweens. I think we've really done pretty well, and hopefully it's been interesting for the readers or the listeners. I mean, heaven help if all of them have gone through to this point in time. They're real dedicated, or they're getting something out of it.
Yeah.
But I always like when I do my talks. I try to be entertaining, but I also like to be educational a bit. So I'd like to think that we kind of ticked a few boxes here.
Yeah.
If any of the listeners can grasp something out of it that can help them be better anglers and catch more fish, I'm wrapped. And if they've gotten a few good laughs out of it, I'm wrapped.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah, no, it's interesting. Bond said the same thing because we did his one, and he was like, "What? People won't listen for that long."
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
there's so much in there, and I'm stoked that I had the opportunity to come and to meet you, let alone sit with you.
Yeah.
And
Oh, I watched you. I never thought I'd meet you, but I watched
Yeah.
you play rugby a lot with the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Yeah. You were a favorite player of mine.
Oh,
I
thank
don't want to
you.
lick your ass too much.
Nah. Yeah. No, I was. Well, that's one regret is that I never actually came for a trip on pursuit. I wish I did.
Yeah.
For years I
A few people have
talk
said
about
that.
it, and then
Yeah. People kept saying,
Yeah.
"Look, when you're going to retire, let us know because we want to do a trip with you." And I said, "Look, I got a year to go. Oh, we're coming out."
Yeah.
Then I got 6 months. Oh, we're coming out. I said, "I got a handful of Ranfurly trips and White Island trips. I'm
Yeah.
done in 2 months." Oh, we're coming out. Never came. So
Yeah.
you can't worry too much about those
Nah,
people.
nah.
That's fine.
Yeah. But anything you want to leave the listeners with? Any wise
I think I
words
kind of
of
just
wisdom?
did. I mean,
Yeah.
it's been a pleasure talking to you. I mean, I can be kind of no better than the questions that you've asked, so I thank you. You're obviously good at this. You're getting kind of polished now. You've done a few of them. So, but you're obviously a good people person. So it's a pleasure to meet you, a rugby personality, because I'm so much into my rugby. Man, when I moved here first, I just thought, man, this is a really stupid game that is forgot about the forward pass. It's all gridiron for me,
Yeah.
But boy, once I got onto rugby and started really appreciating it, I'm probably more passionate than any Kiwi that could be. I just love the game, and I love the personalities. For me, it's the whole package deal. It's on the field, and I love to play, but I love the personalities. I like to study the players and kind of get their backgrounds and see who excels and why they excel, and some of the really good players that are maybe not greatly talented but are really dedicated, like we've just spoken about.
Yeah.
So anyway, it's a pleasure to meet you, and like I just said, I think we wrap it up, and I just hope the listeners have gotten something out of it. It's been worth their while. So the sport has given me so much. It's given me my livelihood, it's given me my passion, my sport. It's just done everything for me. So any little thing that I can give back, I'm really keen. I'm super keen. I've just been nominated on the committee of the New Zealand Marine Research Foundation.
Oh, wicked.
And I'm not sure where it's going, but I can see where it's my chance to give back something to a sport that's been so much for me. So I'm really kind of chuffed about that, and I'm really keen to see some good research come out of it, and that can help fishermen in the world. And it's also it's just not about fishing too. It's about ecological stuff and environmental stuff. So it's a whole package deal, really. So I'm really pleased, and this is just another little avenue that I can do. So thank you for letting me contribute to, hopefully, to some anglers' enjoyment.
Yeah. No, wicked. Thank you very much, Rick.
You're welcome.